If I could have your attention, we will be starting in 1 minute. 1 minute. If you could please find your seats, we will be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. If I could have your attention once again, we will be starting momentarily. If you could please find your seats, we will be starting momentarily with our presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, all. Welcome. Thank you all for being here this morning. I'm Dan Porterfield, the President and CEO of the Aspen Institute, and thank you for joining us for day 3 of this spectacular Aspen Security Forum. Please join me in thanking first our co-chairs, Professor Joe Nye and Condoleezza Rice, for their leadership. Equally important, our remarkable ASG team, including our Executive Director, Anya Manuel, Neve King, Leah Batunis, Deb Cunningham, and many others. Thank you to our team. Neve, thank you for everything you've done to help make this happen. A big and warm thanks to our trustees of the Aspen Institute, a few of whom are here. Jane Harmon is one of our trustees. We are led by Margot Pritzker, our chair, who is over there. Thank you, Margot. And I also am, as always at Aspen, the audience is as important as the people on stage. This is a tremendous group, and I'd like to call out and recognize and thank and encourage our rising leaders. Our newest class is here today. Could those rising leaders please stand up for a moment? The great thing about these rising leaders, who are roughly between the age of 28 and 35 and come from national security backgrounds in the private sector and government, the military, journalism, all sorts of walks of life, all connecting together. They're young and they can stay out till midnight and have a great time and still be on time for this convening and sitting in the front row. So thank you, thank you. So you all know, rising leaders, and we all know that the Aspen Institute came into the world in an age of post-war hope and institution building, when, in the aftermath of World War and the use of nuclear technology and the rise of the Soviet system, a group of thinkers and doers from civil society and the business world came together right here, beneath these mountains where these rivers cross, to discuss nothing less than the future of humanity and how to build strong and functioning civilizations to withstand whatever tests they would meet. Those founders came here and did their work with a shared belief in human dignity, at that moment enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights just before we came into existence, and a social order defined by freedom, justice, democratic principles, opportunity, commitments to economic and military and cultural strength. For 75 years, the Aspen Institute has lived that bold purpose in all sorts of ways, to ignite human potential, to build understanding and promote new possibilities for a better and more secure world. Each year, this forum reflects and embraces our noble purpose and is dead center in the work we do and why our work and this work are one and the same. In the spirit of our founding and in pursuit of our purpose, that we hold this absolutely, resolutely inclusive, bipartisan forum, bringing together thinkers and doers from all different aspects of the American economy and from our military-industrial complex, our democratic leaders. We bring them all together to address these opportunities and challenges, and especially, and now, an evolving threat landscape in which American military and economic strength, powerful alliances like NATO, brilliant diplomacy, and a powerful commitment economically to supremacy in technology and industry are foundations of global security and certainly of American security and prosperity. And each of you in different ways have contributed to that understanding with your careers and in your work and your dialogue here today, which has been so robust. And that dialogue that's bipartisan, that cuts across all sorts of different industries and fields and perspectives, is both reflective of the strength of democracy and proof that it's still strong. And we thank you for embodying those ideals with your presence and your commitments. So it is now my pleasure to open our panel and to welcome to the stage Jens Platner, Stefano Sannino, Yonatan Servioff, Shashank Joshi, and in particular I'm proud to welcome Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, Christopher Cavoli, to the stage, as he and my wife Karen went to school together and lived together in Vicenza, Italy, when my father-in-law, Major General John Hurling, was in a leadership role. So welcome to the stage and thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us. This is a absolutely stellar panel to discuss Europe and European security. We have 4 Europeans, but I hear General Cavoli's Russian and Italian are both pretty good, so you can be an honorary European for the purposes of this panel. This is a sort of really critical juncture in Europe. We're watching as Ukraine's position on the battlefield has been eroding. Europe is preoccupied with a series of domestic elections in which many countries are looking to turn inwards, or preoccupied with domestic concerns in which often hard right parties have been on the political ascendancy, challenging some of the ideas and assumptions that Anya outlined yesterday in her introduction about partnerships and internationalism, and in which the bedrock of European security policy, the bedrock assumptions of its most important partnership, that with the United States, are under the greatest doubt they have been for many, many decades. And so I'm really pleased we have such an excellent panel to discuss all of these issues with me today. General Cavoli, I'm going to start with you, because yesterday we heard on the panel on the NDS Commission from Jack Keane a very dark picture, a picture of US and allies that are not ready for war, that could lose a conflict, a sense of urgency. You're the man tasked with ensuring a war is not lost in Europe, that it can be waged effectively, overseeing it. And you've been very busy.
Better be going then.
And you've been very busy and active. You're fresh off the back of the NATO summit. I know, having heard you before, you're not a man who bores audiences with how many countries are meeting 2%. You get into the nitty-gritty. You're doing the serious stuff. Tell us what you've been doing.
Thanks, Shashank. It's a very important question, because I share General Keane's general view that there's a lot of work to be done, and there are big challenges looming. Some of them are right in our face right now. In my case, it's really the chronic threat of Russia that's the immediate press. Of course, in a global sense, it's well connected to China, increasingly so. So in Europe, what we've been doing in the NATO alliance since the Madrid summit in June of 22, just after the second Russian invasion of Ukraine, heads of state and government instructed SACEUR, which at the time was Todd Walters, but a week later was me, to immediately implement a strategy to deter Russia and to defend the alliance's territory. This was an enormous sea change. That was the business we were in during the Cold War, but after the Cold War, it was no longer necessary, and we turned our attention to out-of-area operations. Those out-of-area operations, think Kosovo, the Balkans, Afghanistan, tended to be small scale. They tended to require smaller forces, and they happened on a very predictable basis, which allowed for a cyclical force-generating process that allowed us to take many, many economies every place else except for the unit that was deployed, and all nations in NATO happily took the peace dividend, and it built a force that was optimized for that sort of operation. That all changed with the refocus on collective territorial defense. Could not be more different. We need standing forces at standing levels of readiness, geographically focused on specific areas. And so we wrote war plans, operational plans to do this. The key ones are 3 regional plans in the northwest of Europe, in the center of Europe, and in the southeast of Europe. And they're classical plans that describe how to defend a certain piece of geography with what forces and what methods. This has led to a huge raft of advances that we're working on in NATO right now. The first and most fundamental one is it leads to a force structure requirement. These are the forces that I need to execute this plan. That really becomes the blueprint for why 2%. So previously I'd get asked sometimes, isn't 2% an arbitrary figure? And the answer is a little bit, yeah, but now it's not. There's a shopping list. And that shopping list is being put into place. It's been embraced by nations who are, as we can see, stumping up the money to do something about it. It's also led to changes in our command and control. It's led to changes in our exercise program. It's led to changes in the posture of our forces across the alliance. As you know, we've shifted significantly farther east. But all of these things are really going to lead us to a healthier alliance that's focused on the core task of collective territorial defense.
Thanks, Chris. Before I move on, very, very briefly, you have a plan. You have a shopping list to be able to fight that plan. Very candidly, is 2% sufficient to meet and fight those plans properly?
right? So 2% is the agreed goal. It's also been agreed that 2% is a floor, not a ceiling. And I think nations are making their own decisions as they look at what they need to do to contribute their part to the specific plans that they're associated with. And I think it's pretty clear that many nations are concluding that 2% is not enough, that they're going to have to go higher than that. A number have announced that. Poland is spending upwards of 4% right now. The UK is coming up to 2.5% is their announced goal. I think we'll see that across the board. You know, the force structure requirement is really designed for technologies and systems that exist today, because I might have to fight it today, right? But advances in technology and weaponry will give us the opportunity to do things more effectively, more efficiently, and nations search for those all the time.
Thanks very much. Okay. I'm going to sort of move on to you, Stefano, now to talk a little bit about the European view. You head up the European External Action Service. You sit at the top of European diplomacy, and this is sort of a big week for you, right? We've had the re-election of Ursula von der Leyen at the Commission. I was reading a blockbuster piece of reading this morning called "Europe's Choice: Political Guidelines for the Next European Commission." And this may not sound like sort of hot reading material, but this sets out some things that would have seemed extraordinary a few years ago, because it sets out Ursula von der Leyen's plans for a defense union. And if I'd said to you 2 years ago, or to any of us, the European Union will be funding the production of shells that we will give to Ukraine to kill Russians, we would have thought, this is a good short story, this is funny. But here you are, we have a document in which you are setting out plans for a defense union. You're asking countries to buy 60% of their equipment from within the union, which is a very difficult target. You're talking about a European air shield, I just read about in this document as well. So first of all, tell us, you know, what's the ambition here, but also how can you persuade General Cavoli, but also NATO partners, that this is not going to be duplicative or a clash or encroach on those NATO issues as well?
Thanks. Well, first of all, it's a good day because the re-election of President von der Leyen means a lot in terms of continuity for the action of the European Union. And the majority that she has received is strong enough to give her a very broad mandate for the future. I don't know if it's a hot piece to read, but certainly for us it is a very important one, because it's essentially it's the overall program that she wants and the European Union hopefully would like to implement for the next years. I think that there is one element which is important in all this, that this is the security is really very much at the center of this process. Security in a broad concept and holistic concept. The European Union is not a military organization, and then I'll come to the point also about NATO and non-duplicative efforts. It's not a military organization, but it's a security provider, and we consider security in a broader perspective, including the increase of the competitiveness of our system or the work that we are doing in research and development. All this is providing a much more secure environment for all of us. But in this context, it is true that this is a very bold decision that President von der Leyen has taken to identify the creation of a defense union for the European Union, which I think it's a very relevant point. I mean, it's about fixing the past, the lack of investments that we have not had for many years. It's about looking at the future and what needs to be done in terms of the capabilities for the EU. And it's about reassuring and ensuring the security of Ukraine, which will remain on the top of our agenda. And it is about creating and having projects that can help the security of the European Union, but more generally speaking, the security of all. One important point that it is in the political guidelines as well is that this is not done, let's say, to decouple the European Union from NATO. This is something that have been selling for a few years by now. that on the contrary, all the efforts that we are making are in the framework of the NATO alliance, is to strengthen the capacity of the alliance, because we do believe, and we have reiterated, including now in Washington, at the NATO summit, that the NATO remains the cornerstone of the security in the transatlantic community. But this does not mean that the European pillar does not need to be strong and well endowed, and with the capacity of providing its own part of the story, about the 2%, as you were saying. There are a number of member states that have gone well above 2%. Others, they still need to catch up. But I think that this is I'm not putting any figure on the table. Jens, don't worry. Because this is the budget issue is always very, very important. But certainly there will be a huge effort from the European Union, not only from the EU budget, but also in how to involve the private sector, the European Investment Bank, so a collective effort that can strengthen the security pillar of the alliance on the European side.
Thank you so much. And one quick follow-up for you too, Stefano, which is this question of how you balance your responsibilities. You are sitting above a very disparate bloc, and in a way that's your strength. You have a very large bloc, bears huge economic powers, regulatory powers, all kinds of things. It also has an obvious diversity of views, and we've just seen one member state talk very up close and personal with Vladimir Putin, with ideas that don't resonate, as Viktor Orban, of course, that doesn't resonate very much with a lot of other states who are alarmed and concerned by this. So I guess the question some people may be asking is, how do we know Europe is united? Is Europe united? And is this a sign of a serious dissonance? Does this break European unity in a serious way?
The European Union is a union of 27 sovereign states, and this is something that we cannot forget, which means that essentially we are not a federation or a confederation, we are still a union of equals. But it is also true that when there are dissonant voices, and I'm not trying to hide that there is one in this moment when it comes to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, this does not mean that the Union is paralyzed or is not able to take decisions. Over time, we have mobilized for Ukraine, if I'm not wrong, 157 billion euro in terms of military and civilian assistance. We have agreed to open accession negotiations with Ukraine, and we have never stopped, let's say, supporting Ukraine militarily, economically, financially, diplomatically. So, I mean, I'm not trying to gloss over this difference, but this does not mean that the Union is paralyzed.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll come back to Ukraine. You mentioned Ukraine in the question of enlargement, accession talks, very, very important. I hope we come back to that in a second. But Jens, let me move on to you and your foreign and security policy advisor to the Chancellor. I just want to raise with you the sort of paradox of Germany, right? You're on the cusp of being the biggest military power in Europe by spending, which is a big deal. You are the biggest contributor of aid to Ukraine in Europe, I think, by value. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. You're the only European country, I think, that is deploying a whole brigade on the Eastern Front, which is a significant commitment to the Bundeswehr and an important contribution to the defense of the alliance. And at the same time, there are the questions over Germany's leadership, questions over your commitment to 2%, when you will reach it, and the question particularly of what happens beyond 2028 when your special funds run out, the question of whether the aid to Ukraine has fallen in this year's budget, and questions over whether in a time when Britain is in transition, France is looking inwards, whether German leadership is strong enough. So can you give me a sense of sort of how you see Germany's place in Europe right now, and how you respond to the criticism that there is a vacuum of German leadership still in this area?
So you mentioned a few of the contributions we...
I preempted you so you couldn't...
Exactly, yeah, so but I still have a few things to add. Number one being that we are at 2% this year already.
Will you stay there? That's what we want to know.
And the budget proposal for next year, before it has reached Parliament, where figures might even increase, who knows, it's the Parliament which decides, also has above 2%. And in the financial forecast, 2% are also depicted. So, I mean, these are all democracies here, and I don't know of any legal or technical mean to fix a budget beyond the 3-year horizon. What can be done is to give an ironclad political commitment. And that has been done by the leaders of all 3 parties which form the current coalition. It has been done by the major opposition party in Germany. So honestly speaking, I don't know what we can do more to guarantee that, yes, we will be at, we will meet this, this floor of 2%. And that's an ironclad commitment.
And on Ukraine aid, we've seen reports this week that the budget has reduced the level of Ukraine aid, I think sort of halved it relative to last year. Is that something that will be changed in over the next weeks? Is that something, are you anticipating that levels will stay steady of aid to Ukraine?
So I cannot preempt what the Parliament will do, which has the last word. But I think we need to put this figure into context. So at the moment we have in the draft budget 4 billion. If you take the sum of 4 billion, if that would remain it, it's still more than any other country in the European Union, in Europe, has provided for Ukraine this year. So that is for sure. That's going to be the floor. But the decisive point lies in what the G7 decided in Italy a few weeks ago, where after very complicated and long discussions, which lasted almost a year, we decided to use the windfall profits of frozen Russian assets to mobilize a credit line for Ukraine amounting to 50 billion. Now, we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to the governance of this credit line, but this is work which is underway. In Europe, this will be done by the European Commission for our side of the Atlantic, so to speak. I'm not sure whether it might not even increase this sum, but this is a sum which guarantees to Ukraine that independently of budget constraints which countries might have, the guarantee is Ukraine for the next year has 50 billion it can use for defense spending. And if you look at the average of the last 2 years, roughly the contribution was 40 billion. Transatlantic contribution was 40 billion. So it's already 10 billion above that. You add to that the 4 billion we will be giving, and I hope we won't be the only ones in the European Union to add. So I think that the message is clear. Ukraine is out of the danger zone to finance its defense spending next year. And that's the double message. It's a message to Ukraine, to our partners in Kiev, but just as importantly, it's a message to Moscow. You cannot wait us out.
That's hugely important. Before I go to Jonathan, I want to ask you one more thing on China and China policy. We heard a China panel here on Tuesday evening, and you, the German government, have also been taking some big decisions recently. Your Huawei decision came within the last couple of weeks. You're also debating, as are many countries, about the question of Chinese EV imports and tariffs and all the other issues that the Commission is looking at. What I want to ask is, there is still a sense in Washington that there is a chasm between the way that Europeans, but particularly a country like Germany, looks at the threat posed by China and the way that Americans do. And I wanted to ask whether you see that chasm as narrowing more recently. Are you bridging it successfully? What are those conversations like these days?
I think the more on both sides of the Atlantic we coordinate our trade policies, our punitive policy elements in trade politics towards China, the smaller the risk that there is a chasm. And I think, you know, as Mark Twain said, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. And I think that is obviously also true in the case of coordination of policies towards China. But I think, you know, it's such a complicated question because, to my mind, in this century we face two major global challenges. One is climate change, and the second one is how do we manage the rise of China? And the rise of China has different facets, militarily, regionally, global trade. And it is imperative that we come to a common understanding, and I think one of the main tasks of the new Commission will be to intensify the discussions we are having with Washington, with this administration, with the administration which will result from the elections in November. Because as I said, I think managing the rise of China and avoiding that this leads to a war, God forbid a hot war or a trade war, a global trade war, I think that is the challenge of the century.
And just very, very briefly, because you've ended on such an important note, what is the European role in deterring such a conflict, if any? I don't necessarily mean through military resources, I mean through any means at your disposal.
So I think we all, or most of us, preach rules-based international order as something we should aspire for. And I think that is true for the way states deal with one another when it comes to questions of peace and war, but it should also be true when it comes to trade. And that's why I think the good old WTO, if it needs to be reformed, let's do it. But those are the rules which for quite a long time work quite well. And I still am convinced, and we still are convinced, that reactivating the WTO is the best way to allow China to develop economically, which I think is inevitable, but in doing so, not crush all the others, but do that in a rules-based environment.
Great. Jonathan, can I turn to you? And I'm very glad Jens set me up with his reference to the next administration, the elections, and the sort of the elephant in the room that we must tackle is the question of European preparedness to deal with a drastic change in American policy. Of course, we've all been watching the RNC this week. We've seen the signs that say Trump will end the war in one day. We've seen the comments by the vice presidential pick for former President Trump and his views on Ukraine. I frankly don't care what happens to that country. And my question to you really is, are we ready for this, if it should happen? We don't, I know you can't comment on the domestic politics of this country, and you never would, but are we ready for all eventualities? Do you have a plan B?
So I get the easy question. Good. Look, I was Estonia's ambassador in Washington during the last Trump administration, and we worked with that administration. We're working with this administration. We're going to work with any future American administration. I'm not in the business of trying to define what's best for the United States. My job is to help define what's best for Estonia and for Europe. And in our opinion, the transatlantic relationship remains vital. So we need to not just preserve it, but to do everything we can to strengthen it. But what people need to understand is that our house is on fire in Europe. The war in Ukraine is existential. And I come from the north. We don't use those words easily. It's existential. Not because of geographic proximity, or even because of Putin having not changed any of his original goals, which are not limited to Ukraine only, but to the fundamental reshaping of the European security order and creating a buffer zone on his borders, which would include my country. It's existential because at the end of this war, whether we want it or not, those most basic of international norms that Jens was referring to will be reshaped. The results matter. Depending on the way this war ends, we'll either go back to an era of great powers dividing up continents between them, or not. And if we allow it to become the norm, that a larger state can change its smaller neighbor's borders with force, then which border remains secure? Which one? If we allow it to become the norm, that a larger state can decide whether its smaller neighbor gets to exist as a state or choose its neighbors, then aren't we opening a Pandora's box we should know perfectly well not to reopen? We've seen all of these stories before. We know how they begin, we know how they end. So it's existential. Our house is on fire, and thus, for us in Europe, putting this fire out is our priority number one, number two, and number three. We'll do anything that's necessary, anything, to put it out. Now, I also want to insert a little bit of self-confidence into my fellow Europeans and reassure my American friends here. There's more than 400 million of us Europeans. We're amongst the richest people in the world. And we're in this struggle that we describe as existential with a country that Senator John McCain once famously described as nothing but a gas station with nukes. So we've got this. We've got this. Now, Europe obviously has to stand on its own 2 feet, do more. We have been doing more. Defense spending is going up. Estonia's is solidly above 3%. It's not unlikely that it will hit 4% in the very near future. But the list of challenges that this conference has spent considerable time discussing is huge. You mentioned China, climate change. I could add the Middle East being on fire. I could add Africa with huge potential for both good and bad. We're going to be confronted by this list no matter whether we win or we lose in Ukraine. We're going to be much better off after having defended the most basic of international norms in Ukraine and dealing with those challenges together. But alliances are two-way streets. So as we Europeans need to do a better job here in the United States explaining what it is that the NATO alliance brings to the Americans, it still remains a two-way street. And preserving and strengthening this alliance will require political leadership on both sides of the Atlantic. So we can do our part in Europe. Estonia is convinced that this is absolutely vitally important. But we need the Americans to do your part.
Jonathan, thank you. And as European, Chris, I'm coming back to you here, because as European states think about that future and that possibility of, as you described, whatever it takes, which in practice could mean significant increases in defense spending, painful trade-offs of countries that have already emptied their armories, depleted their munition stockpiles, given away their artillery and other kit, and all the countries represented here have done a lot on that. If you're a European country debating this, you have to account for the question, do I allocate more to Ukraine and put the fire out, as Jonathan put it, or do I look to that future that General Keane outlined yesterday and replenish my own armories in an environment where populations and publics, just like here, may not have an appetite to go to 4% or 5% of GDP? How do you advise those countries in that position? What should they do?
So the outcome on the ground in Ukraine is terribly, terribly important, vital to future European and global security. I think that's been well recognized over the last couple of days here. I think it's been well expressed on this panel. So supporting Ukraine is vital for our security. But we can't be under any illusions. At the end of a conflict in Ukraine, however it concludes, we are going to have a very big Russia problem. We are going to have a situation where Russia is reconstituting its force, is located on the borders of NATO, is led by largely the same people as it is right now, is convinced that we're the adversary, and is very, very angry. So we have a big Russia problem looming as well. So the answer here is yes, you have to do both. The trick is that industrial production and our industrial base has to support that ambition. The money's there. You've heard this across the board from Jens. The money's being produced by nations right now. We're having a little bit more of a challenge having stuff to buy. And that's really a strategic problem for the alliance. If I can tie this to a couple of the other responses that came, Stefano's discussions about the European Union and what they're doing to fortify this is really an important part because they're working hard on the industrial base. So, the Washington Treaty has the famous Article 5. We're all aware of that. And Article 5 is kind of my job. Right? Once we get to that point, I'm responsible for making sure Article 5 works. But before Article 5 is Article 3. Now, Article 3 states that all member nations will provide for their own defense. And this really is the sort of thing the European Union is working on. So this idea of competition really is a thing of the past in the sense that when we were both contemplating small, bespoke, out-of-area operations, we might have collided, but the European Union, to the best of my knowledge, has no thought process or procedures in place to conduct large-scale, continent-wide territorial defense. So we kind of moved past that, but we terribly need the European Union's efforts to stimulate the industrial base and to provide for nations Article 3 responsibilities so that I can execute Article 5 when the time comes. And then finally, I would say this all goes to what we heard. I think it's underappreciated in our country, in the United States, just how much our European allies have awakened to the fact that the house is on fire. This is not a show, and this is not just rhetoric. This is true concern about the stability of their continent and the survival of their states. So this is fundamental, and we should recognize it and encourage its development.
Thank you, Chris. You mentioned an angry Russia, whatever happens, and I think one of the things that we're seeing in the last several months is more and more public evidence of a Russia whose risk tolerance is growing in Europe. A number of acts of sabotage that we've seen. NATO itself issued a rare public warning about Russia's intensifying campaign of hybrid activity, as they put it, concerns over threats to maritime infrastructure, undersea cables. We've seen people arrested in the United Kingdom, in Estonia, in Germany, on suspicion of working for Russian intelligence agencies. And Jens, I want to go to you to ask, we've also seen in the last few weeks news of a plot to kill the head of a major German arms company, which is, if true, a profoundly reckless and dangerous act that would seem to cross many red lines, even beyond those of past Russian assassinations in Europe. And my question is really twofold, and I'll come to the others on this as well, which is, should we be more frank and open with the public about these, or is this something that has to be dealt with with secrecy? And secondly, how do you counter these hybrid campaigns? Do you have a plan for deterring or dissuading or stopping these Russian activities? So I'll start with you.
So I would start by saying that, and in support of what Chris said, I think in our mindset we need to acknowledge the fact that by the choice of Putin, we are entering into a phase of a long-drawn conflict with Russia. And this conflict, its bloodiest manifestation at the moment is the war in Ukraine. But obviously, it's not the only one. We have seen hybrid activity across Europe. We have seen hybrid activity in the United States. We have seen Russia reaching out to Africa. We have seen Russia rekindling ties with Tehran or even worse, Pyongyang. So I think all of this is part of the bigger picture which we need to acknowledge. Now, to your specific question, I presume you will understand that I can't go into details of these cases, but you mentioned a few of them yourself. There have been arrests. Our security establishment is on high alert because we know that the ones we have been able to thwart were not the last ones. And that's why I think we need to strengthen our capabilities to make sure that they are unsuccessful. And secondly, I think one of the most important things is how do our societies react to this? Do we start to panic, be afraid, think that, well, maybe we shouldn't anger Moscow? That certainly, I am convinced, would be the wrong answer. I think we need to strengthen our resilience, and that is why I took this detour of describing what the general picture is. I think we need to tell our public, this is the new reality. We need to live with it. We won't be able to stop Russia with good words, and that is why I think our politics, as we described it in the last NATO communique, to contain Russian aggression and to work against it. And I can tell you that there is an ongoing intensive discussion of how best to counter this, but I also ask for your understanding that that is nothing for public consumption at the moment.
Okay, so perhaps next year we'll get a hint of the plans.
Perhaps.
Does anyone else want to come in on this question of countering? Yeah, Stefano, you first.
Can I on one point that Chris was making, which I think it's extremely important. I think that we have lost quite a lot of time about this story of competition between EU and NATO. Yeah. And I think that we need to, especially now in the context that both Jens and Jonathan have defined, we need to be clear about who our friends are. And if we are not clear about that, then we make a big mistake, because then we will be much weaker vis-à-vis those, I don't want to speak about necessarily about enemies, but certainly about opponents. And that's a point which I think that we have to keep in mind. And this brings me also to a point that Jens was making about China and about the risks, because yesterday we have discussed, we have heard a lot about the risks inherent to security coming from China. There is an element, I think, of calculus in the way China works. And this is something that we need to factor in, and that's why I fully agree with Jens with the fact that we need to step up our cooperation when it comes to how to manage China. We still are doing things. We have a permanent dialogue on China at the lab between us, the External Action Service, and the State Department. We have a Trade and Technology Council between EU and US, which is dealing with a number of aspects that are very much linked to China. But we need to bring all these strengths of activity together, because we need much more impactful and effective in how to influence again the calculus in China. And the best way to avoid an open clash is deterring it, and that's what we need to do.
I want to continue with you. Did you want to come in, Jonathan, first?
Just on the hybrid attacks, I need to put it in a bit of a wider context. This war, as all wars, is obviously extremely costly on all sides, also on the Russians. For Putin, it was supposed to be a short war. Kiev was supposed to fall in a few weeks, and then he was supposed to negotiate from a position of strength with some in the West, a new security order for our continent. All of this obviously failed. So currently he's running on one argument that he has left, and that's what Jens alluded to, which is that time is somehow on his side. That in a war of attrition, he's going to outlast Ukraine and, more importantly, outlast the democracies of the West. Now, come 2025, and assuming that we're able to stay the course, and looking at the macro trends, our production picking up, our financing picking up, this time is on my side argument is not going to carry water for him anymore. So he has to derail us at all costs this year. The two tools that he uses against us, fear and false hope. His irresponsible nuclear rhetoric, alongside the hybrid attacks in Europe, including in Estonia, or him using the tool of fear with the aim of paralyzing our decision-making. So the smartest thing for us to do is not to fall into this trap. We're going to obviously have to deal with every case. We in Estonia deal with every case publicly. The most important thing is not to communicate fear, as this will incentivize further use of these extremely dangerous and destabilizing activities. On the false hope side, I'm sure you've noticed he's talking about peace these days. His foreign minister, I think yesterday, talked about peace. This is him laying a trap. And it would be enormously foolish for us to fall into this. He's not interested in peace. He's interested in derailing our policy. The way it would work, similar to Minsk III or Minsk II on steroids, or getting the chemical weapons out of Syria case, where he creates a diplomatic process that ties us down, derails all alternative politics or policies, and eventually doesn't fulfill any of the promises he gives. This, I think, is the context. It's also, I think, safe to assume that it's always darkest before dawn. I think the fever will break sometime in 2025. Thus, it might get worse in the coming months of the fall. So we need to brace ourselves for that eventuality and then deal with every case, but not fall in his traps.
I'd like to broaden us out a little bit beyond Ukraine, Stefan, and come back to you. You are one of Europe's senior-most diplomats, and I think it's a sign of the times that you've talked to us about defense industrial capacity. You've just given us a message about the importance of centrality of deterrence. But beyond that, more broadly, there's also the question of the sort of middle ground countries, aren't there? Countries that are not core allies, that are not adversaries. And one of your jobs as a diplomat is to engage those countries. And only a week ago, we saw one of the most important of those countries, India, conduct a very high-level summit with Vladimir Putin. We saw a warm, very cordial embrace between Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin. And we've seen, quite understandably, a lot of middle ground countries balancing and protecting their own national interests. And I'm wondering, for 2 years I've been hearing cries in Europe that we must engage the middle ground countries. How much progress have you made on this? Do you feel like you're making progress with these countries that are in those sort of non-aligned or semi-aligned camp?
It's a very good point, because I mean it's one of the other aspects that we need to develop in the cooperation on the transatlantic side, and I would say also the trans-Pacific. You are rightly speaking about the friends, and that comes also with speaking about Japan or Australia or New Zealand. But it is true that we need to engage much more, and we need to build up partnerships also with countries that maybe are not fully aligned with our policies, or that are developing policies that have a certain degree of India is speaking about multi-vectorial foreign policy, about multi-alignment. So with countries that are hedging their bet all the time, and that are trying to identify which are the best interests for them in each and every moment, and do not decide to stay specifically in one camp or the other. And this is the reality of our new world, a world which is much more fragmented, and hence where you have a less clear division or less clear definition of camps. And we have to work with this. So we have to work with imperfection, if I may call it like this, and we have to develop instruments that are based on common interests and how we see things. And it's what we are trying to do. We have tried to do it in a more advanced way with the countries surrounding Europe, be it the Western Balkans or the North African countries, developing strong partnerships. But we are doing this also with countries around the world, developing instruments like Global Gateway, which is a sort of infrastructural project which is mobilizing huge resources to finance infrastructure of common interests, but also
so this is a counterbalance to things like the Belt and Road Initiative.
Like the Belt and Road Initiative, but it's a little bit more than that. It's to provide a perspective of a common future, of a common development. And again, this has to be done necessarily with countries which do not share all values that we think are very relevant, but also to accept, like it has been the case for India.
Not even all the European Union countries share all the values that are important to you these days.
You made this point already, so it's in a way, I think that we have become slightly more pragmatic than before. At the end of the day, again, we have to live in a world which has become much more complex than it used to be before. And the only way to do it is to develop specific partnerships, which, like the ones that we are with China. With China, we say that we are at the same time cooperating, that we are competing, and we are confronting. That's the American way of saying it. But we have cooperation and strategic rivalry at the same time. I do not have, let's say, a perfect solution, but I think that this is the best that we can do at this stage.
Yeah, from a national perspective, do you want to add anything to that in terms of your experience of German engagement with non-aligned countries and how it fits into your core relationships with the Americans and the big powers? But how are you managing these trade-offs and thinking about this in the last year or so?
I think the word I would like to underline from Stefano is we have become, or a few words, we have become more realist. I think we have had a careful look at our engagement in the last decades, trying to export our values, and the sad but honest truth is we were not extremely successful. If it doesn't come from within, it can't be parachuted from outside. And I think we need to accept that the global scene will be more chaotic. The way I envisage it is kind of a multi-centered world with different centers. China will be one, the US will be one, Europe will be one, and the strength of each of these centers will depend on several vectors of influence it has. So one vector is the good old military strength. Another vector is trade. How strong are you? Another vector is how much soft power do you wield to reach out diplomatically? How attractive is your culture to others? And I think those centers will be strongest, which have kind of the most points accumulated in these different vectors. And one of the vectors which I forgot to mention is how good are you at consolidating relationships with other centers? How good are you in building alliances? And I think this is one of the strong points of the Biden administration, that they have managed to consolidate and strengthen the transatlantic alliance in the face of a war in Europe. But also, if I look to Asia, that I think they have done a remarkably good job to build alliances there. And if you see the world like this, then I think it becomes quite clear that what our task is to become a strong center ourselves by developing these vectors, and then by giving particular attention in our trade as diplomats to the vector of compatibility and cooperativeness with other centers.
Jonathan, you wanted to come in, Jonathan?
I agree with everything that has been said. I just want to add a few points on the global partners. Look, much of the world cares about the UN Charter and territorial integrity and all of those principles. The reason why many come across as if they're sitting on the fence when it comes to this war of aggression in Ukraine is because, frankly, they don't know who's going to win. And that should be a source of concern for us. Because obviously, if we're eventually unable to defend the principles which we've promised to defend for decades now in our own backyard, the concepts of territorial integrity and sovereignty, then the hard days on the global stage for us Europeans, and I would argue for our allies in the United States, will only begin. The best recipe for gaining traction and influence in the world is succeeding in walking the walk as we've talked the talk. And this is what's up at stake in Ukraine.
Thank you, Chris. I want to come back to you on Ukraine, since that's where the conversation has gone, and ask you for a sense of prognosis. We heard from Jonathan that really this is, Europe can do this, we've got this, but the question is what this is. And right now it looks to me very difficult to see any pathway forward for Ukraine to regain the initiative on the ground through another offensive. So how do you look at this conflict going forward and see its possibilities over 2025?
Well, obviously, that's it's a war. It's a little hard to predict. Wars are hard to predict in general, but as they go on, they become harder and harder to predict, right? So one of the challenges we see, and one of the biggest lessons I think we can draw from the war in Ukraine, is that in modern wars, you either win fast and upfront, or you're in for a long slog full of unpredictable twists and turns. And that's where we are right now. A lot of it's going to come down to force generation capability. Which side can generate quality force fastest? And take advantage of that while they have a window of opportunity. And that advantage can go back and forth. The Ukrainians right now, for this past few months, have been focused on defending what they have in the east, denying Russia the free use of Crimea and southern Ukraine to attack Ukraine, preserving their access to the Black Sea, and generating force. So I think they've got a great strategy. It's just a matter of prosecuting it. The key part is that force generation. That force generation, as of now, still depends on us, as you pointed out in your earlier question to me. That force generation depends on us, and that's going to require us to generate and produce more equipment than we were contemplating perhaps 2 years ago.
The one bit that doesn't depend on us is mobilization of manpower in Ukraine, which has turned out to be an incredibly important challenge in the last 6 months. So whilst we have our bit to do, and we've heard a lot about defense industrial capacity and the importance of this, the manpower bit is on them. How do you think they are doing on that right now?
So, yeah, force generation consists of 3 big components, right? You have to have people, you have to have equipment, you have to train them together. In the equipment, that depends largely on us. I think that's been going well. We've talked about the contributions that are forthcoming over the coming years and the way we've secured funding into the future for that. So I think that proceeds well. Ukraine has challenges in how it uses its manpower, right? So there's a pool of people who need to work in factories, need to work in fields, and need to work in the military fighting. And it's the job of the Ukrainian government to figure out what that balance is. They've recently, as you know, extended the age of conscription 2 years lower. They're bringing people in at a pretty good clip right now. And that's raising the third factor, which is training capacity. So the European Union, through the EU MAM military assistance mission, as well as the US through a coalition, and soon NATO, as NATO are devoted to helping the Ukrainians train large numbers of people. So that will be the third part to come into place. So that manpower question is being addressed. I think it's going much better right now, but it is the strategic question. I would point out that for the alliance as well, once we figure out the industrial production question, we have a looming manpower question as well. Our human resources are not infinite, and we have to increase the propensity of especially young people to serve their nations inside their military forces as we go into the future.
Absolutely. And just we're coming to the end, but one of the themes of this has been, I think, a Europe that's woken up, as one of you put it, right? I think you put it, Chris. And one manifestation of that to me came in the last week at the summit, when I saw the news that the US would, in 2026 or from 2026 would be deploying long-range, intermediate-range missiles in Germany. And if we had been discussing this panel 5 years ago, we would have been consumed with discussion of the INF Treaty, the implications of this, the sensitivity of these sorts of missiles, the danger posed by Russian SSC-8 intermediate-range missiles to European capitals. Now, as one sign of this European awakening is that we're putting these in, and this isn't even front-page news. And I'm just really curious, Jens, and perhaps if we have time, Chris, on what has driven this decision. I know you're in charge of German defense, but it has huge foreign policy, security, strategic implications. How do you think about this move?
So we've been working on this move for quite a while, and I think it was an appropriate moment to go public with it last week.
Maybe you could just summarize which missiles will be deployed. This is public in the summit, so I'm not asking you to reveal secrets.
So I'll leave the military part to Chris, but I before doing so, I just want to thank also Chris and his team and Jake Sullivan, my colleague in the NSC, for the work they did to make this possible. And I want to correct you. It was front page news in Germany for one day, but except a few extremes, no criticism.
Yes.
So I think
compared to the 80s,
exactly,
Euro missiles crisis.
For many it's ironic, and I think it's just an emblematic sign of how much we are living in this what we call Zeitenwende, sea change moment, and where We have been observing Russia building up capacities in the Kaliningrad enclave, which have the capacity to reach our capitals in minutes, without having anything to counter that and without having an own deterrent in the sub-strategic domain. And this is something we need to fix. We need to fix it fast. That's why it's good that our American friends are stepping in and are beefing up their respective presence. But we also want to contribute as Europeans, and that is why we initially, together with France and Germany, and others are welcome to join, have launched an initiative to develop deep precision strike capacities of our own, of the next generation, so that we will be able to have an own European pillar of deterrence in the sub-strategic non-nuclear domain.
So, Shashank, I'm sorry, yeah, please applaud, actually. This is fantastic. It's really emblematic of, Europe awakening. This is a different Europe than the Europe we complained about for years. This is real, and it's happening. This is a Europe that recognizes what the burden is, and that it's got to be shared, and it's got organizations that are preparing the sharing. It's got nations that individually are picking up the load, and this is exactly the partner we've been looking for 3 decades. It's exactly the time when a U.S. contribution will produce the most value. The most value will come from U.S. participation now, because we have counterparties who are ready to do the same work that we're ready to do. This is exactly the moment when American interests will be advanced most by American continued participation.
I hope somebody was live streaming that to the RNC, because that was a very potent message. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for summarizing. We only have a minute and a half left, so I'm not going to go back to the panel, but I'll just sort of say this has been a really fascinating discussion. We've spent a lot of time looking at I think the theme really has been Europe stepping up, Europe waking up to these threats, new partnerships, particularly the EU's really intensive involvement in defense and security, the sense of risk. Jens, I think you put it very well in terms of identifying that we're in a long, drawn-out campaign. This is not something that's going to end in a few months or a year. We have to stand up, and you have to stand up and tell publics that and explain that to them. And many of the moves in defense and security, whether that's weapon deployments, are really beginning to be taken now. Perhaps we didn't drill down as deep as we ought to have done or might have done on the question of if there is radical change in American policy in November, which might upset some of these assumptions and challenge even the sense of urgency that you've outlined on the stage. But I hope we continue to take up those themes in the margins just after this. So please join me in thanking this excellent panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was a great panel, a lot to discover. We're going to continue our conversation about Europe, and in particular, Ukraine, with a very important session now. And I think we're going to see a lot of continuity. What you heard from General Cavoli, from Stefano Sannino, and from others was really unity between the US and Europe, and a lot of resolve. So I'm going to ask you all to take your seats now for our next session, where we will continue this really important discussion about whither Ukraine and what more the United States and our friends and allies in Europe can do to push back against the really unbelievable behavior that we're seeing out of Russia. And we are very lucky to have with us today Penny Pritzker, who you all know because she served as the Secretary of Commerce for the United States of America. But Penny is nothing if not an incredibly dedicated public servant, and so she has gone back into the administration with a specific task of working on Ukraine's economic recovery. And boy, is this a complicated job. Penny has the really difficult task of bringing together the private sector, financial institutions, international institutions, our allies and partners, and the US government to really think through what happens not just this year or next year down the line, but how do you actually have that Ukrainian economy recover? And she and I were chatting offline last night, and I was saying all the statistics that you all know, that the country lost 30 to 35% of its GDP in the first year, that things are on the back foot. And I think you're going to hear a much more optimistic view from Penny, which I'm encouraged by. And to interview Penny, we have Andrea Mitchell, one of the best journalists this country has, and we're grateful to have her with us. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for everyone for being here, and thanks to Penny Pritzker, who continues her great service, her public service to our country and internationally with what she's doing now for Ukraine, which is so critical. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you for having me.
Let me start with the invasion. Since the invasion by Vladimir Putin in February of 2022, many people have been focusing on the battlefield, on the ground and air war. But Vladimir Putin has been targeting Ukraine's economy, its economic infrastructure, its energy infrastructure. And so I want to ask you first about the devastating impact on Ukraine's economy, which is so closely integrated with its ability to fight back against Putin.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The war is as much about undermining Ukraine's economic viability as it is about territory. Actually, there's probably 60% of Ukraine that has not, and the geography that's not been affected by the war. But just since March of this year, there have been 9 waves of attacks, air attacks on Ukraine's energy system. Ukraine generates about 18 gigawatts of power a year, and about 9 gigawatts, so roughly half the generation capacity, has been negatively affected by these air attacks. So you can just imagine. And then, of course, we've had the horrific situation, the attack on the Children's Hospital, which really goes to the hearts and minds and security sense of the Ukrainian people. So the challenge economically is huge. The World Bank estimated before the wave of March attacks, that the cost to rebuild Ukraine would be about $486 billion. Obviously, that number's just gone up. So the situation is tough.
Early in the war, we were all concerned about Zaporizhzhia, the largest nuclear plant facility in Europe. Colleagues of mine in Germany very concerned about, a Chernobyl-like effect, given the vagaries of war. Now, Russia still controls some of that territory, and Ukraine has had to manage replacing a lot of that energy as some of those reactors have been shut down. So the energy sector has been a critical issue, as well as these are war crimes because these are civilian targets.
Yes, there's no doubt that the onslaught continues. However, the great news is that the United States and our allies have absolutely run towards the challenge. I announced in Berlin at the Berlin Ukraine Recovery Conference $824 million of emergency energy support for Ukraine. the rest of our allies, European and Asian, have been doing the same. And the kind of all hands on deck effort to try and replace as much of the gigawatts that have been damaged as possible before winter. Unfortunately, there's also a very, very hot summer going on. You know, Andrea, though, I would say, even despite this adversity, and just one more level of adversity in addition to the war, in addition, is to see really the resilience of the Ukrainians, what they're doing and what they're accomplishing. And one of the reasons I'm hopeful and, yes, optimistic is you look at Ukraine's military. They're holding the line. They're holding the line in Kharkiv. They've reopened the Black Sea. They've pushed back on Russia's attacks from Crimea. They're on their front foot since the supplemental. Now, are they? I'm not a military person. Are they winning? That's not my. But the point is that the resilience of the Ukrainian people is amazing, and the economy has. Yes, they took a big hit in the first year, but the economy grew at 5% last year. I mean, there's an economic story to be told.
I was in Munich every year at the Munich Security Forum. In the first year, Zelensky, was pleading for help. Well, he was there just days before the war started. Then this year, he was pleading for the supplemental and warning, and that was such a pivotal weekend. That's the weekend that Navalny was killed, that Avika fell, and he was warning that with the fall of Avika, that all those other villages, now they've managed to win back some of that territory, but he said we're going to begin retreating, and that's really when the retreat began, and that delay in getting the supplemental, which was a political problem domestically here.
But I would look at now the momentum of look at the last 37 days of what's happened. I mean, you've got, starting with the Berlin Recovery Conference, you had announcements not just by the United States about support for energy, but also support in the insurance market. You had announcements by the Europeans uniformly of additional support that's been massively helpful. You had the G7 summit where you had a commitment by the G7 to bring forward $50 billion of the Russian sovereign assets for current use. You had the United States sign a 10-year bilateral security agreement at the G7. You had 90 countries then, just a day or two later, come together for a peace summit showing the support for Ukraine. And then over the last 9 months, you've seen enormous progress by the Ukrainians on reform and trying to fight anti-corruption. As I've said, you've had the U.S. and Europe and our allies working together on energy repair. And now you see an economy that is growing. The expectation this year is the economy will grow at 3%. Investment is up 17%. The Black Sea story is extraordinary. The Black Sea, when I started in my role, was closed. There was no ships. Since August, we've now, with the Ukrainians, 2,000 ships have come and gone from Ukraine. 50 million tons of exports, larger than the exports pre-war. As a result, the income to the Ukrainian central government is up 25%, their tax revenue is up 25%. 37,000 new businesses formed last year, half by women. And so you're seeing, this is not a story where they're waiting. Their economy is not dead. There's an energy in the economy. There's a lot that they're doing. And I've seen it firsthand, whether it's at the Coca-Cola bottling plant, which is the largest Coca-Cola bottling plant in Europe, is in Ukraine. That was taken over by the Russians, and the 1,600 employees took back the plant and repaired it, and it's up and operating and at its highest level of production ever. all the way to whether it's drone manufacturing or prosthetic manufacturing. And you meet, the veterans who are, using Ukrainian-made prosthetics. It's inspiring and exciting to be a part of trying to help them stay strong, stay resilient, and see their future and help them live into the European future they want.
And I think, as you point out so correctly, the Black Sea was so critical. There was no way that overland routes were going to get that grain out. And if you see the domino effects, as we do, sub-Saharan Africa, well, Egypt and sub-Saharan Africa, entirely dependent on grain exports. And so the famine and the effects, the resulting effects on an entire continent, as well as grain prices around the world. I had the privilege of interviewing Howard Buffett of the Buffett Foundation as he, with the German Marshall Fund, were traveling in Oklahoma and speaking as he did across the country to ranchers and farmers about the GDP effects of helping Ukraine. This is before the supplemental was passed, but just explaining across America that 90% of the money that we spend there on weapons comes back to the U.S. Acknowledging all of that, we're now facing a situation where the German government is talking about cutting in half their contributions to Ukraine in their next year budget. And despite the strong statements from the NATO summit that I covered last week, and the attempt to, solidify an irreversible path to NATO membership for Ukraine, there are real concerns across Europe in the last 48 hours, the last few days, about the choice of J.D. Vance. So I have to ask you about that, because he was isolated from the leadership by opposing the supplemental vote. He opposed Mitch McConnell. At the Reagan Institute last week, Zelensky gave a forceful presentation quoting from Ronald Reagan, introduced by Mitch McConnell, reaching out to Republican leadership. Mike Turner of House Intel was there, all the leaders were there, Lindsey Graham, in support of Ukraine. But now you have the most anti-Ukraine leading member of the Republican Party on the ticket.
I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind. I'm not going to talk politics.
No, and I'm not saying this in a political context.
Yes, I understand. But I think there's a couple of things to keep in mind. First, if we look at the supplemental vote, which took a long time to happen, but did happen, you had a bicameral, bipartisan vote, 70% of both houses supporting support for Ukraine. I think the previous panel talked about, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us to continue to educate the American people, but I think about what's at stake. It's not just Europeans' future, it's the United States security that's at stake. That there is a long conflict with Russia going on, and it's being prosecuted not just in Ukraine. The cyber attacks that we live with every single day in this country, and I dare say there's not a person in this room who hasn't probably been touched by it, whether it's in their business or in their personal life or stolen information, et cetera, or hospitals that have been affected. So I think that we need to continue to, I think the supplemental vote was a representation of where the American people are. I think we have to continue to drive home what's at stake with the war in Ukraine. And I think that there are for sure forces in every country, whether in Europe or in the United States, that are not necessarily totally supportive of Ukraine. However, the good news is, even in this super election year that we're having globally, you're seeing, like President von der Leyen, who just got, reelected, you're seeing pro-Ukraine forces surmounting and winning. And then what you're also seeing is like what the President von der Leyen said, her number one priority is the situation in Ukraine. And that speaks to me the commitment of Europe. And we heard in the earlier panel about the partnership between the United States and Europe. It's heartening to hear that the leadership, and I've certainly seen it firsthand, that Europe has taken regarding the situation as it relates to Ukraine. And finally, as it relates to Germany, there are many pots of money now that are coming together to support military support for Ukraine. And so I don't think you can just look at one pot. You have to look at the holistic picture.
Let me ask you about something that Sergei Lavrov said at the UN Security Council just yesterday. He was asked, or the day before, he was asked about J.D. Vance's position. And he said, he's in favor of peace, in favor of ending the assistance that's provided. We can only welcome that. That's what we need to stop pumping Ukraine full of weapons. Then the war will end. So just without the political implications there, are you concerned about pressure growing in the coming months on President Zelensky to concede territory at the bargaining table?
Look, I think that the administration's been absolutely clear. It's up to Ukraine what Ukraine wants to do as it relates to any kind of settlement, and nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And I think that's the appropriate posture for our country. And I think that, but it's evident to all of us, as the Supreme Commander said in the previous panel, wars are unpredictable. And so where Ukraine is and how they want to prosecute this conflict to the end, that's going to be something that they're going to have to take the leadership position in.
Let me ask you about something that I'm hearing from the investment community, that Ukraine, for all their resilience and creativity and amazing innovation, is not willing to share intellectual property with potential investors, and that this is a problem. And you have a much better insight into this.
Yeah, that has not been an impediment that I have run into. I think that, the biggest, I'll just tell you, we most recently, and this has to do with U.S. intellectual property, we are in the midst of trying to complete, we've just last week at the NATO summit, Northrop Grumman signed the very first U.S.-Ukraine defense joint venture to produce medium caliber munitions in Ukraine. I mean, there's a lot of cooperation that's starting to happen. I'm starting to have CEOs call me and say, okay, maybe I don't want to wait till everything's resolved. Should we be looking at parts of Ukraine to do business? It doesn't mean people are making extraordinary investments, although there was a huge investment by a French company that was just over $1 billion that was recently announced into the telecommunications area. So, I mean, you're starting to see economic investment that is, not just dipping their toe, but taking action.
Do they have manufacturing capacity, and are companies willing to locate there while it's still a war zone?
Yes. So Northrop Grumman is in this joint venture. Will locate, these are Defense Industrial Production Act partnerships and co-production agreements that will be located in Ukraine.
And finally, I know that this is personal for you.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you about your family roots, the Pritzker family. Your great-grandfather fled from the pogroms there in 1881, I believe. Mm-hmm. You recently visited your ancestral homeland in the town of Pritsky. So tell me about your connection to Ukraine.
Well, it hits you pretty hard when you visit the first time I went to Ukraine and was as Secretary of Commerce. So I was there 3 times, and in fact gave the United States at the 75th Memorial of Babin Yar, which is the event where the Nazis killed about 34,000 Jews by shooting them and pushing them into their bodies into a ravine. You're struck when you go to a place where the immigrant in our family came from, that he was trying to escape Russian oppression, of Jews. And here we are 140 some odd years later, and we're fighting in some ways for the independence of a country that, frankly, if my family had stayed, I probably wouldn't exist. Because if it didn't happen in the pogroms, the family probably would not have survived Babin Yar. And that's pretty motivating way, So when the president called and asked if I would be open to taking this job, it's how can you not try and be of help?
And my family as well.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrew.
Secretary Pritzker, thank you so much for what you're doing and your continuing service.
Thank you. There is no one better in our country to take this important job than Penny Pritzker. So, Penny, we're grateful to you and all the work you are doing on Ukraine. We now are bringing it all back home to the United States. Yesterday, we had a super interesting session with young, innovative defense startups wanting to move in and do more work in the national security space. And now we're going to see this from the flip side. We're very lucky to have with us Christine Wormuth, who's the Secretary of the Army. She has held so many other senior jobs in the U.S. government. She has seen this from the policy perspective, from the troop readiness perspective. And she is going to talk to us about resilience and how the Pentagon is working on all this innovation. With her, we have Liz Martin, who's the Director for Worldwide Public Sector at Amazon Web Services and is responsible for all the great work that Amazon is doing with the Department of Defense, and Doug Lute, who needs no introduction, who is Ambassador to NATO, has had many distinguished roles in the U.S. government. And to interview them, none other than Gordon Lubold from the Wall Street Journal. Please welcome everyone.
Welcome again, everybody. How are you? We are here with this great panel Anya just introduced. This topic of resilience is a bit of an inkblot topic because we could kind of go in any number of different directions. And people who know me know I kind of bounce around anyway. In different ways, many ways. So if you know, you know. So we'll kind of jump around on a couple of different topics. But generally the way I see resilience in this context is what is, in this case, the military, allies, and tech doing to prepare for the unexpected. And I'll bastardize Bob Gates again, his quote of, 100% failure at predicting, the future when it comes to conflicts or whatever. I think that's generally true. And so in that context, I'm kind of interested in, to our panelists, how do you build resilience in your respective ways? Madam Secretary, you obviously for the Army, and Doug, I would hope maybe you could speak about the allies, and then Liz from a tech and cloud perspective, and I'm going to get you on a second thing with just the cloud. How do you do that when you don't know what to expect? But, Madam Secretary, please.
Thanks, Gordon. It's great to be here. I would say the Army right now is very, very much focused on building our resilience, building out our resilience. We are transforming. The Army, anyone who's listened to me speak over the last 3.5 years has heard me say we are undergoing the period of most profound change in the United States Army in the last 40 years. So we are fundamentally transforming our weapon systems. We are in the process of developing a bunch of new weapon systems that will have broad applicability. We are, for example, developing a long-range hypersonic weapon. We are investing billions of dollars in unmanned aerial systems, counter-unmanned aerial systems, electronic warfare systems. We are transforming our force structure to reflect, I think, many of the lessons learned that we're seeing in the war in Ukraine, for example. So we have one formation I would just highlight called the Multi-Domain Task Force that really tries to leverage not just kinetic capabilities like long-range fires, but also non-kinetic capabilities like information operations, space, cyber operations, and to be able to put that forward into theater, whether it's in Europe or whether it's in the Indo-Pacific, for example. We're transforming our recruiting enterprise because you may have heard that we've had some challenges with recruiting, although I'm very pleased to say we are doing much, much better there. And I'll just, the last thing I would mention is we are also transforming our soldiers themselves to make them more resilient. A lot of the young people who are coming into our Army these days aren't necessarily coming with the life skills that many of you may have been imbued with by your parents. Our soldiers are coming to us not knowing how to manage stress necessarily, not knowing how to manage their budget. And so we are really working on making them more resilient, both mentally and physically. So we have a whole program called Health and Holistic Fitness, which brings together nutritionists, physical trainers, and not only is it making our soldiers stronger because they have to be warrior athletes, but it's also, we're seeing a positive correlation with driving down our suicide rates. So that's incredibly helpful. So those are just some examples of where we're resilient.
Yeah, and thanks for saying that, because in the context of the military, resilience tends to mean resilience of the individual soldier, Marine, sailor, airman, or whatever. And there are strategic, obviously, impacts to resilience or no resilience in that regard. Doug, can you talk a little bit about how you think in the wake of, or we're not quite in the wake, but like Ukraine post-invasion, and we're seeing obviously in Gaza, like how you think allies have kind of met this moment or not met this moment, and what kind of still needs to be done? We'll get into more specific kind of questions, but I just kind of wanted to give some soft openers.
Well, sure. So first and foremost, I think the last two panels illustrate that there's a laboratory for resilience underway right now, and it's in Ukraine. And it's societal, national resilience on the very personal, human level, individual level, but it's also resilience in the face of hybrid attacks and all sorts of unpredicted assaults on Ukrainian society. And so resilience is not just a catchword here at Aspen. It's ongoing today in Ukraine. Look, resilience is not new to NATO. I was reminded last week when NATO celebrated its 75th anniversary in a summit format in Washington. And I had the opportunity to go back and read the Washington Treaty, right? The NATO treaty. And it turns out that the third article in this rather short, succinct document talks about resilience. Resilience wasn't used in 1949 when the treaty was signed, but if it were, this would be known as the Resilience Clause, right? And we're all familiar with Article 5, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. But before you get to Article 5 in the NATO treaty, you pass through Article 3, which essentially says that every ally who signs up for the treaty has to do everything in its power in terms of self-help, self-defense, in order to resist attack. So actually there's a resilience clause that's at least 75 years old in the NATO treaty. Now that's changed, I think, over time. When the treaty was signed in 49, it was all about armed attack, right? And today, thankfully, we have pretty credible deterrence at the nuclear level, and I would argue NATO at the conventional armed forces level has a pretty good dose of deterrence, and you have, I think, only to listen to Chris Cavoli 2 panels ago to get somewhat reassured with conventional deterrence, but it's below conventional attack that really presents the biggest challenge to NATO today. And these hybrid attacks, tactics like misinformation, disinformation, cyber attacks, energy intimidation, election interference. This is the cast of challenges that really, I think, are going to test our resilience. And NATO is well placed to do some things with regard to resilience in that subconventional realm, but really this also highlights the importance of national work, so the 32 allies on a national basis, and also it highlights the partnership between the EU, which has a much broader mandate in these arenas, and NATO. So it's not a new concept, but there are new challenges.
Good. We'll come back to a bunch of stuff that, because I think there's stuff in there. Liz, I want to ask you about resilience, but first, because I think of the cloud as the thing I put my extra photos on. And somebody told me about some silly movie called something where some family loses their photos on the cloud, and this is somehow the premise of the entire movie. I think most people do not understand really what the cloud is, other than, and so in this context, for the military, for the warfighter, whatever, I wonder if you could just kind of help us understand, or help our smart and informed audience understand what the cloud is, and then we can talk about resilience.
Happy to. Thank you. Thanks for having us here, and thank you, Gordon and panel. Really appreciate being here, and hopefully no one has lost their photos in the cloud, and if you did, it was not Amazon Web Services. I'd just like to say that. Thank you. No, just a quick sort of scene setter, I think, before we kind of jump into some of the resiliency and security topics. So for folks that may not be familiar with the cloud and how it plays a part. So Amazon Web Services, we have a deep partnership and a long-term partnership that we've had with the federal government, Defense Department, intelligence community, with some extremely robust and global cloud infrastructure around the world. And this infrastructure is what helps power workloads and solutions that our customers host, our government customers and our commercial customers host, in order to drive speed and agility to getting access to services and capabilities when you need them and how you need them. So it really drives the ability to adapt quickly as you need resources to spin up or spin down when it comes to technology resources. I think what some folks don't realize is those may feel like really large data centers someplace somewhere, but there is a massive global infrastructure that connects all of that around the world. So we have a huge global redundant infrastructure making us resilient, right? Because if our offerings and solutions weren't resilient, we would not be in business. They need to be secure, they need to be resilient so that you can trust that you can host your most critical missions in them. So that's a little bit about the foundation of the cloud technology and how we think about our own resiliency. And then I think we're going to talk a little bit more about how industry partners can help to augment the resilient and readiness planning of the department.
Good. So let me go to Madam Secretary here a little bit to expand a little bit on preparing for whatever comes next, even though, as I think we can agree, we don't always know. But if there was another conflict in another part of the world, the Army might not be the primary force necessarily, but you obviously would be in the fight. But there's a tyranny of distance, as we always like to say in East Asia. Can you talk a little bit about the supply, the logistics that are necessary to get a force in place for deterrence, for a fight, or whatever, and what the Army, as part of what the Army's doing, is like how to get it there faster, compress the time frames, and what other technologies are available to kind of help that be better and faster and easier.
Sure. That's an area that we're very, very focused on. I mean, the first thing I would say, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific and the distances there, and they are enormous. I'm about to go to Japan, Korea, and the Philippines, and just going over the itinerary with the team and crossing the international date line, it just always reminds one of just, how incredibly vast the distances are. One of the first things that we're doing is trying to put as much forward as we can. And we don't have the kind of alliance platform that we do in Europe with NATO in the Indo-Pacific. But we are making progress. And so, for example, we're expanding the number of EDCA sites in the Philippines to allow us to eventually put, more equipment and deployed forces there eventually. We are, Japan and South Korea, I think, are coming, ever closer. The cooperation levels with those countries, for example, with Singapore, is just getting ever tighter with Australia. And for example, the Australians have allowed us to leave behind, we had a major exercise there last summer called Talisman Sabre. They allowed us to leave behind some of our equipment sets. And so the more we can get equipment and systems forward, I think that helps us with contested logistics. We are investing in Army prepositioned stocks, for example, wherever we can, and trying to look at downloading some of that into the theater. And then we're also very focused on investing in new watercraft, because the Army, you would be surprised, we actually have more ships than the Navy. They're much smaller, but they're designed to move material and equipment and troops around theaters. And we have been reinvesting in watercraft because we see that as something that's obviously going to be critical to logistics and sustainment in the Indo-Pacific. For example, we have a composite watercraft company in Japan. Those are, I think, just some examples of what we're trying to do. The last thing I would highlight, particularly with the emphasis in the forum this year on technology and AI, we are also really looking at predictive analytics for our logistics, making sure that we can understand in advance as much as possible what we need, where we need it. And we're doing some amazing things with predictive logistics to support the Ukrainians, but many of the things that we're doing there can be transferred to other theaters around the world.
Got it. Well, there's a rhetorical question. I mean, are there opportunities to use technology more so? And do you want to update us on non-traditional energy sources, for example, that could help the Army get to the fight faster, or make sustainment on military bases, or other logistics better and easier to obtain for fighters?
Sure, we're doing a few things there, Gordon. I would say, one, we're exploring micronuclear reactors, actually. We have put an RFI out to industry. The reason that that's relevant is that may allow us to have our installations, and we're looking more at, CONUS, the United States, not necessarily applying this overseas, of course, but that's going to increase our resilience. It's going to allow us to, basically provide our own power if something happens to the electric grid. We're doing a lot to make our installations, both here in the United States and overseas, more resilient. And I would say we're also investing in autonomous platforms like robotics, so that we can provide, again, some of that sustainment using robots and taking the pressure off of our soldiers to allow them to do other things.
Christine mentioned allies when it comes to pre-basing or what's the word I want?
Stationing.
Pre-stationing, it's another word. Anyway, allies are so important. Doug, you're a NATO guy, but you're also an allies guy. Can you talk a little bit about how you see allies playing a bigger role, especially in the context of a conflict in East Asia? And I don't want to suggest that there's definitely going to be not some kind of warmonger up here, but I think that they're preparing for a conflict is the name of the game. So.
Sure. So first, let's go back to a good example of use of allies and sharing with allies. And here I'd point not to the 32 allies of NATO, but actually to that subgroup of the Five Eyes community, right? So the U.S., Canada, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. And for several generations, we have experimented. We've explored technological advances in information sharing and so forth, especially in the highly classified realm, right? With the Five Eyes first. And we used the Five Eyes as a test bed for adaptations writ large. So, for example, 2-3 years ago, NATO established essentially a director of national intelligence for NATO, right? And we've gone repeatedly to Americans and Canadians for that position, so that lead intel officer in NATO has access to Five Eyes intelligence. And I think the same is true today. When you look at where we have commercial investments and commercial partnerships with our high-end tech companies, it tends to be first with the Five Eyes. So I think there's a model there that we can use. I think the thing that's really different, though, and the step change here, and why AI and resilience is such a persistent theme this week in Aspen, is that the introduction of AI and the need, therefore, for cloud-based, secure cloud-based capabilities will amplify all these subconventional threats that I mentioned earlier. So AI will amplify misinformation and disinformation campaigns. Think generative AI, fake videos, and so forth, right? Election interference. All of these will be amplified, maybe even supercharged in scale, scope, and pace because of artificial intelligence. So in a way, we're on the leading edge of a step change here in terms of challenges. Look, it's still true today that most of our potential competitors don't wish to compete with us on a level playing field. They still don't wish to compete with us, conventional military against conventional military, right? And they will be, therefore, directed to this other area of competition, which is this hybrid area, which will be powered by AI.
Liz, you should probably jump in on AI. And then also, I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on the redundancies that you guys build in, because I think it's interesting, but also I think is there also a risk to doing making too many redundancies in a system such as the cloud?
Sure, I can hit on both. I feel like you teed me up nicely. I appreciate that.
I'm doing my best here.
First, talking about the redundancy or the resiliency. As you think about resiliency of a capability such as our own, security is job zero for us. It is the most important thing, and we have built our cloud from the ground up with security as the founding principle in mind, and scale then on top of that, right? So within security is that redundancy, is that resiliency, and is the most important thing for us because our customers trust us to deliver something that they can trust. And so that piece is really important. What I think is interesting and has likely changed over the past few decades is the inclusion of commercial offerings, commercial technology offerings, as an optional resiliency strategy for the department. So it gives optionality for global connectivity. It gives optionality for compute resources. It gives a variety of options depending upon what the contested environment is and what the surge needs are that allow for that type of resiliency. And so to your point about does it perhaps create cracks by making things over redundant, they're actually separate redundancies that are not interdependent. And so therefore it gives layers of protection as opposed to a single sort of brittle surface, which I think is really important. And as I'm thinking about the logistics and the supply chain example that you just gave, that's a prime example of some of the work that we're doing with DLA, for example, Defense Logistics Agency, on platforming their systems to help with the resiliency of supply chain across the globe. And so a perfect example of sort of how commercial cloud is helping with some of those capabilities. I would be remiss if I did not talk about AI/ML, because of course, right? So thinking about the opportunity there, the government and the department has been leveraging AI/ML for years. It's not new, right? As you mentioned, like there's a lot that's gone into readiness. There's a lot that's gone into predictive maintenance, and the business of defense, if you will, around AI/ML. And so that's not new. I think it is being highlighted today because of the addition of the generative AI flavor, I think, of AI/ML. And so as we think about that, there's so much opportunity for the government and public sector customers to really leverage that capability and capacity to increase productivity, efficiencies, make decisions faster, and frankly, research and testing types of use cases as well. And there's a lot of opportunity, one, for training. I think it's still an area that there's a lot of newness to it. And we have committed to training 2 million folks by the end of 2025 in AWS on, this is public sector people, right? So government customers, education, healthcare customers, nonprofit, in generative AI to help boost that knowledge in the workforce, as well as have a program to provide $50 million of credits to get pilots off the ground so that folks can sort of understand what the capabilities are and how they might be leveraged in the public sector arena.
Interesting. I'm going to try to stack a couple of questions at the end here from the audience to make them good, but come back to you. But, Christine, also when we talk about resilience, I said I would kind of jump around here a little bit. The defense industrial base, I think, took a hit from Ukraine because the Ukrainians were consuming artillery, certainly, and other weaponry at a rate that nobody really necessarily expected. Could you talk a little bit about what the Army's lessons learned are thus far, particularly from that conflict, and how you're, I hate to sound like a cliche, building resilience, but building resilience post this conflict?
Yeah, I think one of the, the invasion of Ukraine is a tragedy, and the Army is all in, obviously, supporting the Ukrainian armed forces and fighting against the Russians. But a small silver lining for us is I think it did alert us to the fragility of our own organic industrial base inside the Army, but also the broader defense industrial base in the United States. And it has, now that the scales have essentially fallen from our eyes, it has allowed us to put an incredible amount of energy into making that organic industrial base and defense industrial base much more robust. So we in the Army are spending over $1 billion a year to modernize our 23 arsenals, ammo plants, and depots. We just opened a brand new, amazing plant in Mesquite, Texas, outside of Dallas. It is highly it has a high degree of automation compared to, for example, some of our plants at McAllister in Oklahoma or Scranton in Pennsylvania. And then, of course, we have been working with our partners in industry through the supplemental funding that members of Congress have provided to us to really help our partners in industry increase their capacity to produce munitions and to not only increase their production capacity, but increase the speed and volume of munitions that they can produce. So we have, I think, also realized from the conflict in Ukraine, as what you said, Gordon, I think the amount of munitions that we're going to be using in a conflict is much, much higher than we realize. I think we're also realizing that future conflicts are likely to be protracted, not short and sharp. And to be ready for that, we have to build up our stockpiles. So we are spending billions of dollars in the Army budget, at least, to buy Gimlers, Javelins, Stingers, 155 millimeter shells, PAC-3 missiles for our Patriots, for example, because we know we've got to build up our stockpiles. We have still, I think, a lot of work to do. We also really need to see our European allies do more in that area as well as allies in other places. I'm really excited. We're going to be supporting the Australians in co-producing Gimlers there in Australia, which not only provides an additional source for those munitions, but also, again, puts them forward. The production is forward in theater.
That is. To the point of one of my panelists yesterday, the building, Pentagon, is not always wired the way it needs to be to bring innovation in, to bring technology in, to get startups, in the door and then scaled up and all the rest of it. Can you talk a little? I know you and the chief have been kind of marching out on various technologies or whatever, but could you talk a little bit about how the Army's wired? The cost-plus tradition of the Army, I think, awarding contracts in a cost-plus manner that typically, as I understand it, getting smarter on this, slightly smarter on this, just in recent days, does not always allow non-traditional companies to get in the door. Can you speak a little bit about how you're hoping to change that, if you are?
What we try to do in the Army is use the right kind of contract vehicle for whatever our needs are. There may be times where we need a firm fixed price vehicle, for example. There may be times where cost plus makes more sense. We typically use cost plus contracts when we are undertaking something where we have high technical risk and or perhaps our sense of our requirements are not as well defined. And I think when we're looking at some of these major software development projects, cost plus in many cases is a kind of vehicle that works best for us because there is more risk there. But what we're trying to do with industry is put out requests for information and seek input from our partners in industry, including non-traditionals and startups, about what they think works for them best, because we want to take advantage of the non-traditionals. We want to take advantage of the startups. The chief and I are very focused on wanting to move faster, wanting to take advantage of all of these new technologies. We've been talking a lot to Congress about how we need more flexibility, both in terms of how we acquire new systems, but also how we budget for that, so that we can move money around more quickly to take advantage of areas where the technology is changing so rapidly.
But some of that stuff is at the discretion of the Army, right?
Yes.
You're deciding which contracts, how to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, who do we got? Oh, here. Somebody raise a hand. Who do we got? Yeah? I'll take 2 or 3 all at once because we just have a few minutes, actually. But I'm interested in what you got to say.
Hi all, thank you so much for speaking with us today. My name is Sue Lodge and I'm a military analyst with the Department of Defense. And Madam Secretary, actually your point about micronuclear reactors is what inspired this question. But climate change, I was wondering if the Department of Defense and other defense ministries abroad have considered the challenges that climate change poses to resiliency of troops, especially when they're forward deployed. And so as we talk about resiliency, I was just wondering if the topic of climate change has come up or how it's being integrated.
I'll try to be brief. There's a whole, there's a whole dissertation you could write on this. Yes, we are very focused on climate change and all of the different ways it can affect the Department of Defense. The Army actually has a climate strategy. We are focused on the impacts of climate and extreme weather on our installations, how do we make them more resilient, on how we train, and also how we operate, whether it's here at home or overseas. So we're investing in, we have a goal to make most of our non-tactical vehicles, meaning not tanks, electric or hybrid in the relatively near future. We have a whole building resilience policy, again, to try to make our buildings more resistant to all of the extreme weather that we see. So this is an important issue that I think all of the services have to grapple with.
I had one other question I was going to ask, yeah, go ahead. Somebody's coming. I think they're right there.
Hi, thank you so much for your time. We're now 2.5 years into the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and the defense industrial base has still not ramped up capacity in the levels that we need. As you've discussed, the Army is taking a number of steps to try and do that with its own plants and working with traditional industry players to increase capacity. My question is whether we can look to the model of how the U.S. incentivized non-traditional players in the space launch sector by setting aside traditional acquisition pathways to basically produce outcome-based contracting, and that resulted in players like SpaceX and Blue Origin and others kind of challenging the traditional players like United Launch Alliance and providing a much better and lower cost opportunity for taxpayers. Do you think that the Army could adopt a similar approach for munition production?
Well, we're already taking advantage of many different. Congress has given us a range of more flexible authorities to be able to acquire and develop materiel. So my own sense is, and we've also, for example, used multi-year authorities to try to give our partners in industry more of a sense of a continuous demand signal. So I think, we're doing everything we can think of at this moment to try to produce more munitions more quickly. Certainly we're always open to new ideas, and I think if you have concrete recommendations for what more we could do, we would absolutely be interested in looking at that. In many cases, we've got to work within the framework of what Congress allows us to do. So that can sometimes be a challenge.
I haven't quite gotten my virtual hook yet, so I'm going to sneak in one other quick question. We're in a political moment. Depending on outcomes in November, we might see a different approach to allies, to NATO, to intervention, obviously. This is kind of like really broad question, but how do you build resilience for unpredictability, which may come depending on the fall? I'll ask Doug, so he's...
Please ask Doug.
I know you two probably don't want to answer this question.
Liz was looking for this
They've been picking on her for a while,
Doug,
so,
I think Doug is going to take this one.
Well, so there was this NATO summit last week, right? And there was an undeniable sense of anxiety among our 31 NATO allies, in part because they had pretty recent experience of what the sort of challenges NATO can face with a president who doesn't perhaps have the same traditional commitment to the alliance, just as an example, right? And they're concerned that, they may be reliving this. But what they're reassured by, right, is public polling in the United States. In particular, I think the Chicago Council on Global Affairs is probably a go-to resource here that shows that for about 20 years, 3/4 of the American public support NATO. And then they were reassured by the bipartisan effort to finally agree new appropriations in support of Ukraine in a eventually bipartisan way. So they're reassured by that. But there's undeniably a sense of angst about, and it's not just who will be elected or who will not be elected, but frankly, there's an overarching sense of anxiety about where's America headed? And can we count on American leadership, as NATO has, by and large, been accustomed to doing for 75 years, with a couple exceptions. So there's no question that while we're watching very carefully what's going on as we head towards the first week in November, our NATO allies and Indo-Pacific allies are watching perhaps even more closely than we are.
Okay, great. We could talk more about that, but I think we do now have the virtual hook. Please join me in thanking my panelists, and thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to introduce our next panel, please. We're delighted to have with us General Laura Richardson, who is, as you know, the commander of U.S. Southern Command. And she's going to talk to us today about the challenges and opportunities in the Western Hemisphere. I'm really looking forward to that conversation. Please come on stage. And with her will be Daphne Linzer, no stranger to the Aspen Security Forum. She told me it's her 9th one. So we're delighted to have her back wearing her new hat as the Executive Vice President and Editorial Director at U.S. News and World Report. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be back. I'm truly honored to be back here today with the commander of U.S. Southern Command, General Laura Richardson. I had the privilege of speaking a little bit with her yesterday and getting a good sense of her, and I think you will be as impressed and hopefully as grateful getting to hear a little bit about the tremendous responsibilities on her shoulders and how they are going. So with that, I think we'll get started. There are some specific areas of focus that are critical right now, and I hope we can really focus on those, especially the the policymakers, the industry leaders with us today. And of course, I'm talking about the migration challenges, the drug trade, the security piece around that, the strength of the democracies in our hemisphere, and the foreign influence and our role there. So just really light topics today. But General, please, you start us off here. Take us around the region. Explain what you're seeing in terms of China moving in. Many of you know they're buying up strategic assets, ports, satellite launch sites, serious stuff. And connect the dots for us.
Well, thank you so much, Daphne, for this interview, and as well to the Aspen Security Group for showcasing that the Western Hemisphere is important, and it definitely is. It's a hemisphere with which we all live in, and so it behooves us to be good neighbors, as I like to say, and everything that being a good neighbor in a neighborhood, all those responsibilities really is how I look at our relationship with the region. We have so many cultural ties, family ties, so many things that connect us to the region. This region wants to partner with the U.S. We are part of it. It's called the Americas for a reason. And anyway, it's been my pleasure to work as the commander of U.S. Southern Command. It is a vast region. I am one of 6 geographic combatant commands in the Department of Defense. It has the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. And so all the work that we do to work with the militaries and the partner nation security forces in the region, all based in human rights, the rule of law, the professionalization of the militaries, we take that very seriously. Southcom has been around for 60 years. And I'm just lucky to be one of the commanders in the long line of commanders that have done this job. But done it in a way that we build partnerships and we build teams and teammates. This is all part of team democracy, as I call it. Very important team right now as we see democracy is under attack across the globe. And so the more people that want to join team democracy, the better. And so that's how I talk about what we do in U.S. Southcom to build out that team. Now, certainly, I also work on building out Team USA. Right? Because Team USA in support of team democracy is very, very important. And I've found just on covering the military side of the house of that instrument of national power, and I use the acronym DIME to describe our instruments of national power: diplomacy, information, military, and economics. And I'm that in part, and that when we bring that together in a couple of different ways, not just the hard power, but also the soft power. And I know, you're going to lead a panel tomorrow that talks about, the end of soft power. I would say absolutely not in our region. Absolutely not. And it can't be. Because really this is where it wins hearts and minds. And this is what you do. It's all part of the shaping, all part of the team democracy, everything that we do to keep from getting to a situation where you have a crisis. And trust me, as we see, having a war is way more expensive than the deterrence and the soft power and the work that we do building partnerships and teams across the region. And so really in terms of this region and the strategic competition that we have, which is very stiff, I have 42 countries that I work with. 31 countries, 11 territories and dependencies with the Caribbean, and we can't get around fast enough. So what I would ask you, all of you, and who you know, I need more visitors to the Western Hemisphere. I need more visitors to the Caribbean. I need more visitors to Central America, and I need more visitors to South America to tell them and show them how important they are to this region and to the hemisphere that we all live in. Even in our national security strategy, we talk about how this hemisphere is inextricably linked to the security of our own homeland. And so that's what we do on a daily basis, is we work with the military's public security forces. But as I've traveled around, and we don't have enough visitors or high-level visits, the U.S. ambassadors sometimes tee me up with the presidents. I've met with at least 2/3 of the presidents of my region. but they don't see what Team USA is bringing to the countries and the investment. Even though the foreign direct investment is really high, it actually is really high, they don't see it. All they see are the Chinese cranes and all the development and the Belt and Road Initiative projects. 22 of the 31 countries in the region have signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative. And these projects are in the billions of dollars. Not in the M, not in the millions, they're in the billions. They are big-time projects. Now, they don't do the projects well each and every time, but they're projects nonetheless. And these leaders that are elected usually for one term of 4 years, they're working on the stopwatch, not the calendar. And they got to show results fast. They can't wait for some of our processes, some of my processes that I deal with, foreign military sales, excess defense articles, those types of things. They'll take 2 years to produce a capability. 2 to 3 years. They don't have 2 to 3 years. They're talking like months. And so that is really, in terms of that investment. And why do I worry about the Chinese investment with the Belt and Road Initiative? If it's for doing good in the hemisphere, then I'm all for it. But it makes me a little suspicious when it's in the critical infrastructure, a lot of it in the critical infrastructure of the countries in this region. Deepwater ports, 5G, cybersecurity, energy, space. There's a lot of investment. And so, anyway, and I worry about the dual-use nature of that. These are state-owned enterprises by a communist government that I worry about the flipping of that to a military application very quickly if something were to happen, maybe in the Indo-PACOM region or something like that. So.
Thank you for that. I love when you talk about that acronym DIME, but you kept yourself in the military, in the M. But the truth is, you're doing a lot of diplomacy and a lot of economic development too, and a lot of information. You're wearing a lot of those 4 hats. And you talked about the value of your relationship with ambassadors and that importance. There's a lot of empty seats, and there's been a lot of empty seats. There haven't been a lot of U.S. ambassadors in their positions in your region. Can you talk a little bit about how that affects the military?
Absolutely. So as part of the DIME diplomacy and our ambassadors, that's my #1 teammate in the region, are the ambassadors. I have a U.S. ambassador that is the civilian deputy to the United States Southern Command. She's right there in the audience. Raise your hand, U.S. Ambassador Sarah Ann Lynch. She came to U.S. Southcom after being the ambassador for 4 years in the country of Guyana. And through that special relationship, it's not new. It's been in U.S. Southern Command for 2 decades now. We have an absolute connective tissue with all of our U.S. ambassadors that are in the region. And we are teammates together as part of Team USA. And unfortunately, sometimes our ambassadors have hearings, and then it's months before they are confirmed, and could be years. And in some cases, in my strategic countries of Colombia, Brazil, and Chile, we're going on 2 years now without a U.S. ambassador. It was 3 years in Chile, it was 3 years in Brazil, 5 years in Panama. 5 years, and there's plenty of blame to go around on both sides of the aisle, so we just got to do better. And when we talk about Team USA, we can't be blocking our own field goals, and sometimes we get in our way too much, and that is, again, my #1 teammate to help organize. That's our ground game for Team USA in all of the countries, in all of these panels that we talk about, the one that General Cavoli was just in, talking about Europe and all of the things that Europe brings, all the countries. We have to have our #1 diplomat in the seat. The leaders look at that. The presidents of countries look at that as that we are ignoring them when we can't get our #1 diplomat, their primary liaison to the United States, in the seat. And so we got to do better at that, Daphne.
Thank you for that. I mean, you mentioned two countries I wanted to talk about right away, which the first one is just Colombia. You have spent so much time there. Why? What are you doing there? What's going on?
Well, and I was talking with Senator Coons, and by the way, we have Senator Coons and Senator Cornyn here, great teammates in Congress that have helped tremendously in the Western Hemisphere. And just talking about Plan Colombia, and Colombia, in the state that Colombia was in the late 90s. And the partnership of Plan Colombia, which was a lot of investment that the United States made into Colombia, but also the reciprocal investment that Colombia made too. And with that partnership together, and now to see where Colombia is with a very strong military, a huge partner to me, and you know, as we work together on security issues. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. We had the Navy's aircraft carrier, the George Washington, sailing around the Hemisphere. I don't get a lot of assigned or allocated assets from the Department of Defense and U.S. Southcom, so it makes us pretty savvy and scrappy to get out there and be looking for ways that we can build team democracy and build up Team USA with all of the counterparts. Our State Department is a huge lever for me, and the partnership that we have. Other entities as well. I mean, USAID partnered with the Secretary of Commerce. She's traveled in the region 3 times as part of the CHIPS Act, and the partnership of U.S. semiconductor supply chain. Panama and Costa Rica are 2 of the 7 countries that the U.S. partners with. And as part of the CHIPS Act, getting funding to assemble, test, and package semiconductors. But just that relationship, NASA administrator partnered with him to get him in to visit because we have all that PRC space enabling infrastructure. We got to do better with the partnerships. We got to talk about what democratic spacefaring operations is, safe space operations. So it's across the gamut. But the partnerships and working on trying to bring more economics into the region. I will tell you that I think from COVID, the impacts on the GDP, we do not understand how severe the impacts were in this region. Anywhere from 8.5% GDP decrease to 18.5%. A couple of countries fared okay, and they were able to make it, and we're in that window. But that's a severe economic downturn. The transnational criminal organizations, I feel, have taken advantage of that. They've diversified their portfolio in terms of not just doing drug trafficking, but also human trafficking, which is almost just as profitable. Illegal mining, illegal logging, illegal fishing, counterfeit goods. It's over a $300 billion annual revenue business. And we're not going to interdict our way out of this problem. We have got to get after the money laundering. We've got to get after going where the labs are. We've got to follow the money. I'll go back to the money laundering because that money is getting cleaned and fueling that business. I think it stirs up the insecurity and the instability in these countries to allow then Chinese and Russian strategic competitors to get in there and offer Belt and Road Initiative, offer cash. And we don't have those kinds of tools in our kit bag. So how do we help with that? I firmly believe that we need a Marshall Plan for the region, or AKA an Economic Recovery Act of like 1948, but instead 2024 or 2025. The administration has the American Partnership for Economic Prosperity, APEP, that was rolled out about a year ago. They just had a Foreign Affairs Ministerial yesterday in Washington, and there are big projects that are rolling out as a result of that as part of the Inter-American Development Bank and Developmental Finance Corporation. That helps with the projects. But how are we competing, Team USA and Team Democracy, with the tenders that are coming out from countries? How are we getting our U.S. quality investment and talking about our U.S. companies investing in the region? We got a lot of U.S. companies in the region. I don't think we're branding Team USA as we should. It's got to be better. We got to be bragging about what U.S. quality investment does. Developmental Finance Corporation, DFC, that was created by Congress, I think is operating on all 8 cylinders now. And this is a mechanism for getting investment into the region very, very quickly, along with the APEP and the leadership of that. Also, there's some legislation, bipartisan legislation called the Americas Act. Senator Cassidy from Louisiana, along with Senator Bennett from Colorado, as well as Congresswoman Salazar and Congressman Espaillat are sponsoring that legislation. Very comprehensive legislation. It's known as the China's Act. Sarah Cassidy has been on CNBC multiple times talking about it. But I think that this year, maybe this is the year that it's going to get through. But I see that very comprehensive and ways of attracting investment into the region. I really believe that economic security and national security are going hand in hand here in this hemisphere. And we have got to work both of them together very, very quickly.
Thanks for that. I think it's, one spot where that's, I think, quite glaring is just in supply chain security just in the Panama Canal, and just efforts to prevent that from falling into Chinese hands. Can you just talk a little bit about the Panama Canal and that sense of security? It also really struck me when you said 5 years without an ambassador in Panama.
5 years, 2017 to 2023. We have a great ambassador there now. She's awesome. And she makes, it's like a 180 change when you have your ambassador on the ground. Our #1 diplomat, our ground game for Team USA. And, but I will tell you that during that 5 years without an ambassador, that's where Panama signed on to the Belt and Road Initiative, 47 bilateral agreements with the Chinese. This is, when we are not there, this is what happens. And I would say that it's not a matter of not being there, because our U.S. Embassy had a great DCM, right, a charge that was trying to lead the charge. But again, it's not showing, it's our #1 diplomat for that president of that country is not there on the ground. I'll tell you that with the previous president, President Cortizo, they just had an election and changed administrations. But the partnership there, but I look at this as you have to show that you're a good teammate, right? And I don't talk about all the concerns that I have until I've built a relationship. And I've built my credibility to show that I'm a good partner. And I partner with my State Department colleagues who are always in the region, my developmental colleagues, USAID, INL, AmCham, non-governmental organizations, human rights organizations. I mean, we get the whole gamut so we can get all the different perspectives, but then also work as a team. Because the leaders don't see Southcom and State Department. All they see is US or not. And so trying to build that team and support a team democracy is, we've really, really tried to focus on that quite a bit.
So I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about two things. One, how concerned were you about the Russian flotilla off Cuba? And also, I should ask you something about Haiti, too, and the plan there.
Yeah, so the Russian hardware coming into the region continues to happen. It came last year as well, but there was a little bit more this time that the Russians brought, and they did a port call in the port of Havana, 90 miles from Florida. And certainly the U.S. Northcom, the partnership with EUCOM and then Northcom, sharing and transferring of assets as we shadowed those vessels with our U.S. vessels to make sure that our United States remain safe as they're sailing around and very close in our region. And so, but they continue to show up with hardware. They continue to do the high-level visits with their foreign affairs minister and also their Duma, the head of their Congress. Typically go to Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and they do that every year. And they do it sometimes a few times a year. And so, what's our counterpunch from Team USA? Who are we bringing into the region after those visits happen, right? And I think that we could do better in that aspect.
And Haiti?
And Haiti. So I think Haiti has another chance, and I'm excited about it because we don't, in terms of the insecurity and the instability in that country, you shouldn't have to leave Haiti to be successful. There are so many successful Haitians just in where my headquarters is in Miami. And now we have 400 Kenyans on the ground that'll be in support of the Haitian National Police, able to give them the capacity and some capability. There will be additional forces arriving. And so I think that this is promising, and it gives them another chance. And I'm excited about that.
Thank you so much. Please help me thank General Richardson, who's right out there for all of us. Thank you, Daphne.
Thank you so much, General Richardson and Daphne. That was a great tour of the Western Hemisphere. I'm honored to introduce our last panel of the morning, entitled The Future of Military Power. We've got some serious star power on the panel, too. We've got Mara Carlin, who is currently a professor at Johns Hopkins University SAIS, a visiting fellow at Brookings, and former Assistant Secretary for Defense Strategy, and Chris Brose, who's the Chief Strategy Officer for Anduril Industries. Our moderator today will be Nick Schifrin from PBS NewsHour. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone, for sticking around ahead of lunch. And as I say to my guests on the NewsHour, we'll try and get through a lot in a little bit of time, so keep your brilliance brief to both of you. And I will open for questions, so please think about questions in the last 10 minutes or so. The title of this panel is The Future of Military Power. In some ways, I think one of the themes over the last few days is the future is today, especially when it comes to the wars that we have been seeing. So why don't we start with lessons from the present? And Mara, why don't you kick us off? What do you believe are the lessons that we should learn about the future of military power, first from Ukraine?
Great. Thank you so much, Nick. It's such a treat to be here. So a couple lessons from what we're seeing from Ukraine and the Middle East, I might say. One, the returning relevance of the continuum of conflict. What does that mean in English? What it means is that we spent the post-9/11 wars focused on fighting terrorists and fighting insurgents. Then we said, nah, it's all about fighting military's really high-end, modernized warfare. Turns out what we're learning is it's all of the above. Second big lesson learned is allies and partners, and just a reminder of how critical they are. You've got 50-plus countries who are supporting Ukraine with military assistance. When we saw Iran's spectacular conventional attack on Israel in April of this year, you had countries from around Europe, the Middle East, and of course the United States stopping the overwhelming majority of that. Third, I would say, deterrence. It's back. We got to focus on it. We got to do everything we can to have tailored deterrence so that we are signaling what we are trying to show our adversaries.
Chris Brose, what are the lessons from Ukraine, and what does the future of urban combat look like according to the lessons from Gaza?
Great, thank you. So I think building on what Mara said, the easy, obvious answer is, new technologies and new operational concepts, but that, is very familiar to all of you. I think if you kind of back it up a level, there's sort of a couple of big points that jump out. One is the importance of adaptability. Any technology that gets fielded on these kinds of modern battlefields, it's maybe going to work for a few weeks, maybe a month or so, but then it's going to be overtaken by events when you're fighting against a peer competitor or a great power with a similar type of arsenal. Similarly, the ways in which we're fighting. All of these things are just going to have to adapt and change, and the militaries that are capable of going through that cycle of building, fielding, learning, rebuilding, redeploying, doing that faster, doing that better, that's where the real advantage is going to come from. And then I think the second piece is producibility. These conflicts that we're seeing are bringing us back to a world where these wars are not going to be short, which is what we've largely assumed in the past. They're going to be largely protracted. And we are going to lose a lot of systems. These are going to be wars of loss and production and reconstitution. And when you look at Ukraine as an example, right, I think the Ukrainians themselves have said they're losing thousands of drones every month. We thought that we were producing a lot of weapons in the United States until the Ukrainians burned through a decade's worth of javelins and stingers in the first several months of combat against Russia. So I think the main point here with respect to the United States is we've actually not built ourselves to be adaptable or producible. We have systems that are very exquisite, that are very hard to mass manufacture, and we are not really prepared for a world where we're going to lose a lot of systems, shoot a lot of weapons, and have to produce them in high volumes.
So so pick up on those some of those points. Pace of change, ability to produce is something that multiple panels have been talked about. And how do we convert those lessons into reforms? So, Chris, why don't we start with you? Let's say it's November the 8th, I am Secretary of Defense designate Tom Cotton. And I call you and I say, all right, smart guy, I just read your book. And I got this sentence: the means by which the U.S. military generates understanding, translate that knowledge into decisions, and then takes actions in war have not been built to adapt. Give me the elevator pitch of how to take the lessons learned from your book, post your book, into what the next administration should do and what that means for the future of warfare.
Yeah, so I think the sort of simple but nonetheless kind of hard answer is we need a different class of military capability, right? This isn't an either or. I think a lot of the lessons of Ukraine are we need the old things as well as the new things. We need a lot of all of it. But I think the emphasis I would put is on the new things, right? We need weapons, we need vehicles, we need AI-enabled and autonomous systems that can be mass-produced. And that gets less into the sort of acquisition and procurement discussions that we have forever. It's actually to the left of that. It's like, what are we actually spending money on? What are the programs we actually have to build? What are the requirements for these capabilities need to look like? And that's where I would submit, the lessons of Ukraine need to actually get turned into new programs that are going to transform the United States military. And I think some of that is ongoing. I mean, you're starting to see things like the Air Force's Collaborative Combat Aircraft program, new programs that are trying to do low-cost weapons. So things that are actually going to change this dynamic where we're putting producibility and adaptability very much up front as a core requirement. But unless and until we actually start building those kinds of programs and funding them and moving them quickly through the process, we're still going to be talking about old stuff.
Mara Karlin, are we still talking about old stuff?
I don't think so. I think it actually is a yes-and conversation where we have a lot of the legacy systems, right? It makes sense to have those. The U.S. military is literally postured around the entire world in a way that no other military could even dream of replicating. And so we've got those systems, and we increasingly are doing what we can to adapt to the new. So you want to actually have both. What it comes down to is also how are you going to operate, right? How are you going to use these systems, use and operate today's military and then build tomorrow's military? One of the key ways you do that, frankly, is that you do it with allies. So you all are probably familiar with AUKUS, right? This kind of transformational relationship among the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom. And these are three tremendously sophisticated militaries that are building together. They are operating together, all focused on that pacing challenge that is China.
Chris, you're up here representing Anduril, not necessarily speaking for them, but you're obviously a member of its senior staff. Does Anduril believe that the solution to this is throwing money at the defense industrial base that exists currently?
Again, I would say what I said before, and I would echo Mara. I mean, I do believe it is a both and. I mean, I do believe this is a situation where we need everything that everyone can contribute. So it's not a question of, just stop doing things, just kill investments that we've been making. It's more about how you execute this pivot to new things. So, where I come out, and I very much do speak for Anduril, whether that's a good thing for Anduril or not, I'll let you guys decide. I think our view is you do need the emphasis on the new, and you do need increasing amounts of resources going into that. But I think the thing that I would say is, in the overall scheme of a defense budget that's now tipping the scales at, $850 billion, the reality is the building of new things is going to take time, right? It's not as easy as we're just going to spend or dedicate $250 billion for new things, and all that stuff is just going to appear. And I think that's the kind of the main point, again, back to the lessons of Ukraine, is things actually do take time in the industrial base, right? I think our focus is on things that take less time, right? I think, look, I'm all in favor of submarines. I want more of them, but money in gets you capability out in a very long time. We need things that are much shorter in terms of flash to bang, that are much faster to scale, where, again, if we're focused on time, if we're concerned about urgency, if we're listening and taking seriously, what some of our leaders are saying about potential contingencies in Taiwan in this decade, if we don't start making these kinds of changes and investments in new capabilities, we are going to be sending the U.S. military and our allies and partners into the teeth of that problem with whatever they've got today. And I think that we've run the social science experiment in Ukraine, and it turns out it doesn't end well. It is not easy.
And we know a lot of the efforts in China wouldn't end well either, because we've
and they're very different problems
right.
requiring very different kinds of systems, and we can talk about that. But I think the main point here is this is something that has to start now. And unless we start making these investments in the new things, it's never going to scale, and it's never going to get us to where we need to be in the near future.
Mara Karlin, you're out of government now, but you were recently in government. You wrote the National Defense Strategy. When it comes to this defense industrial-based question, do you have some sympathy for the legacies who say the U.S. government's not a very good customer, sir?
Look, we sure are a complicated customer, right? You heard from Jane Harman yesterday about, I think, the last time we had on-time defense money was 2011. That is bumpy. And when we take just this one example of munitions, right? So we have been in sort of feast and famine with munitions. We've always had munitions as an orphan issue, right? We always knew we needed more munitions to be effective. The last few years, everyone's been convinced, including Congress. This is what's gotten you multi-year procurement. So while I have a little bit of empathy for it, at the end of the day, we need to have focus. I would also just caution us slightly, and I'm guessing Chris will agree with me on this as well. This can't just be a story of stuff. It can't just be the story of the hot weapon. Ukraine has reminded us that the hot weapon of the moment isn't going to be the hot weapon then, right? In the future. Frankly, that's the history of warfare. We can look back 100 years and see that as well. Your enemies will always adapt counters. So how quickly are you learning? How quickly are you training your troops to be able to respond?
And it's not only about stuff, it's also about manpower. So let's talk about that. A comment that General Cavoli made almost in passing. He was talking about Ukrainian soldiers, or Ukraine needing to field more soldiers. He also said NATO members need to field more soldiers, and there needs to be increased manpower across the West. And let me bring in what Chairman Milley said a couple of days ago. He said that robots will comprise 1/3 of the U.S. military in the next 10 to 15 years, and I would argue other militaries are going to be similarly designed, and the number of human troops will probably be reduced as you move toward robotic systems. Chris Brose, is that right?
Yeah, I do think it's right. I think probably we could go further in the sense of what that balance really looks like, right? And I think this is the great opportunity that we have. Our traditional models, we throw a lot of money and a lot of people at the problem in order to generate military systems and operate them. Doesn't work so well when your main competitor has 4 times as many people and increasingly the same amount of money. I think the real value with these new technologies is in autonomy, right? It is essentially inverting that relationship between lots of people to few systems to, maybe the same amount of people to lots more systems, right? Where they are now supervising the operations of lots of military systems and weapons. I think that's actually like an order of magnitude increase. So I would disagree a little bit. I don't know how General Milley parses it. It's less about 1/3. It's more of not replacing people, but actually making these people better able to be more effective in their kind of agency and reach because they have far more capability at their disposal in terms of that human to robotic system ratio.
Mara, is Milley right?
Yeah, Nick, I don't think you're going to hear a lot of debate over whether or not we should increasingly move to an uncrewed and autonomous military. But actually, where we should probably spend a little time thinking about is that 0.5% of Americans serve in the military, right? The overwhelming majority of Americans don't have much interaction with those who serve in their name. So how do you bridge that propensity to serve that General Cavoli mentioned as well? I think actually we should look into that quite a bit and then think, where are humans going to be most relevant? Where are they going to be most useful? I would also just note, since it came up, obviously the focus is on China. You do have to juggle a bunch of other threats, it turns out, which we can get into if you like. But I would note the U.S. military has a heck of a lot of experience waging wars, working with allies and partners. That last war that China waged was 1979 or so, and it did not turn out so hot.
Are you saying that China is less capable than we perhaps fear it is?
What I'm saying is, let's take a holistic look when we are looking at our challengers, right? We got to look at the stuff, absolutely. We want to look at the training that they have. We also want to look at who's going to be on their team and who's going to be on our team.
Chris Brose, Mara Karlin, well, you both talked about partnerships. Mara brought up AUKUS. I know you want to make about partnerships as well. Let's focus on production when it comes to partnerships and why that's important. And do you believe this administration, any administration in the past, has done enough to really supercharge the idea that there needs to be partnership in production?
You want me to start? Not really. I mean, I think the allies and partners, are things that we pay great lip service to. You know, historically we talk about the value of them, but when push comes to shove, my experience has been we're still very reluctant to transfer that piece of technology, sell that capability, tip that balance, you know, bring them into our operational planning in a real way where they are a real contributor. And I think that world is gone. I think we're starting to see that obviously in the war in Ukraine, but I think moving beyond that, the only way we're going to be successful is through multiplication. And that goes into how we deeply kind of embed one another in the operational planning that we're doing. And it goes into a level of cooperation where we need to start seeing each other as kind of a common industrial base. And there's been an enormous amount of work, much of it driven by the Congress, in terms of really breaking down these export barriers and you know, other types of barriers to this type of technology transfer and this type of kind of alliance cooperation. But it's a long way of saying, like, I think we have an opportunity to really operationalize these alliances from a co-production, co-development and co-production standpoint, where our allies are contributing technology as well. So we're working as a company a lot with the Australian Navy. They are leading the way, and I would argue leading the world in the development of maritime undersea systems. That's something that we're working very closely with them on. That is something that they've taken the lead on. That is something where I think they can push the United States, you know, further than where we currently are as a country now. So really looking at allies as actual contributors of technology, not just buyers of things that Americans build.
Mark, you know, AUKUS is the perfect example, of course, of export controls being broken down. But to Chris's point, to see American and European production as co-production, how can you do that when European producers don't even consider co-production within the continent, let alone with the United States?
So there's a couple points here. One is, sitting on AUKUS for a moment, we're actually in the throes of arguably the most monumental export control reform to allow those three allies to collaborate. That's a big deal. Will enable a whole bunch of collaboration in a bunch of areas to enable Indo-Pacific security and stability. When you're looking at the Europeans, I mean, we are looking at a very different Europe than 5 years ago, right? Nearly 75% of NATO allies have hit 2%. You see a real momentum. I mean, frankly, it's a wonderful situation that you've got both the EU and NATO saying, let's do more, let's invest more. That is ultimately a good thing. And where we need to go now is sort of the next turn of that dial and figuring out where can we work together and where do we actually just need to build on our own competitive advantages. But you also see this, frankly, looking at cooperation with countries like India as well.
I've only got a couple minutes before I open it up to questions, so please think of questions. And I want to get both of you guys to respond to a little bit of the political moment here. So in last night's speech, J.D. Vance did not mention the word Ukraine or Russia or Europe. He mentioned China 8 times. And I have been accused by some of my critics of finding the facts where sometimes there is only argument. So I'm going to take J.D. Vance's facts and argument when it comes to the Munich Security Forum, what he said in February, because I think it's the most crystallized criticism that he has made. He said this: I don't think we should pull out of NATO. I don't think we should abandon Europe, but I think we should pivot. The U.S. has to focus more on East Asia. That's the future of American policy for the next 40 years, and Europe has to wake up. And then he started giving specifics about munitions. PAC-3, Patriot interceptors, Ukraine uses in a month what the U.S. makes in a year. Patriot missile systems are on a 5-year back order. 155s are on a more than a 5-year back order. U.S. is ramping up production, but artillery production is 5 times U.S. production, and that was his conclusion for the Europeans needing to understand the U.S. is going in a different direction on Ukraine. So, Chris Brose, does J.D. Vance have a point?
Yes. I think the main point that he emphasized was we are not building enough weapons. I would take issue, like, once you get down into the details where the devils live, the weapons that we are providing to Ukraine are not the same weapons that would be relevant in an Indo-Pacific contingency. Like, if we're shooting tube artillery at the Chinese, we lost a long time ago. I would also argue that the experience of learning how far off we are from an industrial-based kind of production standpoint in Ukraine, a lesson I am grateful we are learning now rather than in the teeth of a far larger, far more stressful contingency in Asia. I think the bigger problem that I would point out, and again, agreeing with his central thesis of China, Asia needs to be the priority, we're not building enough weapons. When you actually look at the weapons that we are looking at more relevant for that type of contingency, they're not actually mass producible. Like, these are incredibly exquisite systems that are full of very specific, at times very obsolete technology that are built by highly skilled workers in very manual ways. They are being produced in the low kind of dozens or hundreds. And for, I don't know, many years now, right, we've seen war game after war game say we're going to lose all of these weapons in the first week, which is not, again, hard to believe when the Ukrainians burned through as much weapons as Senator Vance was talking about. But when it takes 2.5 years to get new Stingers onto the battlefield, like, I regret to inform you, it's going to take a lot longer with the high-end critical weapons that we're envisioning in Indo-Pacific. So my point is, yes, he's right. Yes, we need to spend more money on munitions, but unless we are spending money on munitions that are actually going to be scalable, right, that are fit for purpose for that region and that problem, that we can build in orders of magnitude greater capacity, which are going to have to be designed differently. We don't have those weapons now, full stop. That's what we're going to need to do in the future, and hopefully where, you know, whoever wins in November will put emphasis.
Mara Karlin, does J.D. Vance have a point?
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot of debate that we're supposed to focus on China and Indo-Pacific security. Indeed, the National Defense Strategy is probably the punchiest and pithiest national defense strategy I've seen in a bunch of years, and it says there is one top priority. It is the pacing challenge of China. Your real dilemma, frankly, is not that. Your dilemma is, how do you sustainably and effectively tackle the other challenges, right? We had a panel this morning talking about European security. There's a panel this afternoon looking at Middle East security. And actually, the role of the United States in both of those regions has been critical. You know, there's not this like single television screen in international security where you get to say to adversaries and allies and partners, oh, look at that one, don't look at this one, right? So if Russia had gotten to eat all of Ukraine, and then had started to wander over and start nibbling over at NATO territory. And by the way, if Russia had potentially used the nuclear weapons it has threatened to use multiple times over the last 2.5 years, I have to assume folks in the Indo-Pacific would say, wait a second, what about us? What do we do about that? So absolutely, we need to prioritize China. It just cannot only be that. The United States is not some middling, power that isn't able to juggle multiple things.
All right, I have 6 minutes left, so take a couple questions from the audience. First one I saw was gentleman in the dark suit. Yeah, right there. Come over there.
Thank you. I'm Jasper Wieck. I'm the policy director of the German Ministry of Defense, and I was very intrigued by what we were saying, thinking about the future, how we make war in the future, or the future military power. And I was wondering, we are very much looking at the experience of the Ukraine war, a protected, conventional war. But the Ukraine war, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, is a nuclear power against a non-nuclear power. So isn't it a bit risky to too much focus on that scenario, because other contingencies that you were talking about, NATO against Russia, or in the Indo-Pacific, that would include 2 nuclear powers, or several nuclear powers. So what are the conclusions then? Is that still the lack of ammunition and the protected war and all the paradigms that you set out, are they still relevant, or is it not more than a very short scenario of a war and a much more focused, much more attached to the nuclear dimension? And what is the continuum between the conventional and the nuclear? Can it start in the conventional and then go nuclear and then conventional again? So,
Mara Karlin,
over to you.
Why don't you take them?
Yeah, these are a lot of really good points. I mean, the reminder of the relevance of nuclear weapons is critical. As I just noted, there have been multiple times where we saw serious nuclear saber rattling by Putin over these last 2.5 years. Can you imagine the reality if that were the world that we had lived in, right? If we had actually seen nuclear use. So we absolutely need to think about them. Frankly, it's part of the reason why Secretary Austin mandated the National Defense Strategy would be done with the Nuclear Posture Review and the Missile Defense Review for the very first time, because we had to look across all those. Look, as you know so very well, we need to be careful not to overlearn from any one conflict, right? And so we need to look obviously at what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. We need to also look at the Middle East, and by that I don't just mean what's happening in Gaza, though that's obviously quite informative. I also mean look at the Red Sea, right? Look at the U.S. Navy's engagements and others with the Houthis. We've got to have a panoply of scenarios that are informing our defense planning so that when we get to the future, we're more ready.
Question right over there, and then I'll come back over to here. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Hi. Thanks to the panelists. I'm Tim Persons. I'm a partner at PwC leading our AI governance efforts. So all of the robotic, killer robots are an interesting thing, but I was also the former chief scientist of the U.S. Government Accountability Office. Question is really about, even as we think about future warfare, this is the first drone war, and you think about Ukraine. And what's happened is we've been seeing an erosion from going from high tech into lower tech. It seems like we're moving toward the munitions to a World War II era because the Russian adaptation to electronic warfare and all these advanced systems have changed the dynamic. In thinking about General Cavali's force projection and force development type discussion this morning, what can we do in terms of future warfare looking at that, not just the quantity of munition, but the type of munitions at a time where it's getting harder to be higher tech.
Chris,
Thank you.
You want to take that?
Yeah, so I guess frame it a little differently. I see it less as sort of a movement from high tech to low tech. I see it more as a movement from things that I have to things that I can have in the future. So as the Ukrainians are going from less reliance on externally provided drones to internal production, it's not because it's making it lower tech, it's because they can actually build the quantities that they need at a price that they can afford. So I think the real lesson for us is on the requirement side of how we think about what we are spending money on. We don't usually factor in producibility as a core requirement. We don't usually factor in the ability to adapt and change the systems that we're buying. Because as a US military, we've assumed that, for basically a generation, we're not going to have to produce much because we're not going to have to lose much, and we're not going to have to change much because we're laps ahead of the competition. So, I think we're moving in many senses back to the future, where production on the hardware side is going to be, again, something that needs to be factored in from the get-go. But what really keeps that capability high-tech is all of the software-defined aspects of what's happening on inside of it, where you really start to see more of the AI-enabled capability, more of the autonomy coming to bear. But you can nonetheless mass produce really both high quality and high quantity systems.
Got an Aspen rising leader up here.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jasper Campbell. I'm an engineer with Thayer Mahan, similar to Mr. Brose's company. We build autonomous systems. And my question is, as the panel thinks about expanding production capacity, I'd be curious to hear about how workforce development and retention factors into that, considering the high-skill nature of the work. Thank you.
Why don't we both briefly take on that?
Do you want to start? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's two parts to this really, really good question you're highlighting. One is the actual skills, right? How do you make sure folks have the skills they need? And some of that can be taught, no doubt. The other piece of it is actually returning to an issue that's come up a bit today and yesterday, which is propensity to serve, right? I mean, frankly, when we look at China, we see these state-owned enterprises, there is no debate about what they think their mission is and who they think they are working for. And what can we do among the national security community and among defense industry to really inject that sort of nationalism, that support, and that focus on why we're trying to collaborate together? Frankly, I worry much less about the former than I do about the latter.
Yeah, just to say a word, maybe to tease some news. We'll have some pretty big announcements coming on how Anduril is thinking about manufacturing.
You can make them here if you want.
No, so look, the honest answer to your question is, we're in the process of raising a lot of money, and we're going to put a lot of that money into really changing the way we approach defense manufacturing. It's a much longer answer, but to the workforce piece, back to this question of a core requirement needs to be systems that are simpler to build, that are more mass producible. I think one of the core criteria for us is, as much as possible, can you not make systems dependent on highly specialized workers and highly manual processes? How do you make defense systems and weapons that are mass producible by the largest labor pools available? Where I can start to tap into commercial automotive labor pools, where it doesn't require large amounts of retraining, it doesn't require large amounts of specialized education. That's kind of the focus for us, because our focus going in is we have to be able to produce at hyperscale. Like, large scale is done. Unless and until we are producing orders of magnitude more, we're not even close to solving the problem as it actually exists. And like Ukraine, as stressing as an event as that has been for the defense industrial base, pales in comparison to what a China contingency is going to look like. So if we're failing at Ukraine, like we're not even close to being where we need to be for responding to a China contingency, and that's what Andrew is focused on.
And I think that's a good way to end. Obviously, a lot more to talk about this, so Mara and Chris certainly will be happy to talk to anyone who wants to talk to them after this, but we will let you guys go to your lunch, and thank you very much, Mara Carl and Chris Brose.
Thanks so much, Mara, Chris, and Nick. So it's time to break for lunch. As you know, we have lunch in the Google tent, lunch in David's Commons, and downstairs today we have 2 more book talks. Our first one is with Natasha Lance-Rogoff on Muppets in Moscow with Doug Redeker, and our second one is about a new book out called Unit X, How the Pentagon and Silicon Valley are transforming the future of war with Raj Shah and Chris Kirchhoff. So head downstairs if that's of interest. Thanks.
If I could have your attention, we will be starting in 3 minutes. If you'll please find your seats, we will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Once again, if I could please have your attention, we will be starting in approximately 1 minute. If I could have you come in and take your seats, we would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. I hope you all had some delicious lunch, got a little sunshine, have some caffeine, because we have really some impressive ground to cover this afternoon. And we now have a series on one-on-one sessions that we are particularly looking forward to and proud of. As you all know, because most of you live in the United States or in Europe or elsewhere around the world, the Middle East just continues to defy any ability to bring peace and stability. And so we here at Aspen thought long and hard about how do we have an honest, thoughtful, nuanced conversation that doesn't disintegrate into shouting, that doesn't disintegrate into protests, and we think we have done it. So we are really looking forward to what's going to be a fantastic conversation moderated by none other than David Ignatius, one of the great journalists in this country. And we have for you here first Salam Fayyad, who many of you will know was the former Prime Minister of the Palestinian Authority. He is now a distinguished visiting scholar at Princeton University. We have Amos Yadlin, a great Israeli public servant who served as the head of military intelligence for Israel and now is the founder of MIND Israel. And then we are very grateful to have with us the National Security Advisor of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Sheikh Nasser. So, David, Salam, let me invite you to the...
So, thank you for joining us, Prime Minister. A pleasure to be. So, when I began covering the Middle East in 1980, just a shockingly long time ago, a colleague said to me, David, covering this part of the world, pessimism pays. And I am very pained to say that for much of the time, that has proved true. Not always. But we have three people who are going to speak about the Middle East who embody to me the best in values and judgment and reasons to be hopeful even in this really painful situation. As with any sensible approach, we're going to have a three-part plan. We're going to do this in segments. If we have time, I'm going to ask the audience for questions, especially our rising leaders, so be prepared. Let me begin with Prime Minister Salam Fayyad. One of the things that people say about the Palestinian problem is we need someone like Salam Fayyad, and that's often the beginning of a solution. Unfortunately, there isn't often a lot left. Prime Minister, you know that the current discussion is focused on the Biden administration's plan for a ceasefire and exchange of hostages. Brett McGurk, who might have been here with us, is, I think, on a plane to the Middle East right now. He and Director of the CIA, Bill Burns, have been back and forth tirelessly. But you have been very blunt and I would say devastating in your critique of this effort. And I'm going to read briefly from something that Salam Fayyad published in Foreign Affairs at the end of June to begin our conversation. You wrote, even if or when the guns go silent, implementing this proposal, ceasefire, phase 1, 2, and 3, will be riddled with difficulties. There is still no consensus on how to govern post-war Gaza. He went on, Hamas is not going away. When the so-called day after arrives, Hamas will still be around. And you argue in this article, as you did in Foreign Affairs back in October, right after the war started, that the PLO must admit Hamas. So I want you to, for our audience, break down the arguments that you made in that article, why you think what the administration is now trying to do is unrealistic, and what you think ought to be done instead.
Thank you very much, David, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be with you and to speak to the issue. First, on what I had said most recently in Foreign Affairs article, was not really so much intended to be critical of the plan per se. In fact, the plan the president rolled out at the time gave us all a sense of hope that at long last, here it is the President of the United States laying out a vision for how this war can come to an end. But at the same time, I was skeptical because, to my knowledge, and that sadly remains true today, there was not adequate consideration given to what's going to happen the day after the war, the guns go silent, as I said then. That sadly remains the reality today, to the best of my knowledge. I could be wrong about that. I'm not up to date on the very latest. You reference the fact that McGurk is on his way to the Middle East, and so are others. But at the time when the plan was rolled out, it didn't look like it was going to be adopted quickly. Hamas announced, they welcomed it. They said, we were in line with this, we were okay with it, but we knew that they had issues with it at the same time. When the president rolled out the plan, he said, it's exactly an Israeli proposal. And I had my doubt, to be honest with you. And that's the reason why I was doubtful then, and I remain skeptical today, that that was not going to happen. Because subsequently, on the strength of very good and effective mediation by a number of regional partners, Qataris, the Egyptians, certainly the United States, Hamas moved from that sticking point regarding the shape of the ceasefire that they were talking about. And they became perfectly aligned with what the president announced and with what subsequently became enshrined in UN Security Council resolution. But where we are today is the government of Israel, specifically the Prime Minister of Israel, keeps changing the goalposts, moving them. And that's where things stand, to the best of my knowledge. That needs to happen. Israel must really actually go forward and agree with the plan and adopt it, because this has become pointless and to no end. the war.
So I would just note for the audience that Ron Dermer, who's probably Prime Minister Netanyahu's closest advisor, was at the White House on Monday meeting with McGurk and Sullivan, and the White House issued a statement afterwards saying that Israel affirmed this plan. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But Salam, if I may.
Sure.
The thing that surprised me most in what you wrote was your insistence that the PLO should admit Hamas as a member. I've been watching Hamas now for 25 years, and from my vantage, they brought nothing but misery to the Palestinian people. And so, you know, you're a wise man. You're to me, the leading voice of sensible Palestinian views. Why do you want Hamas in the PLO?
Hamas is a political movement and an ideology. And as such, therefore, not only was I skeptical when the war goals were pronounced the way they were by the government of Israel early on to eradicate Hamas, to destroy Hamas. You can't destroy an ideology. Much as you may wish to disagree with it, the bottom line is that this is a political movement you cannot destroy. The only way you can deal with a political ideology is to have a competitive ideology that is seen as competitive as such by the people. And when you look at the emergence of Hamas in 1987 formally, and its ascendancy, rise in polls and how it was accepted and viewed by the public, that is tied closely to the failure of the PLO acting on behalf of all Palestinian people back in 1993, entered into the Oslo Accords with Israel. That paradigm did not fare very well, as all of you in this room know, no doubt. And so that is basically the competition. And you combine that with the fact that the PLO, acting through the Palestinian Authority, did not always govern well, led to a situation where you had two key players. On the one hand, a partner in peace, so-called the PLO, that is actually diminishing in political standing in the eyes of the public, and on the other hand, a competing ideology that begged to differ and had the failure of the Oslo process actually to benefit from, to rise. Now, how do you deal with that? They are there, they are forced to be reckoned with. Hamas was the most significant political faction in Gaza before the war and remains so today. So unless, I mean, with all the talk about ceasefire, and it's important for this war to come to an end today before tomorrow, for all the talk about the need to secure agreement on a ceasefire, unless there is a consensus plan on what is going to happen the day after, I do not view that effort as serious enough. Because actually, much to the chagrin of many, the day after, unless there is a consensus plan, the way I visualize it, and I hope it comes tomorrow, today, before tomorrow, is going to be dominated by a re-emergence of status quo ante in Gaza.
So one central theme for the Biden administration has been the idea that part of the day after, part of the future is what people describe as a revitalized Palestinian Authority. They even abbreviate it, the RPA. You struggled when you were prime minister to take, I'm going to be very frank here, what was regarded by Palestinians as a corrupt and inefficient governing authority and make it work better. You had some successes, but you know better than anybody on this planet how hard it is. So how's that going to work? How are we going to get to a revitalized PA that will actually serve your people?
First of all, that is going to really take a long time. But more importantly, it's not the most critically needed element to begin the process. What is required to get this process started is political accommodation. In order to make it possible for the Palestinian Authority acting through a national consensus government, one that is not of the factions or by the factions, to show up in Gaza immediately after the guns go silent. That is why I made this proposal to expand the PLO to include all points of view represented by the full spectrum of Palestinian body politics, and Hamas certainly is a big chunk of that, but a lot of independents are there too. many of Palestinians have become totally disillusioned with what they had agreed to, what the Palestinian leadership agreed to back in 1993. So Hamas is not alone. The reason Hamas is gaining ground is because many who are not partisan at all actually are in that space. Now, what you had said about reforming the Palestinian Authority, I mean, the last one who would really not view that as a priority is myself, for sure. I stood on that platform for a very long period of time, and I think there should be no question that it is required. It's a height of irony, sad irony, that the world decided to discover that the PA was in need of reform only after October 7th. That's a much delayed recognition of something that's obvious. One of the key reasons why the Palestinian Authority is as weak as it is today is because of poor governance. So that's absolutely essential. But it's not the first step that's required. First step is political accommodation. What I've called for is expanding the PLO so it includes everybody. And the key task of this body at this stage is to agree to a consensus government that's not of the factions or by the factions to govern both in Gaza and West Bank. And that is a tall order. It requires political accommodation, but it goes without saying that a key task of this government, in addition to dealing with the pressing issues of the day, obviously, is to reform the operation of the Palestinian Authority. That's a key requirement. Good governance is always and everywhere essential. It's critically important, tied to our ability to get to freedom and self-determination. It's that important. I believe in it. But first things first, let's get that done. And you cannot get consensus without Hamas. That's the logic behind my proposal.
So I think Israelis and Palestinians, too, would want to know, would this Hamas of the future be demilitarized so that it couldn't impose its will by force, as it did in Gaza, on the rest of the PLO?
Yeah, a point related to that is the manner in which the PLO, which for long has been considered to be partner in peace, particularly after the transformation of 1988, when the PLO, when our late chairman, President Yasser Arafat in Algiers famously made that speech saying the Palestinian National Council declares establishment of State of Palestine. That was the session for our parliament at large, signaling willingness to accept as solution to the conflict a Palestinian state on the territory Israel occupied in 1967. Subsequently, in 1993, you know what happened. There was this agreement. But that agreement was about self-rule. It was not about statehood. Statehood was not mentioned. The agreement was, I don't know if one can say, was even implicit on statehood. It was about self-rule, and all we have heard about it since then, my own experience actually would attest to that. You referred to the period of time during which I was prime minister. Yeah, we did a lot of things, and actually long before that, when I was finance minister, in terms of reforming the finance of Palestinian Authority, not many people expected that we get to the point where we got, but especially during the years when I was prime minister, when security improved vastly, and everybody would say that, the Israeli government failed to do the simplest of things that they should have done that would have imparted political credibility to what we were trying to do at the time, which was to stop military incursions in so-called Area A, meaning urban areas of West Bank. I mean, violence dropped markedly. There was 1 year when there were no casualties whatsoever after the violence of Second Intifada and all. But what happened, that simple task, simple ask, not to mention, of course, continued settlement expansion, but beyond that, that simple ask or expectation of the Israeli government to stop sending the army into the areas of West Bank where clearly there was a major turnaround in security, that was a failure. It made the whole effort look like an exercise in adapting to the reality of prolonged occupation, an acquiescence to our dreams being kind of diminished to nothing more than self-rule. That undermined us politically greatly. In terms of how the Israelis relate to us, and you said something about Hamas and all, but for those of you who are not, do not know the history that much, going back to the 80s and 70s and all, but the PLO was the arch enemy of Israel. Israel did everything it possibly could to avoid having to deal with the PLO until it decided better of it. And why is that? Because they decided that that's where the political power lay, and that that's where the arms were, and all of that sort of thing. You mentioned something about demilitarization and all of that. That comes actually with, when we get to the point of discussing in a serious way statehood, that will come with it. But first things first, ceasefire and commitment to nonviolence. Commitment to nonviolence, that's critically important. And I'm not talking about commitment to nonviolence in and around Gaza only, but I'm talking about commitment to nonviolence that's comprehensive everywhere in the territories occupied in 1967 and in Israel itself. That's not a small thing to achieve. Now, building on that, if you can think of a political process that can give sense of credibility to what is being said about two-state solution and a Palestinian statehood, those issues about armament and war can be discussed. In the meantime, it's a legitimate conversation to have, for sure, but let's get the basics done.
So another area where you've been outspoken that I want our audience to think with you about is the Biden administration's effort to draw Saudi Arabia into normalization of relations with Israel and support for a peace process. And the Saudi demand has been that Israel agree to a pathway toward a two-state solution. And you've said flatly that you think that's unrealistic because the Israelis simply are not in a place where they're going to accept that. And you described an interesting alternative to this pathway, and I'd like you to explain that for the audience. It involves prospective rights as opposed to immediate pathways.
First of all, let me actually give credit to excellent editorial work by Foreign Affairs staff because they took a word that I used in my own draft, used the word work around, and they made a subtitle out of it, and that's where that idea is embedded, as a matter of fact. So there what I had in mind was the following, and it's also related to what I thought was unrealistic at the time. We moved from a period prior to October 7, where everybody was competing for finding the right words to describe how impossible it is to get the two-state solution to see the light of day. But then all of a sudden, after October 7, everybody was talking about two-state solution as if that state of Palestine was going to come into being tomorrow. That's unrealistic. In the interim, or before that, actually before October 7, there was consideration about normalization extending to include Saudi Arabia. And the Saudis had the expectation that in order for them to get into this trilateral deal, they needed some assurance about, Palestinian statehood. Prior to October 7, the conversation was about modest things. Things like maybe, I'm not really saying Saudis themselves were asking for this, but there were think tank conversations and all about maybe, converting parts of Area B under Oslo, rural areas into Area C into Area B, and so on and so forth. Some talk about money arrangements and all of that, minimal things. But then as the war went on, the expectation was framed in the following way. What we need to see is an irreversible and irrevocable path to statehood. You stop to think about that. Is there a government in Israel today that's prepared to sign on to even a revocable and reversible path to statehood? If anything that had Palestinian statehood on it, I guarantee you, the probability of that being a starting point of conversation with the current state of Israel, the probability of that is zero. I'm not saying that that probability is going to be significantly higher than that under a different Israeli government over the foreseeable future. So if you see the world the way I see it, then you need to look for an alternative, for a workaround. And it really is basic. You can't continue to determine the speed of a caravan by the speed of the slowest camel. You need to do something about that. The current government of Israel and its successor in the immediate future, in the foreseeable future, is unlikely to really join in anything that has the promise of Palestinian statehood. And I remind everybody respectfully, Palestinian statehood was not in Oslo. A lot had to happen to invest in the goodwill that Oslo generated to convert the promised statehood into reality. None of it happened. So we need some serious work to actually fix that. So my proposal is to say, let's rather than think about a framework where everybody is included, including Israel, when the government of Israel is not willing to actually advance not an iota on anything that's related to Palestinian statehood. I mean, there are elements on the current Israeli government who do not wish to see the PA, the feeble PA, even continue to exist. That's a known fact. So what is the point of delaying everything until you get the government of Israel to agree to it? So my suggestion with modesty was, let's keep where the Israelis are aside, and let's ask Palestinians, seek recognition by the international community of our right, and the wording here is precise, our right to a sovereign state of Palestine on the territory Israel occupied in 1967 in its entirety, and have that enshrined in UN Security Council resolution, which means that it has to have the support of the United States, obviously, you know what I'm saying, for that to happen. It being understood that the statehood, the contours of it, the borders and everything else has to be negotiated with Israel at some point. But you can't hold the process hostage to this current government of Israel, so busy with continuing to prosecute a war to no end forever, and without really trying to do something about the political process. That would be a good starting point.
So I would just note for the audience that that language is very similar to UN resolutions 242 and 338, which were the kind of foundation stones of U.S. policy on the Palestinian issue for a generation. So the idea of once again making that a foundation, even though at present it's not possible to move forward, has some sense to it. So I want to ask you about a more immediate worry. I had an opportunity to talk last week with King Abdullah of Jordan, and without going into what he said, I think it's fair to say that Jordanians are concerned about the possibility that as this conflict goes forward, still without a ceasefire, there could be an implosion in the West Bank. The West Bank has escaped the kind of catastrophic violence that people expected. And I want to ask you what your sense is about the political situation in the West Bank, how close it is to the kind of explosion that Jordanians fear.
I think the right to be concerned, first of all, and I remind everyone, if I may, that right before October 7th, everybody was talking about the West Bank, not Gaza, and everybody was actually worried that the situation in the West Bank was not that far from a third intifada erupting. That was the situation before. So, if anything, what happened subsequently, maybe after October 7th, was that vulnerability, that risk actually has increased, has not diminished. And with each passing day, with the horror that continues to go on in Gaza, casualties and all, people who are alive for the fact that just not enough death to go around sometimes, you see it, when you see it. The pressure of it all, as a matter of fact, is not unlikely to lead to an expansion of the war and instability in the West Bank and the rest of it, the seeds of which were there even before October 7th. So King is absolutely right to be worried about that situation. All the more reason why I think regional countries need to actually invest in trying to really get the process moving and finding, to me, if we really are serious about ceasefire, about bringing the war to an end, we must be serious about the governance arrangements in Gaza. There are some people who actually question this. Say, why are we talking about this? There is war going on. If you're serious about ceasefire, you must be thinking about the day after. Immediately now, there must be a consensus plan on what to do. So I think that's what's important. It will be important for regional countries to get invested in that. I think that would be hugely important.
So I have one last question, and if I can, I'm going to ask for one question from the rising leaders. But my last question, Donald Trump is going to be nominated for presidential candidate tonight at the convention. When he was president before, Trump supported, so far as I can tell, the idea that Israel should annex the West Bank. he was pushed back from that at the last minute before the Abraham Accords by the UAE. If President Trump is elected to a second term and pushes for annexation of the West Bank, what would be the consequences?
I wish we could have more time to talk about this because it's really absolutely important. First of all, you said annexation and the Trump plan of January 2020. If you all remember, that plan provided for a Palestinian state in name only, I would say, because if you really looked into the plan, there was absolutely nothing that is independent about it. It was a state of leftovers, essentially, on 70% of the West Bank, it being understood that the 30% was going to be annexed to Israel, and Prime Minister of Israel at the time wanted to rush to actually doing that. The Americans said, no, hold off. Doesn't mean annexation is not taking place. It is. Actually, not long ago, the current government of Israel, specifically the Minister of Finance, announced of Israel that they're doing all kinds of things in West Bank on settlements, 5 settlements, but most importantly, he said, actually, that construction and development in Area B, which under Oslo Accord is the purview of Palestinian Authority, is now going to be subject to approval by the government of Israel, which effectively means, rather than the redeployment and changing C into B into A, he's talking exactly the opposite. B is going to become C. So this is real and imminent danger, regardless of what happens in the United States, who is elected as President of the United States. Morally, look, I mean, people talk about the United States and its role. What do we really have to do with this and all of that? There are those who call for this engagement. The U.S. is uniquely positioned to do something about this. I think the U.S. really has a moral obligation to do something about it, particularly against the backdrop of something that could foreclose forever the possibility of a Palestinian state emerging on the territory occupied in 1967. And the best thing that the current administration can do, particularly against the backdrop of what appears to be now much talked about likelihood of change of administration, is to fence off against that arrangement by having a resolution, UN Security Council resolution, enshrine our right not to recognize Palestine, that's political fiction. Recognize our right to a sovereign state on the territory occupied by Israel in 1967, and have that enshrined in UN Security Council resolution. That's the best service the United States can do in service of its own objective, in what it saw at some point at its own national interest, to have a solution to this conflict, a state of Palestine emerge on territories occupied in 1967. Today, tomorrow, day after, but certainly while the president, under the current administration, that I view as highest priority. It's consistent also with their agenda of trying to pursue normalization and the rest of it. It fits nicely. And for those of you who actually may not know this for a fact, this may sound like asking too much. You may have implied this, actually, when you said this may sound like a tall order, recognition of our right to. I remind everyone that actually that's the essence of the so-called Declaration of Principles of 1993, in which the PLO, acting on behalf of all Palestinians, recognized not Israel's existence, but Israel's right to exist in peace and security. So all I'm looking for here, if we're really serious about Palestinian statehood, is a reciprocal treatment, recognition of our right to a state on the territory of Israel occupied in 1967. That ought to be U.S. policy, especially so important if that is enshrined into international law, not in U.S. law, because you get the new administration that could reverse it. You know what I'm saying? If it is part of international law, and with all respect, I'm not talking about General Assembly, I'm talking about Security Council. This is a concrete suggestion, and I hope it will be looked into seriously.
So I think that's a good point at which to end this conversation. Forgive me for not taking questions. So it's really a pleasure to have Salam Fayyad. As everybody's heard, he's a straight talker at a time when we need that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I am now joined by Amos Yadlin. Amos served 40 years in the IDF. He was the head of Israeli military intelligence from 2006 to 2010, a very tense and important time. He went on to found the best think tank in Israel, not found, but maintain and prosper, the Institute for National Security Studies. Old friend of mine. I'm delighted to have Amos here. So I'm going to start off for people who don't know Amos with 2 words and dates. And I'm going to let him explain why they're important in understanding who Amos Yadlin is. The first is Osirak, 1981, and the second is Al-Kibar, 2007, I believe. And if you'd explain why, briefly, why each is important, both for you and the State of Israel.
Okay. In 2008, Vice President Cheney came to visit Israel. And Defense Minister Ehud Barak invited him to a dinner, and he invited me as the Chief Intelligence of Israel. And he basically introduced me as you did. This is the only gentleman that participate in destroying 2 nuclear programs that threaten to destroy Israel. So Cheney said, Amos, want to go? So when I left the intelligence, I said to my successor, it is your job. I'm now going to another war. But Israel is facing existential threat, not from the Palestinians, from the rest of the Arab and Muslim world. This should be remembered. The last half an hour was only on Israel and Palestine. But to make the record straight, Israel and the Palestinians reached an agreement with the PLO. The PLO violated this agreement by an intifada in 2000 that killed 1,500 Israelis, led by Yasser Arafat. And then Hamas took over Gaza. Hamas is a terror organization that not accepting the PLO principles because the Europeans asked them to say 3 things. We recognize Israel, we denounce terror, and we recognize the agreements between Israel and the PLO. Of course, Hamas refused and drove the friends of Salam Fayyad from the Fatah from the roofs of Gaza. So the idea to bring Hamas into the PA is a bad idea unless they will recognize, they will accept the 3 demands, not Israel demands, quartet, UN, US, Russia, and I don't remember who is the 5th. So it is not that simple. It is not that simple.
So I want to go back to the beginning of the nightmare that we've been living through for 9 months, the events of October 7, which are still sharply engraved, I think, on everybody's minds, but it's always worth going back to the beginning of this story. So I want to ask you, Amos, what your own memories are of that day when you heard the news of what was happening, your reactions to it, and then the question that haunts you, I know, haunts Israelis. How could this possibly have happened to such a strong country with such a good intelligence service that it was surprised and initially overwhelmed on October 7?
On October 6, we have a memorial day for 50 years of Yom Kippur War. I was a young pilot, maybe the youngest that flew on Yom Kippur. So we decided, my class in flight school, to have a meeting in my home and speaking about Yom Kippur War. And we insist that it will be not only drinking and eating, some substance. So some of us spoke about the intelligence failure, another spoke about the operational challenge of coping with the Russian missile air-to-ground, ground-to-air missiles, and one was a prisoner of war, so we spoke about what is the meaning of being prisoner of war. Midnight, everybody went home. I did the dishes until 1 o'clock. I went to sleep, and I wake up after 5 hours and 29 minutes to something that worse than Yom Kippur, as a national failure. And you ask me about the failure, it's a trilateral failure. It's an intelligence failure, because the Israeli intelligence should give the IDF the early warning that Hamas is going to attack. And then it was an operational failure, because the Southern Command should be ready if there is no intelligence wake-up call. And it is a political failure. It was the Prime Minister of Israel who didn't want to negotiate with Salam Fayyad, who didn't want to go on a political track, and he preferred the terrorists in Gaza. He allowed Qatar to give them a lot of money to build the military that, according to the agreement between Israel and the PLO, any Palestinian territory should be demilitarized. And what happened in Gaza, they built the military. And this military attacked Israel. So I was never thought that such a failure can happen. I was a head of intelligence 14 years ago, and the intelligence became even better since then. Maybe they thought that they know everything. They haven't picked the signals from the knowledge and the noise. So this is the intelligence failure. At the end of this day, I should go back to history. Yom Kippur, I already spoke about it, surprise attack. I went back to the War of Independence, which Israel was attacked by 7 Arab countries. This was my teacher in first grade told me. When I become a little bit more educated, I asked myself, who are the 7 countries? Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, the Iraqis were in the West Bank. The teacher said Yemen and Saudi. Okay, they have an expanded force to Egypt. But I also went back to the very raison d'etre of the state of Israel, the Holocaust, that Israelis and Jews will not be killed in their home, in their beds, will not be burned, will not be beheaded, will not be raped. And this is the day that, since the Auschwitz chimneys have stopped working on the Holocaust, Israelis, Jews were killed in the highest number. And I knew the families. I have a daughter who is a mayor. She mentored somebody to run in the elections that should happen at the end of October. Wonderful woman, young woman. I saw her in my daughter's home. Wonderful husband, 2 twins, and a daughter. The funeral was for the whole family. I saw all the coffins there. So the killing of my other daughter is a clinical psychologist. And she is treating a woman that went into a shelter from the party. She was in the shelter with 15 other people. The terrorists killed them one by one with hand grenades and shooting. She was the only one protected by the bodies. Laid there for 5 hours until she was rescued. And now my little daughter, who is a professional now, has to treat her. So this is a trauma that I think nobody can understand. Israel, after the 7th of October, is a different Israel. And if we were security paranoid before, we will be much more in the future, much more. And Hamas will be destroyed to the level that they cannot have a military anymore and cannot repeat the 7th of October once again.
So, thank you. Thank you for sharing that with such powerful detail. We'll all remember that, I know. So I want to ask you about the war that has followed, which has now lasted for 9 months. And I want you to put on your military intelligence and assessment hat and give us a situation report on where things stand now after 9 months. How degraded has Hamas been? How successful has the IDF been in executing its military plan? What would you say about where we are and what's left to do?
Yeah, I think first, David, we should go out of Gaza, because we started with Gaza. The next day, Nasrallah started to shoot in the north, then the Houthis, then the militia in Iraq, then Iran. So if I were the national security advisor, I would say to the Prime Minister, it's time to redefine the goals of the war. You will not kill the last Hamas terrorist. As people are saying, you replace a terrorist idea with another idea. It's not our job, we cannot do it. Hamas was degraded from a military that can operate against Israel to a level of insurgency, terror groups, and they are in a very bad shape, very bad shape. The whole command and control was destroyed. Many of the battalions and the brigades commanders are not there. As a matter of fact, they are now pushing Sinwar to stop the war. So if it's a military insurgency, I would like to bring them to a level of a crime gang, but they are somewhere between these two. But redefine the goals of the war is saying, first, bring back the hostages. Bring back the hostages. There is 6 or 5 female soldiers at the age of 18 to 21. There are other females that Hamas decided that every Israeli between 19 to 55 is a soldier. I spoke about my daughter. She has her best friend, a yoga teacher, never served in the IDF. She is now in Hamas, 9 months, night after night. Who knows what's happening there? So bringing back the hostages is a national duty. Those who failed on the 7th of October need to bring them back home. And then define Hamas is not anymore a threat to Israel. And the third goal should be bring back these destroyed kibbutzim to be the most advanced, prosperous region of Israel. This will be my goals. If there is ceasefire, if there is hostages deal, there is ceasefire in the south, which is important also to the innocent people in Gaza, that Sinwar doesn't care about them, but I care about them, and they deserve a ceasefire. There will be a ceasefire in the north. It is not me assessing it. Nasrallah saying, I'm helping Sinwar. So he will stop. Then you spoke with Salam Fayyad on the normalization. It still can happen. It still can happen. I thought that the deadline was June, but my friends in Washington are saying we still can make it. And then the coalition against Iran that we saw so efficiently and very impressively stopping the largest barrage of ballistic missiles in the history of military history. This all can be a strategic victory for Israel. Instead of dreaming on some absolute victories that, unfortunately, my prime minister is trying to sell to his people. And this is the time to say enough is enough with Gaza, bring back these people. It's important to our national unity and sense of security. And start to solve the strategic problem that this war created.
So people are speaking frankly on this panel today, and I want to ask you for your frank assessment of your prime minister. You've known and worked with Prime Minister Netanyahu for decades. You know him as well as anyone in Israel. Give us your assessment of his performance as prime minister and his current position or non-position on the ceasefire.
I'm not used to criticize my prime minister outside of my country. However, anybody can read what I'm publishing. Would Bibi Netanyahu retired in 2019, he would enter history as one of the most successful prime ministers of Israel. The economy was in a great shape. The Israeli military, the Israeli intelligence, the Israeli high-tech. And he could wait one day serving longer than Ben-Gurion and quit. Now, unfortunately, he is going to enter history as one of the worst prime ministers of Israel. And this is because what he has done with his right-wing government since January 2023, trying to undermine Israel democracy, and then the war since 7th of October. And once again, if I was his advisor, say, Prime Minister, you are very much sensitive to history. Your father was an historian. Your legacy is in a big, big trouble. But try to improve it. Try to improve it by ending the war, bring back the hostages, do a deal with the Saudis, and he will get a support. He will get a support from the opposition, from Lapid and Gantz. They will give him some political safety net with a demand for a coming election, a close election. But this can improve, in a way, his entrance into the history, not as he's entering now as we speak.
So you spoke earlier about then Vice President Cheney saying after, so almost literally dropped the bomb that destroyed the Iraqi nuclear reactor at Osirak, and also led the decision to attack the Syrian reactor. And as Cheney said, you got one nuclear program left in Iran. So I want to ask you about the clock that's ticking with Iran. Iran has stepped up its rate of enrichment of fissionable material. Some Iranian leaders who before held back from saying that this had a military dimension are now more or less admitting it. I want to ask you almost where you think this is heading. Is Iran going to sneak out, break out, and have actual nuclear capability if they restart their weapons program, which they haven't done? Will Israel know, and will the United States know? And do you think it's possible that they'll just be just before the starting line as a pre-nuclear state, and will Israel accept that?
Thank you, David, for the question. You know, being a fighter pilot in '81 was a risk, but the risk was mine. Okay, being the head of intelligence in 2007, I was responsible for much more than myself. It was my nation, my country. And when we found the North Korean nuclear reactor, and I came to Prime Minister Olmert, say, here what we found. He asked me 3 questions. When it will be hot, because you are not attacking a hot reactor, it is Chernobyl, you don't want to do it. How much time do I have before it will be hot? And what Assad will do if we will attack it. Remember, it's 1 year after the second Lebanese war. The Prime Minister was very worried that we will go to another war. So on the first 2 questions, I gave him a very precise answer because it's in generical questions. We look at the reactor, It was North Korean. We knew that it's only to produce plutonium for nuclear weapon. On how much time do we have? They need to cool it with water from the Aphrodite River. So I asked the engineers, they said to build this pump station on the Aphrodite River, 6 months. So I told the president, you have 4 months. And what Assad will do, how can I know? So looking into the future, you don't have crystal ball. It all depends on a decision of a supreme leader or Assad. And then Olmert say, why we are paying you such a big budget and you cannot tell me what Assad will do? Say, excuse me, Prime Minister, I'm sitting with you. I'm from your team, the blue team. You, the Prime Minister, the Defense Minister, the Foreign Minister, Chief of Staff, Head of Mossad, and myself. Small group. We discuss something, and I have no idea what you will decide at the end. So Assad even don't know that we have found this very, very secret. The Defense Minister have no idea. The Syrian Defense Minister, the Chief of Staff have no idea. Only his small black gang. He don't know that we found it, and they have no idea that we are attacking it. So even I will produce the best chip that can read what people think, and my agent will put it in his bed, and it will transmit through satellites to Tel Aviv, to my headquarters, I will not have the answer because he is not thinking about it. Anyway, to your question. So
that's a good bit of history, though, folks.
So the Iranians of the US and its disengagement from the Middle East due to the war that Israel is involved in. Maybe it is the time to break out to the bomb. So to your question, for a nuclear bomb, you need 3 ingredients. Enriched uranium, a platform to launch it, a missile, and the weapon itself, the bomb. The 2 first they have. They already accumulate enough fissile material in 60% for 8 or 9 bombs, and they can convert it to 90% within 10 days. So it's behind us. And if I were the head of intelligence today, or if I will speak with my friend Bill Burns, I will recommend concentrate on the weaponization group. And it is your highest priority to find whether the Supreme Leader have said to himself, I fired 300 missiles to Israel. I invested a lot of money in it, and somehow the Israelis, with the help of a very wide coalition, stopped it. Maybe it's a time to go to the bomb. So look very carefully at this weapon group and be very much ready, if needed, to eliminate it. And this is also my advice to whoever the next Prime Minister of Israel, whoever the next President of America, agree between the 2 of you. Don't fight over JCPOA or other agreement. Make agreement as 2 partners that don't want to see a nuclear Iran. And this is the policy of, if I remember right, 4 last American presidents say Iran will not have a nuclear bomb. So let's do an agreement between the 2 of us, how we stop them. What is our red lines? What is the strategy? What is the operation? Be ready, because I have a concern that Iran, looking at what's going on the global stage, having Russia and China behind them, which was not the case a decade ago, they may break out to the bomb.
So I have one more question, then this time I am going to turn to the rising leaders for a question from them. This is a tough question to ask an Israeli, but I think it's an important one. You served in the Israeli Air Force for decades. You know its rules of engagement. Why have Palestinian civilian casualties in this war been so high? I've watched wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and I know how the United States struggles with this problem, not always successfully. But I need to be honest. the level of civilian casualties seems beyond what a good Air Force should achieve. How did this happen?
Numbers matters. If you saw Americans in Afghanistan, if you saw Americans in Mosul and Raqqa, the numbers are even higher, even higher. So go back to your numbers and check them again. But I will not avoid answering your question. The people to blame about the number of casualties are the leadership of Hamas. They choose to locate their command posts, shelters, observation posts, rockets launching, not in the battlefield. UNRWA sites, schools, hospitals, they are using their own citizens to put Israel in the wrong place that Israel is. They're using them as a human shield. They're using them as a materials for TikTok. That's, you have to blame Sinwar from A to Z. Israel trying to avoid collateral damage. And if you were in Iraq, you know that the Americans have 0, 1, 2, 3, 5 collateral damage. 5 is you want to kill one terrorist, 5 innocent people. So our rules of engagement are lower than that. Lower than that, unless Hamas is doing what they are doing. So blame Hamas from A to Z. Blame Hamas for the 9 months of the war, because he could stop the war after 2 weeks, after months. If he would have put the hostages on a pickup truck and bring them not to Israel, to the Egyptians, to the Qataris, the war would be over. So Sinwar is to blame, and I'm not going to take any of the blame on the Israeli military. Let me finish with, you say that anybody that that deal with the Middle East should be a pessimist. I'm not a pessimist. When I was chief of intelligence, I used to also brief President of Israel. President Peres once told me, Amos, you always come with some scenarios that are a source of concern. Be optimist, because the optimist and the pessimist are dying the same, but live differently. So, and once again, Fayyad and myself, if you put the two of us in a room, we can agree on 90% how to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. However, Fayyad, unfortunately, is not representing the Palestinians. 75% of the Palestinians in the West Bank supporting the massacre of the 7th of October. This is a real problem, a real problem. But after Yom Kippur War, it was a very tough war. 5 years later, Sadat came to Jerusalem and said, no more war, no more bloodshed. And Prime Minister Begin, who planned to live after retirement in Sinai, gave him the whole area. So I'm waiting 5 years from now for an Israeli Sadat, for a Palestinian Sadat, and let's hope that this awful war will lead to a peace.
So here. The idea of you and Salam Fayyad in a room together, that encouraged me. So is there one brave young, yes, please.
Earlier you mentioned that you believe Israel should withdraw from Gaza. In that case, what would happen to the Philadelphia corridor? Israel previously relied on Egypt to secure it, and while it was aware that it was somewhat porous, I think has been surprised by the extent to how porous it has been under Egypt. How could Israel withdraw troops and expose the Philadelphia corridor again?
Good question.
Yeah. Let remind those who are not in the history, we have withdrawn from Gaza. Salam knows we have withdrawn from the last inch of Gaza to the 67 border. Sharon dismantled all the settlement, which show you what the meaning of leadership. If you decide to do a step forward. And in Philadelphia, there was a UN European group that should inspect it. They failed. They failed. So Israel has no desire to go back to Gaza. And as long as the issue of demilitarization will be solved, let's say by partnership with the Egyptians, with the Americans, we can build an underground wall, as we did on the Israeli border. Hamas haven't entered Israel through underground tunnel, none of them. The underground obstacle was very efficient. And some sensors, cooperation between Israel, US, and Egypt. We don't have to be in Philadelphia. But this cooperation and plan should be agreed before we withdraw, to make sure that Hamas will not rebuild itself.
So I want to thank Amos Yadlin for, again, like Salam Fayyad, being frank about enormously difficult, important things. Thank you so much, Amos. So I want to ask our third speaker to come on stage, His Royal Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, who is the National Security Advisor of Bahrain. I'll just say that in the White House, he is regarded as one of the most interesting and promising figures in the Gulf and the Middle East, and you're going to find out why as we have our conversation. Sheikh Nasser. So thank you for joining us. As I'm sure most people know, Bahrain was one of the initial signers of the Abraham Accords with Israel. Donald Trump may be on his way back to the White House, but certainly during his first term, one of the genuinely important and praiseworthy achievements of his administration, in my view, was the Abraham Accords, with Saudi Arabia not yet joining, but the UAE, Bahrain. Those accords still hold, even after 9 months of a very brutal and difficult war in Gaza. There's been intense Arab anger and opposition to that war, and yet Bahrain continues to be in this relationship with Israel. Explain to us the decision that you've made, both initially in joining the Abraham Accords and now in sticking with them.
Thank you very much, Dave, for the kind words that you said. You know, coming here, first of all, let me address, I did probably my best mistake. I fell in love with Aspen, which I'll have to come much more often. So, simply...
A good mistake.
Simply, going back to the original question, again, I would endorse what you said. There's always optimism. I'm from His Majesty's school. We are from the optimist camp. And when we went for the Abraham Accord, we didn't have a laundry list. And we didn't have any list that we wanted to achieve first of all, and then we would sign the Abraham Accords. Signing the Abraham Accords was basically one of the most important milestones that we have achieved. We have opened a channel with the Israelis and the officials and the Israeli government, and I see this is why we should continue, and this is why we should always keep an open door and the channel with the Israelis.
So an important day in the Middle East that I don't think gets enough recognition is April 13 to 14, when Iran launched an attack on Israel turned out to be 100 ballistic missiles, probably 250 drones, and it was essentially completely stopped by integrated air defense and extraordinary performance by a number of air forces, obviously led by Israel. What's not widely understood is that CENTCOM, starting several years ago, organized integrated air defense and radars, including countries in the Arab world, such as Bahrain. So that night of April 13 was an important one for Bahrain. And I'd like, and I'm sure our audience would be interested in hearing what that was like for you, what you knew about the Iranian threat as those missiles and drones were launched, and whether you think this air defense integration might be the beginning of some broader regional defense cooperation.
Well, deterrence is our key word, right? In all aspects when we speak about our region and its conflicts, and especially when we pinpoint Iran being within the mix. Don't forget, Iran is only 200 miles away from the Kingdom of Bahrain. We host the 5th Fleet Command over there with multinational commands as well. So we play a vital role in the deterrence and also the stability of the region. We are proud of it. It's been running now for more than 75 years, which is a great achievement for the Kingdom of Bahrain. It wasn't only for the Kingdom of Bahrain, but also for the region. So I refer to my grandfather when he described the 5th Fleet as the mountain of fire that is protecting us from all threats. Well, that night in specific, you know, we were all in duty, and we are always in close contact with our colleagues and allies and the region itself. Thank God we have a proper integrated system, especially trying to cover our airspace. So this is excellent example for how we should come closer, how we should always integrate our efforts, and always layer the map and make sure that we don't let loose any. I mean, we should airtight the region in specific. But there's so much details to go into that specific attack. We know many countries have been in charge of the deterrence itself, and we are proud as the Kingdom of Bahrain to be part of that integrated system.
So I just note the importance of that. On that night, many countries, as His Highness just said, including Bahrain, certainly including Jordan, were part of the defense that prevented the war. If those missiles had landed and hit their targets, we would have been in a very different situation. So I think it's really an important moment, and the fact that Bahrain and other Arab nations were working with the U.S. and Israel needs to be noted. So you mentioned the Iranian threat. It is awfully perilously close to Bahrain. Bahrain, like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, has been exploring the possibility not simply of deterring Iran with the strong forces. You've got the 5th Fleet based there in Manama, but also the possibility of engaging Iran through direct diplomacy. I don't think that's widely understood, but maybe you could just say a few words about how your kingdom is thinking about the possibility of perhaps opening direct dialogue with Tehran.
Well, we are strong believers in two paths, deterrence and diplomacy as well. And in the art of diplomacy, we should always keep an open door. I know we have cut relations with Iran. We have zero contact with Iran. And I think talking to Iran, like what we have done during the Abraham Accords, talking to Israel, is always important for us, always important for the security of the region. We should always keep these channels open in order to get a proper structure for our security and stability and harmony in the region. So I am encouraging that we should move forward. And for your information, we have been speaking with the Iranians, and you might have followed or read that His Majesty spoke openly about why we should speak to Iran and open a diplomatic channel. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't always focus on how do we secure our deterrent element and make sure that we are always well integrated together.
So if this diplomacy went forward, I assume that would mean, among other things, opening embassies in each country.
Well, we are taking baby steps right now. As long as we talk together, we haven't yet met. But what is important, David, over here is we don't have someone in the middle. It is between two capitals, and we will talk direct, and we will lay the points on the table, and we will address it as grown-ups and professionals.
So potentially watch this space, as we say in my business. So I want to introduce the audience to an acronym, set of initials that you may not be familiar with. It's pronounced, I think, CICIPA.
Yes, sir.
And that stands for Comprehensive Security, Integration, and Prosperity Agreement. I mean, not the most beautiful name, probably, but just to give some background, Saudi Arabia has sought from the United States a NATO-like agreement that would have an Article 5 that would provide for essentially instantaneous American defense of Saudi Arabia in the event of war, that would have to be ratified by the Senate, which at present is, let's just say, a long shot. And Bahrain chose a different course. It's not widely known, but last September, Bahrain and the United States agreed on this agreement. And Sheikh Nasser, explain what it is, what it would mean for Bahrain if it was attacked by Iran or anybody else, and whether you think it might be a model for other countries, maybe even including your neighbor Saudi Arabia.
Well, first of all, CICIPA. I know it's not one of the most beautiful abbreviations. Especially, I'm a Quantico graduate, and I had to read all of your military studies, and they are just full of it. So when I thought I knew English, I came here, and I had to figure out everything.
You've cracked the Pentagon's biggest secret, is unpronounceable acronym.
So CICIPA. It is one of the most important achievements we have achieved for the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United States. Why? Because it's not just military defense orientated. It is a comprehensive security integration, and also it has the prosperity agreement element in it. If you allow me, with my great memory, I had my notes with me. I would like to point 3 articles in that agreement, which are the most important things. And believe me, we have fought hard for those articles until we got them right. So Article 2, which is the most important thing, is defense and security cooperation. Article 3 is the economic, commercial, and trade cooperation. Article 4 is science, technology, and network security. Let me read out a paragraph from Article 2, and then I'll talk about it. I'm quoting CICIPA right now. Any external aggression or threat of external aggression against the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of any of the parties shall be a matter of grave concern to the other parties. In the event of external aggression or threat of external aggression against one party, the parties shall, in accordance with their respective constitutions and laws, immediately meet at the most senior levels to determine additional defense needs and to develop and implement appropriate defense and deterrent responses, as decided upon the parties, including in the economic, military, and/or political realms. The parties stand ready to immediately share available and appropriate information and intelligence in response to such an event.
So, as I mentioned to you yesterday when we were having a preliminary chat, that language I would describe, thinking about NATO, as Article 4.5. Article 5 in the NATO treaty promises collective defense and immediate response. Article 4 says that if there's an attack, there should be immediate consultation, and this, as I say, is in between. And the advantage is it's not a treaty. It doesn't have to be ratified.
It doesn't have to be ratified.
So, you know, first, I assume you negotiated this with your American counterpart, our National Security Advisor, or his deputy, Brett McGurk. Is this something you think might be a model for other countries? And is Bahrain working to try to extend this to the GCC as a whole?
Well, we are right now working on the expansion of this agreement and also letting other countries join the agreement. It started as a bilateral agreement, but it is eventually going to become a multilateral agreement and looking at a wider scope. It's not just the Middle East. So we are looking at showing that the United States has a lot of friends around the world, and this agreement should bring the true friends all together. Now, what's important about it is I believe that this is the furthest the United States went in security guarantees to an Arab state. So this is why I hardly suggest that we should go forward. It is short of Article 5, but has all the guarantees. And I really encourage that we build on it, because it is done in a way so flexible that we can build on it as well.
So one secret that journalists have is that when we want to know what Saudi Arabia is thinking, but for whatever reason we can't get through to Saudi leadership, we ask the Bahrainis. They're neighbors of Saudi Arabia. You're two monarchies in the Middle East. You see the world in very similar ways. So I want to ask you, without, obviously you're not speaking in any way for the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, whether you think Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is ready for normalization of relations with Israel of the kind that Bahrain has embraced, and whether you think that normalization process is still on track despite all the recent difficulties and the trauma of the Gaza war.
Saudi Arabia is a key player in the region. We always refer to Saudi Arabia as the backbone of the GCC, the Gulf states. Again, this is a sovereign thing that the Saudis should decide on. But looking at the wider picture, we all live within an organization that we believe in, which is the Arab League. And during the Arab Summit, we saw that the Arabs today are moving along and heading towards peace. And now that I've mentioned the Arab Summit, during hosting it in the Kingdom of Bahrain this year, His Majesty announced in his speech a peace conference, and he called for all countries around the world to join the peace conference. And meanwhile, while we're talking right now, our foreign minister is traveling the world and insisting and making clear that the peace conference is a way forward to bring and unite our region. Because at the end of the day, we all are believers in the region that the solution, our end state is clear, a two-state solution. So this is our end state. But from here until then, we cannot jumpstart our steps. We should take it step by step. And I would urge a ceasefire, because as soon as this is achieved, you know, in your article 2 days ago, you have underlined the day after. And I have heard that a lot. Let's not jump even to the day after. Let's jump, first of all, and put a pause to what's happening and the killing that's happening from both sides. And let's just put an end and order a ceasefire. And then you will see a lot of options lay out after the ceasefire. So this is why we recommend that. But again, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the key player as well. And they have been announcing and talking about their ways to get together. Now what we have to make sure and ensure that is the readiness and the seriousness of both parties in this conflict.
So I know we'd all join in hoping that that ceasefire happens, as you say, right now. And I'll just share with the audience, because it's not widely known, what King Hamad announced at this Arab League summit in May, so-called Bahrain Declaration. I'm just going to quote from it. He called for an international peace conference and irreversible steps to implement the two-state solution in accordance with the Arab Peace Initiative. So every member of the Arab League is on record supporting that. That's a good thing. Your Highness, you are the only Arab state, I believe, that is a member of what's called Operation Prosperity Guardian. Pentagon might call it OPG.
Again.
And this is the effort to prevent the Houthis in Yemen from firing off drones and missiles and whatever they have at shipping in the Red Sea. It's been very successful. Every day you can read a CENTCOM press release announcing that they just took out a couple more Houthi UAVs. But the problem with this is we're basically firing $1 million missiles to shoot down $1,000 drones. And that's sort of the definition of an unsustainable military campaign. So as a member of the coalition, I want to ask you, what's a better long-term solution to get some security in the Red Sea?
First of all, I'm a proud Bahraini to be part of OPG as the only state that we have been announcing in our statements together with the United States and the rest of the countries that are in this operation. Let me do a bit of history as well here. The Kingdom of Bahrain and how much we punch way over our weight. And I believe that this is courage from our leadership. Ever since back to 200 years ago. But I'm going to stick to the US and Bahrain relations. We had the 5th Fleet in Bahrain, more than 75 years. Obviously, the State of Department came afterwards, probably to take the credit. But, you know, they came after the 5th Fleet. And then we have started the combined operations with the United States. It wasn't just us hosting the United States. It was us being there, opening our bases to the United States. And we fought communism with you. We fought the Gulf War with you. We have opened all of our bases. And it was full of the American jet in the Kingdom of Bahrain. We were proud at that time. And then we have fought Daesh with you. We were for 40 days alone fighting ISIS together with you. And then you name it. We have been there. We are a non-NATO ally. But we fight hard alongside with the United States. We believe in the cause. We believe and there will be no security, there will be no harmony, there will be no stability in the region unless if we put hands together and take action. And then lately, as you mentioned, in the OPG. Obviously, this operation, us being part of this operation, is definitely not against one party, or let me say Al-Houthis. It is us there securing the world's interests. And we see how important it is. And we feel responsible to be part of that, part of this mission, to make sure that we continue and maintain the flow. Is it working as good as we expect? I don't believe so, but there is a margin that we can also improve our operations over there.
So I just would note that any people meeting in Milwaukee tonight who question the value of American alliances, I hope they'll take a look at what Sheikh Nasser just said, because it's illustrative of why alliances are useful. I want to call on our rising leaders for a question, then I actually want to ask one at the conclusion. But is there somebody from that group who'd like to ask a question of Sheikh Nasser? Yes, please.
Hi, sir. I work for Robert O'Brien, who played a part in the Abraham Accords. Can you just tell us a little bit about what the Accords have meant to the citizens of the member countries and what normalization has been like?
First of all, send my best regards to Robert. So the Abraham Accords, as I said in the beginning, we went with 0 conditions. We didn't put out a laundry list because we were believers. And in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we host a synagogue, we host a Jewish community, and happened to be our ambassador was a Jewish woman from Bahrain in the United States. So we are strong believers in coexistence and how do we live together in peace and stability. So we saw the answers are within the Abraham Accords, and also we have thought of what if things go south if we sign the Abraham Accords. We still have said we should go forward, open the channels, and I think it did us good more than anything else. So I think this is a great milestone. We would encourage others to join the Abraham Accord, and we should leave those accords alive.
So my last question, this is kind of wrapping up what to me has been an unusual, really valuable discussion of the Middle East. So if we had young people from your kingdom, in a world where young people often are very anxious about the future, what would they say about whether they think they'll end up living in a better and safer world?
I have children myself. I'm a father of 5, and I see that coming. And I worry about that every single day. And when I wake up until I sleep, I ask myself 2 questions. Number 1, do I really deserve that sleep tonight or not? And then number 2, this is why I'm killing myself every day. But number 2 is, am I teaching my kids something valuable for their future? Am I teaching them something and showing them something that should stay with them? Now, in Bahrain, me as a national security advisor, I'm very much keen in our national identity, because without a past, without a foundation, you do not understand your cause. Now, us in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we do not live up every single day upon promises. We live upon purpose every single day. And what we plan for is not the next week or the next meeting, is we plan for the next generations. We have identified the issues. We have identified where are the threats within our people, first of all, and then the radius around them. This is why our government is the one that pays the tax for its people to make sure that they are highly educated, number 1, and then secured with a job, secured with a purpose, and they understand what are they made of as Bahrainis. I see that in the region, and we are thankful to have a leadership that understands it, identifies it, and also takes action upon it.
So we've gone from my opening comment about pessimism to, I hope, reasons for optimism. I want to ask the audience to join me in thanking Sheikh Nasser and all our speakers.
Thanks to David and all the panelists. We have a programming change that's immediately taking effect. Due to the vagaries of mountain weather, we will be flipping our next 2 panels. So now we'd like to welcome to the stage our threat panel, which Walter Isaacson will be moderating. I will introduce that in just a sec. So our new report panel will be after this, so Dr. Gates can join us. If you could now, though, please help me welcome to the stage our next panel, The Word at Risk, Navigating the Modern Threat Landscape. We will have Jane Hall-Lute, who's the former U.S. Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. John McLaughlin, who's at SICE now, but he's the former acting director for the CIA. Beth Sanner, who's the Director of Geopolitics and Strategy at ICG and the former Deputy Director of the National Intelligence in the Offices of the Director of National Intelligence. And Walter Isaacson. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
We're getting one more seat for you.
Great. Welcome to our panel on stage. Thank you all. Those who want to stay and listen, have a seat. Those who don't, go back into the lobby. Thank you all for doing this. Jane, Beth, John, after all these years. I'm going to start with a very historical, sweeping question, which is, ever since Bismarck, this idea of realism in foreign policy is if you have more than one adversary, you try hard not to let them get together, and you try to have better relations with each of them than they have with the other. That was behind Kissinger's trip to China. It's something that our patron saint, Brent Scowcroft, taught us. And now we're in a historic period that I don't think I can remember, where we have four major allies and we keep pushing them closer together. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, others. How bad is this, and how do we get out of that? How do we break that? You want to start? Take a microphone.
I think, Walter, that's a great place to begin. It's very bad. This is the distinguishing characteristic of our world right now. In other words, it's not the 1930s, it's not the Cold War, it's none of that. We do have, our adversaries have now formed a group, and on the other side, on our side, we've formed alignments that were advanced. NATO has grown, as everyone knows. We now have a trilateral agreement with Japan, Philippines, and the United States, and a comparable one with Japan, Korea, and the United States. And we have AUKUS, which everyone has talked about. So there's a sort of forming of blocks in the world which is very much at odds with the kind of realism that you talked about. And how do we get out of this? I'll be very brief, because I have a view that at the heart of this is the Ukraine problem. Mm-hmm. If we did not have Putin invading Ukraine and all of the problems we're dealing with connected with that, Putin would not be going to North Korea. He would not be doing that. The Iranians would not be building in Russia a plant for making drones. All of those things stem from the aggression in Ukraine. So how do we get out of it? It's not a simple solution, but I would say we're going to see more of this until Russia is beaten on the ground in Ukraine, or until there is some kind of Ukraine agreement that offers security to Kiev.
I know that David Sanger asked this question in some ways to Biden in the last press conference, which is, what could you do to help separate, and I'm just going to say Russia and China, and maybe I'll let you address that more specifically.
Well, I think, am I on here? I think that this idea that we can somehow split these countries is overstated. You know, the United States has, you know, some agency, obviously, but I think we sometimes overestimate our ability to do that kind of thing. I mean, we have to understand that Russia and China were already close. Putin and Xi were already best friends. They had already met more bilaterally as leaders than any other two leaders in the world that I know of. And so this has solidified their alliance, small a, right? But I think we have to be careful about that. At the same time, I think that, you know, the last thing we should do, I'll say what we shouldn't do. What we shouldn't do is decide that we can only fight China and that none of the rest of this matters, because it's all linked.
Wait, let me interrupt for a second. Why would we decide we'd only fight China? You could almost decide the opposite, which is we have to focus on Russia. Let's have more of an accord with China.
Because that is exactly what the advisors to President Trump are saying, and it's the elephant in the room that no one at this entire conference has really talked about for some reason. But I mean, that's absolutely, you know, in the Bloomberg interview yesterday with President Trump, he was asked whether he would defend Taiwan if he attacked by China, and he said no. And, you know, and certainly J.D. Vance is of the Bridge-Colby school of saying that we can't afford to fight Russia. But look, you know, all of these things, as John said, are completely linked. Iran is going to be more of a threat in a couple of years because what Russia is doing with them. The strategic agreement between the two countries is on the verge. And certainly we're already seeing progress in North Korea, according to the intelligence community public remarks, as a result of this relationship. There are differences between what China and Russia want, but I'm not sure that we have the ability to actually be, we could be too cute by half.
I want to get back, Beth, because you did raise it and said it was elephant in the room. We haven't talked about it. So after I let Jane speak, we can go right to that point of what would a Trump foreign policy do on it. But let me let Jane have her words here.
So I think I take a very different view because I spent half my adult life in the U.S. government, in the military, or serving as a political appointee, and half on the outside at the UN and in other international efforts. I think this moment has brought us, the past 75 years have brought us to this moment. And that 75 years has been divided up into 4 segments, it seems to me. And there have been 4 strategic questions which have guided U.S. foreign policy, and in fact, I think, policy of much of what we call the West. And the first period was immediately following World War II. And the big strategic question at that moment was, how do we prevent World War III? And the big fear of that moment was the resumption of war in Europe again. How did we respond? We responded with multilateralism, aggressively. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, the period that characterized the 60s and the height of the Cold War was, how do we prevent nuclear annihilation? This was the big strategic question shaping U.S. foreign policy and defense policy. The big fear at that time was that we would blow ourselves to smithereens. And the answer to that was multilateralism again, in process and institution. With the fall of the Berlin Wall, the big question that dominated internationally was, my God, the U.S. is that much more powerful than anyone else. What will it do with this power? And we answered that question unilaterally. And then with 9/11 and the Gulf War in 2003, the big question that has dominated in all of the conversations that I've been in is, my God, how fragile is the American commitment to democratic values? And the big fear, in the post-Cold War period, we had no fear. We didn't fear anything. And in the current age, we fear everything. And so what has brought us to this point are these big strategic questions, these big moments. And frankly, what we're forcing the world into is microlateralism. And we're reaping that. These are not countries that will choose either the United States or China. These are not or countries, these are and countries. And they are moving to an agenda of microlateralism, relationships based on issues, based on contacts and interests.
I'm going to turn to Beth, because you said it hasn't been discussed enough, the tectonic shifts that might happen with a Trump-Vance administration. Everything from NATO commitments, multilateralism that Jane talked about, tariffs, tariff war, whatever. Tell us what you think the seismic shifts, or maybe non-seismic, would be of a Trump-Vance-like foreign policy.
So I don't think we really know yet, but let me just take a step back here and reflect a little bit on what Jane has said, because I think it's a great framing. And I think where we're right now we're at this point where all of the assumptions that we have about how the world works, from technology to our relationships to who is who in the world and who are we aligned to, all of our assumptions about international organizations and whether they'll work or not, these are all either under question, under challenge, or falling apart before our very eyes. And that creates in all of us this sense of, we really don't know what's going to happen next, right? And I think that the Trump idea of a return of a Trump presidency where we have people speaking not for him, Project 2025, for example, advisors, then you're seeing an interview with Trump where he literally is saying the opposite of what an interview with J.D. Vance said the previous day. None of us really know, but we can look at a couple of statements, right? And the one on Taiwan, for example, is completely the opposite of what many of his advisors, Robert O'Brien, Pompeo, others have said about the importance of doubling down. J.D. Vance, doubling down on Taiwan. Trump just said, oh no, not defending them, and they're stealing our technology. Basically, they're an enemy. So I think that the big change for me is, how does a President Trump view alliances, relationships, partnerships, and jointness? Because every panel I have listened to has talked about the importance of collaboration, that we cannot face a China threat by ourselves, and yet many of the statements that we've read from President Trump call assumptions about that very idea into question.
John, did you want to pick up on that?
Well, I think Beth pointing out that there's a difference between what Trump says and what his advisors say tells us one thing. We don't know what to do about China. And most administrations, when they come in, this one may, if it comes in, may be an exception, but most of them don't end up doing exactly what they say they're going to do because they discover the world is not the same as it looked from the outside when you're on the inside. So I don't think we know what to do about China. What disturbs me a little bit is that too many people talk about going to war with China as though that's not a bad idea or that we should simply prepare for it. But I would like people to think about the consequences of a war with China. Think about the replenishment issues, the logistical issues. Think about losing a carrier or two, which would probably happen on the first or second day of a war. That's 3,000 casualties or more. Is the American public prepared for anything like that?
By the way, if there is a conflict with China, do you think it becomes a global one in which Russia supports China?
I think inevitably it would be a war that involves more than China and the United States. Most of the Asian allies are equally alarmed about China, but I think my own view about dealing with China is, yes, prepare for the worst, but put the emphasis on deterrence. Deterrence, and that's not easy. What is deterrence? The 3 C's of deterrence are communication, credibility, and capability. Well, communication. We have to be very clear about what our expectations are with the Chinese. Capability, we have a way to go. They're way ahead of us, as the National Defense Commission pointed out. They're outpacing us in many areas, particularly in the naval capabilities and so forth. And credibility, I think we have an issue there too. We have to make sure that in some way what we say and what we express as our values in other parts of the world are delivered. So on Ukraine, we better prevail in Ukraine, we being the West and our allies. We better figure out a way to have Ukraine come out in a way that is clearly a defeat for the kinds of things that the Chinese have allied themselves with in supporting Putin. So
I'm driving
toward not a war with China, but a way to deter them and a way to live with them in a way that serves our interest.
Yeah, but when you talk about we have to have a victory in Ukraine, if there's one thing I think I can sense of the Trump-Vance where they are aligned, it's no, we are not going to continue to pursue the war. We have more of a relationship with Russia than the current administration would have. What happens in the next administration on Ukraine policy, and what would that mean? I'll start with Jane and then...
So, I think in order to answer that question, you sort of need a theory of the case of what's America's role in the world. And that, to me, begins with a sense of what do we need at this moment in our history? I think we need 4 things. I think we need a safe and secure place where the American way of life can thrive. And that's not just within the borders of the United States, but within the community of states within which the American way of life is so deeply rooted. I think we need a dynamic economic engine that can generate new wealth. That's a high bar. We can't do that by ourselves. I think we need strong friends and allies, and I think we need predictable relations with others. That's a pretty low bar. That's really about when we talk about the rule of law. So wars are known not just by what they destroy, but by what they create. And what will the war in Ukraine create after all this destruction? And that's the question that the next administration, whether it's Democrat or Republican, will have to answer. I'm a Scowcroft realist, unapologetically. And that's where my analysis begins. What does this country need?
I had the pleasure of working for Brent Scowcroft and the NSC, and boy, I learned a lot from that experience. And I think that that's right. I mean, it's about interests. And what is our core interest? Our core interest in terms of Russia-Ukraine is that Russia doesn't win and redefine the global rules and order, right? Because that is what is at stake. So if people don't want to that they don't care about Ukraine, fine. I don't care if you care about Ukraine, I do. But I care about the fact that what is at stake here in terms of U.S. interests. And I think we have to understand that as we approach this, there is an inherent contradiction and tension between things that are involved here: peace, justice, and cold, hard interests. And none of those are going to be fully satisfied, but we've got to find a balance, and we have to be more open about the idea that these things are in tension.
John, as I listened to actually read the speech of J.D. Vance last night, it was pretty clear that he would not agree with this panel. And it's pretty clear that if they get into power, it's not likely that we will go for an all-out victory in Ukraine. It's been, I think, 14,000 deaths, right? For the past 2 years, the front has moved back and forth a few 100 kilometers for 14,000 deaths. In retrospect, was there a solution, and is there a solution to this war, or do we just have to either win it all out, or if Vance, Trump say, no, we don't have a dog in this fight, let it be lost?
Well, you know, the issue with all wars, the question so often asked is, how does it end? We don't know how it will end yet. It could end with something we would call a Ukrainian victory. It may end, honestly, with some kind of negotiated agreement in which Ukraine doesn't achieve all of its objectives. If some way can be assured that the Ukrainian state is still secure in a post-agreement world, and Chris Cavalli has talked about that. So how do we come out of this? How do we make this go in the right direction? I think the way I analyze it is that you have to go back to Clausewitz. What's the center of gravity here? Putin's standing on a rather solid platform right now. His population is either with him or indifferent, but certainly not fighting him. That's the first thing. He thinks, here's the core thing, he thinks he can outlast us. And he has good reason to believe that, even reading J.D. Vance's speech. So I don't know what J.D. Vance and Trump are going to do, but here's the thing. I think Putin has to be convinced that he's not going to outlast us. That's the key thing. How do you convince him that that is so? I can think of two things, and here I'm a bit critical of the NATO summit. I think the NATO summit should have traced a much clearer path for NATO membership for Ukraine with achievable steps, plausible achievable steps over a period of time so defined. That would tell Putin something. These guys are in this for the long haul. Certainly they're in it for that period of time. And second, instead of struggling month by month, year by year to figure out how much we're going to support Ukraine, if we can imagine a Congress in which it would be possible to have a legislative agreement that provides multi-year support to Ukraine predictably, that is another thing that would tell Putin, these guys...
Wait, but you're kidding yourself.
Well, I'm not kidding myself. I'm stating...
They almost couldn't pass it. They're not going to pass a multi-year agreement.
Well, not as things stand. I'm going back to your point about realism, though. If I'm just being realistic and asking myself, how do we come out of this in a good way? I'm laying out conditions that may or may not be achievable, but which, in their absence, almost certainly agree that this war will grind on and that we will not come out in a way that we judge to be favorable to our interests.
John has written about how sometimes surprises come because they're little incremental steps we didn't pay attention to. One of the things happening in Ukraine, it seems to me, is there have been little incremental steps that make the use of battlefield nuclear weapons more thinkable. Is that going, you're nodding, let me let you just take it over then.
So my first assignment in the Army was in Berlin. We were surrounded by 17 GSFG, Soviet divisions. We exercised conventional infantry tactics and in-city fighting tactics against the Soviets. And we did it, I was there for 4 years. And every single exercise ended with the detonation of a tactical nuclear weapon. Everyone, and X.
Has that become more likely?
I don't think so. Again, one has to say the chances aren't zero, okay? With nuclear weapons, you can't just shrug your shoulders and say, don't worry about it. But a couple of things militate against it. One thing is, if he were to use nuclear weapons, the Chinese could not support him. They have a no first use policy. I think they're serious about it. India has a no first use policy. They're not supporting him, but they're tolerant. Many of the members of the BRICS, by the way, and that's another way in which this war has stimulated a group that was moribund, has now increased its strength by 10 members. Yeah. And why is that happening? Because these are countries that are uncomfortable with having to choose between the East and West choice that Ukraine has presented to them. So I think that those are the things in the mix here.
Wait, real quick, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying that chances aren't zero, but I think that there's a disincentive for him. Now, we know what his doctrine is. The doctrine is if his conventional forces are going down, he's going to use tactical nuclear weapons. So, I don't want to say it wouldn't happen, but I think the chances are low.
Beth.
Yeah, I just think that we have to understand where we are in our deterrence policies right now and our deterrence thinking. And I think there's kind of old think in the way we're approaching deterrence. And I don't think we're kind of grappling with the idea that right now it's about coercion by countries that have nuclear weapons. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that we're handling that well. I mean, John just went through the 3 C's of nuclear deterrence, and I think that, you can look at each one of those and understand, but, look, we are on the path for North Korea to be presenting us with some really critical dilemmas related to their nuclear program. We could see ourselves in the same place, even with a proto-nuclear state in Iran. I just, we have to be doubling down, I think, on our ability to not just use deterrence by denial, but we have to be serious about our clarity in terms of our willingness of deterrence.
I don't want to leave the impression that I think Putin's threat to use these weapons is inconsequential. It's actually one of the more important things that's happened in Ukraine, because it has brought to the fore something that most people had forgotten about. Nuclear war, nuclear non-proliferation, nuclear agreements have all been suffering, and people are now thinking about nuclear weapons again. Now, the downside is that countries that might, one of the first things a new administration has to do is to assure allies that the nuclear umbrella is still there. I don't know what J.D. Vance said about that. But if you don't do that in Asia, knowing that China has now gone to, on their way by 2030 to about 1,000 warheads, 1,000 warheads, and we don't know, and they're not in any arms control agreements, and they don't want to talk about it. And Putin has stopped talking about it. The people I know who've been to Russia recently say, even the arms control professionals aren't allowed to talk about arms control anymore. So we are in a more dangerous nuclear world. I'm just saying, I'm not sure he's going to pull the trigger.
Beth said a couple of things that I'm going to ask Jane to jump on, which are 2 possible nations that over the next 5 years become nuclear powers. You mentioned North Korea.
Oh, and we can also add South Korea as potentially a power. We can add Saudi Arabia.
I was going to go one at a time.
As the reaction, but go ahead.
North Korea first. How does that change the world?
Oh, I think we are in the throes. We are in a massive. We're well into a 20-year period of global reordering. We're well into it. Mm-hmm. These are streetcars to use an old phrase, whether North Korea develops nuclear weapons, and how does the cascading effect move from there. There are other clusters of countries that see, you need a nuclear weapon. Ukraine gave it up, and look what happened to it. You asked this question about, how's this going to end in Ukraine? I wrote my dissertation for Condi Rice and Steve Krasner and Alex George on how wars end, why they end when they do. And one of the problems that we're facing in that analysis, it was clear to me that the closer you are to actual fighting, you look retrospectively. Look how far we've come. The further away you are, you look prospectively. Look how far you have to go. So we can answer questions about whether North Korea or any other country will develop a nuclear capability when we can't even answer the question that is right in front of us, a hot war raging, on the shores of NATO, the most capable military alliance in history, with no definitive answer for it.
You just have to say "and" to that, because North Korea does have a full-fledged nuclear capability. They have, theoretically, the ability to hit the United States with an ICBM, any part of the United States. The only question is, is the warhead going to explode as expected? And I would say that that's going to be a bad day, whether it does or not. I don't think that will happen, but the whole idea here is that, by just focusing on China or just focusing on Russia, we're kind of missing the point that we have a really complicated, threat-filled world. And if we are only single-mindedly focused on one threat, I will guarantee you, as John has pointed out, that there will be surprise. The last
and it's not even the biggest threat.
And that's none of it. I mean, look, the Houthis are screwing with us in ways and bleeding us.
Not the biggest threat.
Wait, John, you were about to
Well, I was going to say, this is one of the real downsides of this partnership that we've seen develop between Russia, North Korea, and Iran.
Exactly.
As Beth points out, the North Koreans, by most measures, seem to have an ICBM capability. What they don't seem to have is a guidance capability for it, and they don't have, I don't think, the assurance that their reentry vehicle can survive the atmosphere. These are things Russia can help them with. Iran, on the other hand, has a missile program, but it does not have an ICBM. It's not been able to get to that level. It's building a drone plant for Russia in Russia. And if I were Iranians, I'd be asking the Russians for some help with that ICBM program. And there have been times in the past where the Russians have helped with the missile program, and they've been involved in every phase of the Iranian nuclear cycle. So there are things that are going to come out of that partnership that are going to make the world Jane talks about even more complicated.
Did you?
So Beth was just asking me, because I kept saying this is not the biggest threat. It's not the biggest
Houthis,
threat.
yeah.
No, I mean, the biggest threat is that we will lose faith in each other. That is the biggest threat.
Sorry.
It is clearly the biggest threat.
That
we will lose faith in each other.
Yeah.
Abba Eban is said to have said, with the U.S., anything is possible. Without the U.S., nothing is possible. We believe the former. We don't believe the latter. We need to start believing that.
And General Keane, I think, was so good on this yesterday, and I wish we could just clone him. And what I really worry about is that no matter who is elected president of the United States, that person will not be able to speak to all presidents like FDR did at the time of need, when Americans needed inspiration and reassurance, and where we needed to organize ourselves into a unified force. That is what we need right now. And so that's why polarization is so bad. Who speaks
when we
to
first
us?
Go ahead, John.
Well, I was going to say the other thing that was very impressive to me in that panel on the National Defense Commission was Mara Rudman's observation about the need for a whole of society understanding of some of what this group has been talking about in the whole forum. If we're contemplating the kind of war that people talk about, here's an interesting statistic I just came across from the World War II period. In 1941, the United States produced 3 million cars. During the entire World War II, only 139 civilian cars came off the assembly line. Are we prepared for that kind of societal upheaval that would come along with a major war of, consequence? It might not be at that level, but that's We're not prepared for that.
I really do want to go to audience questions, and I know I've got about 900 more of my own, but any of the rising leaders or whatever have a hand up, or anybody else?
Like the Confederacy prolonged the Civil War with selling its cotton, Russia's selling oil using tankers that are illegal, environmental threats. What can we do to stop the blood, the main artery of this that's financing the Ukrainian
And in a
war?
broader sense, why have we been so abject in our failure to have sanctions on Russia that really worked?
Because of the price at the pump. So again, this gets back to your societal question, right? It's that, are we willing to make the sacrifices? The price cap is, a good effort, but it didn't work. And, but we're not really willing, just like we're not really willing to uphold sanctions against Iran right now, seriously, because of the oil issue. It's why we have a dalliance right now with, well, I don't want to say dalliance, but we're working with Venezuela in some ways, right?
Yep.
We're turning a blind eye. All of this has to do with some bread and butter issues here at home. And the reason is because the American public actually isn't well informed, right? They don't get it.
Yeah, and we've turned to sanctions too often. It's the weapon of choice, and most countries have figured out how to circumvent them. It hurts them, but in Russia's case, they're on a war footing. The economy is on a war footing now. Russians say they've got plenty of money. It's prosperous right now. So I don't think sanctions have worked, and I don't really have an answer for how we stop because the Chinese and others want to buy their oil.
And the BRICS, yeah. Well, when I first came to the Aspen Strategy Group many, many years ago, and then this forum eventually came out of it, one of the questions I think Strobe Talbot put it up was a discussion topic, which is the pogo question, which is we've met the enemy and it is us. And I think as we look at American democracy and what you all have just said, all three of you in your wrap-ups, we really do have to get our house in order too if we're going to meet these future threats. I want to thank Jane, I want to thank Beth, and I want to thank the great John McLaughlin. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next session is one that is very near and dear to my heart personally, and something that I think really reflects what we are trying to do here at this forum, which is to bring unusual combinations of people together to solve really important problems. So looking at your program, you may wonder what a Secretary of Education, what a former Chief Innovation Officer from the U.S. Department of Labor, what a very senior officer of the Intel Corporation, and what a former Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA have in common. Well, it's this. They are all super committed to the idea that we cannot succeed as a country unless we have a first-rate education system, and that starts at K-12 and goes all the way through postgraduate and through workforce training. This harkens back to really the session we had on the very first day where Eric and Alan and I and others were talking about innovation and us stepping forward and being an innovation superpower. So we at Aspen have partnered with the Walton Foundation. That partnership is now in its second year to really lift this issue up and say how much it is a national security issue that we get education right. So without further ado, let me welcome to the stage Courtney Kuby, who is one of our great reporters, Chike Agu, Bruce Andrews, Bob Gates, and Katie Jenner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya. And I just have to take a quick moment before we get started and say just a round of applause for the Aspen Security Forum people. Since, yes. I don't want to name them all because I know I'll miss someone, but what you all don't see is the unbelievable amount of coordination that is going into this with changes in flights and schedules and everything and world events. And the reason that they are so wonderful is because you don't see any of it happening from where you're sitting. So while I have this is my last time up on stage, so I just wanted to take a moment to say that while I have the microphone. And thank you all very much for being here. We have a chance to highlight what is, I think, a pretty exciting and fascinating collaboration between the Aspen Security Group here and the Walton Family Foundation, which I have to say is a sponsor of NBC News. Since 2022, the Aspen ASG and Walton have been convening these roundtables with these super smart people, thinkers, big thinkers, and they're addressing some of the talent gaps that exist in critical technology industries in the United States. And one of the ways they're looking at it, as we just heard from Anya, is in education. So they're looking at how these gaps may start as young as in kindergarten. The roundtables have yielded some fascinating reports, and what I love about a report is when there are ones with findings that are applicable to the real world. I know, we don't always have those. Let's just say, I cover the Pentagon. I know a report that doesn't really have any findings. So does Mr. Secretary Gates here. Last year, my colleague had the privilege to discuss the first report here at the Aspen Security Forum, and it found that national security professionals should work with students and schools and educators so that American students can contribute to national security, to the defense industry, and to keep the United States competitive on the world stage. And today we're here to talk about some of the ways that those can be implemented and some of the next steps for some of these stakeholders. So joining us here for our discussion here today, we have Chike Agu, who's a senior advisor of the Project on Workforce at Harvard University, former Chief Innovation Officer at the Department of Labor. We also have Bruce Andrews. He's the Corporate Vice President and Chief Government Affairs Officer for Intel, also has government experience at the Department of Commerce. We also have Mr. Secretary of Defense, former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates. He's now a partner at Hadley, Gates, and Manuel. He also served for several decades at the CIA, and I believe still is the only person ever to go all the way up through the CIA to make it all the way to director. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Secretary. But you don't want to correct the moderator because the rest of the panel may not go very well for you. I'm just saying. And finally, we have Dr. Katie Jenner. She's Indiana's first Secretary of Education, and where she's working to reshape the face of education, not only in Indiana, but also beyond. So, welcome all. Thank you all for being here. So the U.S. spends billions of dollars every single year to stay competitive and to be a global leader in technology and technological innovation. But the question that we want to ask here today, and hopefully get some answers to, is are U.S. schools actually preparing students to move into these future jobs, and so that would actually potentially keep the U.S. competitive in technological innovation? And specifically, are they working at it in some of the earliest stages of education, like in K through 12? Because these are the sorts of jobs that can actually impact national security and readiness for the U.S. So I want to start with a question for the entire panel here. Do you believe the current educational system in the U.S. is creating opportunities and pathways as early as K through 12, the earliest stages of education, to move students into the workforce and be ready for the jobs of the future? And I'm just going to throw that out to whoever wants to catch it. Chike, I'm looking at you.
First of all, thank you so much to my fellow panelists, to Aspen, and particularly the organizers of this. Again, there's so much that you don't see, and they've really kind of made this work, so just thank you to them. The question is, or the answer, I think, to the question is not for everyone. I think, which has sadly been the case for too long, the education system is a very wide bell curve in terms of, not in terms of the quality of the students, but in terms of the quality of the education that they receive. And I think the reason that that matters is that, and I throw this statistic out a lot, which is I have a younger brother. He's about 8 years younger than I am. He graduated high school in 2009. That was the largest graduating high school class in American history. demographically, it simply won't be that large again. And so as we think about how this ripples through all these sectors that we need workers in, there are implications. The main implication is that we don't have students, we don't have Americans to waste. And if there are students that we are not giving the education that prepares them for the future, actually exposes them to that workplace as early as possible, we are leaving our future workers on the table today. And one thing that I say to a lot of companies who I get to spend time with is I say, understand all the fancy graduates of MIT, Harvard, Stanford, you've hired them already. Therefore, you're going to need to look and recruit in communities that you haven't before, and many of those communities are ones that they're not getting the education that they need to serve in the sectors that are going to make this country competitive and safe in the future. So I think the answer is not for everyone, and that actually is a huge problem for a lot of the questions that I think we've been discussing today.
I would push that a little bit and say not for most. I think we are not moving fast enough as a country in terms of making sure all of our children have the foundations in reading and STEM. Look no further than the NAEP data, or you could dig more deeply and probably lose sleep at night if you do. We have a lot of work to do in the space of K-12. The other thing I know we'll talk about is we also must urgently rethink high school in America. It has been the same in our country for about 100 years, and we are out of date. It's time to move in that space.
Sure. Let me speak from the employer standpoint, which is, look, we are competing globally, and there are two major challenges we have. One is just the cost differential between manufacturing in Asia, but another is talent. And for us, Intel, we're doing about over $100 billion of investment in the United States in the next 5 years. But in order to have the employees to fill the fabs that we're building, we really, really need to see the education system improve. Because if you walk onto one of our factory floors, you have everything from high school and community college graduates all the way up to people with master's and PhD and everything in between. And so having the talent and having people that are able to do those jobs is super important to us. And the amount of our own money we spend right now and work with local education institutions and with other organizations to do that training is significant. So having a better K through 12 system where kids both come better prepared, but also you mentioned STEM education, which is critically important, not only for us as an employer, but also for the U.S. to be competitive.
Mr. Secretary?
I would just say that I think we have to understand, and I like the idea of sort of rethinking high school, because we're going to need to meet the demand for the kind of tech workers that companies are hiring. We are going to need a lot of young people who do not go to college, a lot of young people who have technical skills, and that is possible. We have a very high-tech firm that employs a couple of thousand people up where I live, and they've just opened a new plant. They do classified work for the Department of Defense, for a variety of other organizations. 75% of their workforce do not have college degrees, but they're making between $100,000 and $200,000 a year in high-tech jobs because they've been trained. So back to the military. My brother's was a high school principal for many years. My wife is the sponsor of a nuclear attack submarine, the USS Missouri, and on the tour of that boat, my brother was blown away by 18-year-old sailors in the technical elements of that boat who understood the technology, who had mastered the technology, and who were doing extremely high-tech work. They didn't go to college, but they came out of a training program in the military that taught them those technical skills. So figuring out which kids go to college, which kids who aren't college-bound still need to come into that workforce to fill the jobs that are going to be required, that you all have just talked about. So I think that's a really significant element. I used to think that when I was president of Texas A&M, I used to think that high school counselors got a bounty for every kid they sent to college because there were so many kids in college who didn't belong in college. They belonged with technical skills. They were electricians, they were linemen, they were welders and making good livings. But those weren't presented as options for them by those counselors. So I think that this is a much more complex issue than just STEM. It's rethinking, as you were just saying, about how we go at this. And I will just make one other comment. This is not a new problem. There was a study some of you may remember done in 2005 called The Gathering Storm. It was led by Norm Augustine, had the president of Yale, president of MIT, Chuck Vest. I was on it. The retired chairman and CEO of Intel was on it. The retired chairman and CEO of Merck. And guess what? They came up with exactly the same conclusions that the Walton Foundation studies have done. And that was 20 years ago. And the same needs. A few of those recommendations were implemented in the Competes Act, but most have not been. So the question is, and we'll come back, I'd like to come back to this at a certain point. The question is, we kind of know what, we've done a pretty good job of diagnosis. The question is, what do we do about it? And more importantly, how do we actually make what we know we need to do happen? Getting from a decision to implementation in this arena is a gigantic challenge.
Well, yeah, you can clap. This is a friendly environment. Let's build off of, because you both made the point about rethinking high school. And Dr. Jenner, I want to start with you because you have made some changes to high school in Indiana. So can you explain those here?
I can, and as a good teacher, I always come prepared with my notes. I'm looking at you, gentlemen. No, I'm kidding. You'll be great. First of all, I just to share with the group, I was reading this report, which is what we're speaking on, which is in your bag there. And on page 6, it says we must start treating a strong education system as a national security issue. And I'll tell you, you may know this, my schedule is very, very open. People know where I am and what I'm doing and where I'm traveling, which is fine. But I had quite a few people say, the National Security Forum, why are you going there? And I think going back to the point on the key foundations, which we won't spend a lot of time, but I want to pull one thread and then hit high school hard. When we look at literacy specifically, about 1 in 5 students in Indiana is not able to read by the end of the 3rd grade. And that data, if you look nationwide at even our adult population, we see some of that as well. So urgently pushing on science of reading, learning from the Mississippi Miracle is key in that space. Let's talk about STEM really quickly. Robotics, and I'm going to humbly brag on that really fast. Indiana has more.
This is Aspen. Humble brags are okay here. Yeah, I feel like they
in
might have been
Indiana, we don't
here.
humbly brag very often, so it's uncomfortable. But Indiana has more middle school and high school robotics teams than any state in the nation. And that's your challenge, because I want you to push us. We've invested big on that. And the other thing, Indiana gets more invitation to the VEX Robotics World Championships than any country or state in the nation. Indiana's number 1. Do you know who number 2 is? China is number 2, friends. And so I think urgently we have to push on robotics. Urgently we also should push on computer science, which also includes AI. Only 10 states in the country presently require that course as a requirement. But we have a lot of others that have been there for 100 years that aren't moving the needle like they should. Let's talk about rethinking high school. We launched the Indiana GPS, which started as a profile of a graduate about 3.5 years ago, and said to Hoosiers, what matters to you? What came about is knowledge, of course, reading STEM, but also skill development, collaboration, financial literacy, civic literacy, work ethics, etc. We took that foundation, or took that profile of a graduate, and we built a longitudinal dashboard to say if this really matters in Indiana, and that's another tip in here, longitudinal dashboards, if this really matters in Indiana, how do we measure it? Not just in K-12, but blur the lines between K-12, higher ed, and workforce. So for every high school in Indiana, you can see that skill element, but also median income, sustainable employment, some of the pathways that students are on. The other piece that I'm most excited about is what we're doing right now. And I'll tell you, if you Google this, which all of you are going to do right now, not all the headlines are positive, because change is often desired until the change starts happening. And so as we totally redo our diplomas, we're leveraging our profile of a graduate as our foundation, targeting 9th and 10th grade. 11th and 12th grade, we are totally trying to add significant flexibility for experiences like work-based learning and apprenticeships that really, really matter and are market-driven, which I hope you all will talk about more. And then also, again, the credentials of value, which industry should be telling us what we should be encouraging. And there are other components to this. You mentioned, I feel weird like touching your back, actually, because you're very important. Sorry, that was too much. It's not just a diploma redesign. It has to be a full system redesign. We in Indiana are looking at our funding formula. We're looking at our accountability model. We're looking at how we're incentivizing what we want to see to build the full system. Final point, and I think I just said that, final. The other option that we will allow students, or we will encourage students to have, is you can get the enrollment ready seal, the employment ready seal, or the enlistment ready seal. You can get 2 of them, you can get 3 of them, your choice. And we're working straight with Major General Lyles in Indiana to build out the enlistment ready seal, working with the Indiana Chamber to build out the employment ready seal, working with our colleges to build out the enrollment. I could go deeper into all of that, but we're really shaking the tree to rethink high school in Indiana because, again, we have to get better for the individual child and our economy and our security.
Chika, you were nodding your head during a lot of that. Have you something you want to say? And I'd like you, I also, as somebody who really understands the workforce and how to get people into the workforce, I wonder what you think about some of those ideas.
No, I think I very much agree with that. I'll say 3 things, and I think it is also helpful where it's helpful to look abroad. So if you were to go to Germany, if you were to go to Switzerland, this distinction between high school, higher ed, and workforce, I don't want to say it's meaningless, but the borders are far more permeable, and that has redounded to their benefit. Well, we sit and we think, why does it matter how long a student in high school sits in a seat to gain certain skills? I think one initiative I encourage you all to look at is an initiative by Bloomberg Philanthropies, where Indianapolis is involved. But basically, it's a 12-region initiative where Bloomberg Philanthropies has come in to 12 regions and said, we're going to work with a high school, a healthcare system, because we have deep needs in our healthcare workforce, and higher ed, and we're going to work to effectively create healthcare high schools, where from 9 through 12, kids are going to, yes, learn things about all their general ed requirements during the day. They will be on site at a healthcare facility for multiple times a week, and ideally, when they graduate in 12th grade, they will graduate with an industry certification, a diploma, and a job. There is no reason that there should not be semiconductor high schools, or that there cannot be Intel high schools. I'm from the state of Maryland, where cybersecurity is very important to us, partially because the NSA is right down the road from us. Something that they've always been very prescient on is that they have been going into Baltimore City high schools for decades to go get interns, and the issue is they just can't feed enough of that supply, because partially the question is, well, how is a kid going to meet their seat requirements for high school if they're on site at the NSA, which frankly probably is going to matter more for their career if they want to make a career there. And so we have to rethink what high school looks like, and frankly, make the skills the constant and the form factor of delivery the variable.
Yeah. Can I play devil's advocate on that idea for a minute? Because what do you say about the notion that you're locking these kids in to a career and a life at such a young age?
I think the answer is, again, we can look abroad. If you go to Switzerland, in America, when people make the choice whether I'm going to go to high school or go to college or I'm going to go into the workforce, we assume it's a final choice. There it's not. It is assumed that, hey, I'm 17 and I chose to do an apprenticeship. And I'm going to do that. And at some point, if I want to go back to higher ed and get a different job to request that, so be it. It is normalized. Here, we make a choice as if you're getting married, as if till death do us part, I have chosen to go into the workforce and that's that. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it should work. Because in the semiconductor space, for example, you all have deep need, of course, for what I call the white coat professions, which are the folks actually cutting these wafers and doing that. But to build these fabs, you also need bricklayers, electricians, welders, machinists, by the way, which we do not have nearly enough of. Similarly, again, I am from the state of Maryland, and we are trying to replace the key bridge over the Patapsco River. And we have to now sit and say, because we don't have enough of these people, do I have to go to Philadelphia or Virginia when we could be creating those jobs here in the state of Maryland where we don't have that talent? So I think what the doctor is saying is so important because we have to change the form factor and let it fit around the student. And we also need to accept not every student will have the same path. There will be some students who spend more seat time in a high school because that's what they want to do. There'll be some folks who will spend more time on a work site. That's also okay. And I really want to hear from Bruce on this. The key thing I like about the Bloomberg effort is that the employer is at the table from the very beginning. We are not theorizing about what those jobs are. You had Secretary, I believe, I was at a conference with Secretary Raimondo yesterday, and she would talk about when she was governor. She said we would do the train and pray approach, which is I train people and I pray that there's a job. That's not how we should be training. It's not how we should be educating. And making sure that folks like Bruce are at the table the entire way is really helpful. So I'm sure Bruce has a lot to say here, but I agree with everything that's been said, and I think people like Bruce are critical to that.
Bruce?
Well, I appreciate that, first of all. But look, you were exactly right, though. And what we have realized is we need to help create our own training programs, really in partnership with local institutions. So, just a couple examples. Yesterday, actually, in conjunction with the Department of Commerce, we announced a new apprenticeship program in Arizona. And to your point about construction workers, if you are a construction worker in the United States right now, particularly in a growth region, you are doing really well. You are in high demand in places where there's a lot of construction going on. Maricopa County in Arizona, for example, 14 major projects. They are importing workers from all over because they're just not enough. When I was Deputy Secretary of the Commerce Department at the end of the Obama administration, the number that was out there was about 5 million unfilled jobs because people didn't have the right skills. I think that number is at least double now, and I suspect it is much more. So there are jobs, and companies are desperate for employees, but it's having people who have the right skills and the right education to being able to step into it. So I'll give you two examples. So one is we have what we call the Quick Start program, which is a 2-week program that we do in Arizona to essentially introduce people to what it's like to work in a semiconductor fab. So it's not a training program per se. It's really a chance to say, and these are people who just have a high school degree. We're not looking for PhDs, doesn't have to be anything fancy. It is literally a come in, we are going to show you what life is like and what the world is like in a semiconductor plant. And if you're interested, we have a partnership with Maricopa County Community College where you can go to that community college and you can get the training. And, we are desperate to get people at our facilities. So, one of the things that's always interesting is when you build an ecosystem, one of the reasons TSMC built in Arizona is they followed us because we had created these job programs in conjunction with the community colleges, with Arizona State. But the challenge is having that K through 12 education that people are ready to being able to step into those jobs because the jobs are there, but the skills are not.
Secretary Gates, I want to ask you about something else that was in the report that Dr. Jenner mentioned. That's that a strong education is a national security issue. And I wonder, first off, do you agree with that statement? And where do you see the U.S. is standing right now compared to countries like Russia and China, some of these competitors, major competitors?
Well, it is a national security matter. It's also a matter of our economic future. But in the national security arena, I would say that, the good news is that probably 1 million smart young people, mainly young men, have fled Russia. So that's Putin's problem a decade from now. He is, between the young men he's killing in Ukraine and the number who have fled, Russia is going to have a serious workforce problem, particularly in high tech. China's a different issue. And there, the major problem is highly educated young Chinese not being able to find good jobs in tech. The tech sector, when the private sector was growing by leaps and bounds in the 90s and the 2000s, those jobs were easy to find and there was a lot of promise for young Chinese. Now it's a real problem because a lot of those companies are not growing the way they were and are not hiring. And so you have the lay flat movement in China of young people just sort of bailing out or being consigned to do jobs in rural areas or in places that are not stimulating. I think, let me come at this in a different way. I think the only way this problem gets fixed is a combination of local and state initiatives that we've heard described here about Indiana. There are a lot of them described in the paper that the working group did in different states around the country of new initiatives that are being brought to bear, what's going on in Maryland and so on. But the other side of it is what can be done from the national level, and particularly in the national security arena. And people are a little boggled by that, but let me take you back. Let me confess my age. Take you back to 1958, September 2nd, when President Eisenhower signed the National Defense Education Act. It had a revolutionary impact on education in the United States. And I did bring notes.
That's a gold star for sure.
And I'll just read briefly what the NDEA did and compare it to the recommendations of the working group study that you have in your packet. Specific provisions for scholarships and loans to students in higher education, loans to students preparing to be teachers, and to those who showed promise in curricular areas of mathematics, science, engineering, and modern foreign languages, grants to states for programs in mathematics, science, and modern foreign languages in public schools, the establishment of centers to expand and improve teaching in specific areas, help graduate students, including fellowships for doctoral students to prepare them to be professors at institutions of higher learning, assistance for the improvement of guidance counseling and testing programs, provisions for research and experimentation in the use of television, radio, motion pictures, and related media for educational purposes, and the improvement of statistical services at the state level. It's almost an overlay of the recommendations of the panel. That was 1958. It was enacted into law, and it revolutionized education in the United States. Not only higher education, but K through 12. I was in high school then, and that's when honors programs that later became AP programs came into effect. So for members of Congress or the media or others who are in here and think about what could be done legislatively at the national level with respect to national security, you could do a hell of a lot worse than go back and take a look at the NDEA. I went to the Russian and East European Institute at Indiana University on an NDEA loan. And it really made a difference at the high school level, at K through 12, and at the national level. So if you want to figure out a way to actually implement some of these things with the national security imprimatur, and what goes with that in the Congress in particular, and the public, go back to 1958. I would add this. The Department of Defense has been involved in supporting educational programs forever. Virtually all Chinese and Soviet studies in the United States were funded by CIA over the years, over decades. I started the Minerva program in the Department of Defense, working with a number of different universities and providing money. So for those who say there's no business of national defense in education, they are people who say that are unaware of the actual history that exists here, but also precedents that can be used to good advantage that supplement, don't supplant, but supplement the initiatives that are taking place at the local level.
So it sounds like what we're talking about here is the need for federal incentives for programs, right? Would you agree? Is that what you all think? I throw that to anyone.
Well, my view would be, I would let the states have their own initiatives. I wouldn't have the federal government try and get down to the local level in terms of, what they did was provide, what NDEA did was provide the resources and provided grants to states that were then used and applied by the states. I think you run into a huge political problem if you have the federal government start trying to tell the states how to arrange their curriculums. We had a little experience with that a couple of decades ago, and it didn't go well. So I think it's kind of a push me, pull you. You have the local and state initiatives, but then you also have the national initiative. And the impetus for the NDEA was Sputnik. Mm-hmm. And I mean, that was it. It scared the hell out of everybody in the country because all of a sudden the Soviets were ahead of us. There is a lot of worry in this country expressed by these gentlemen and many others about where we are competitively with the people that we're going to need to be competitive both militarily and economically as we go through the next decade or two. And those are the areas that we need to use, in effect, to galvanize attention at the national level. Is we face challenges from abroad, both economically and militarily, we have not faced in many decades. And maybe that can serve as the same kind of a spark that Sputnik did in 1957.
And another recent spark, and I echo, I'd like the federal government to stay out of our way and let us run and sprint ahead. But the Chips and Science Act was actually helpful in Indiana. We won, we had a big team that worked on this, but we've won in microelectronics and biotech, and then separately in a different area in hydrogen. And so where we're leveraging those dollars is kind of like what you were saying. The Swiss system is very, very interesting because of the permeability and because the way that they have scaled it to 70% of their students in Switzerland is because they have industry leaders and educators at the same table battling it out on what is the curriculum, what is the assessment to affirm your learning, and then, of course, that job connectedness, that talent pipeline. But specifically in Indiana, where the Chips and Science Act has helped us is, like with microelectronics and biotech, that's exactly what we're doing. We've learned from others, we've learned from them. We're pulling together industry educators, building out the curriculum, building out the assessment, but it's all developed around apprenticeships. We're building out apprenticeships for our students in Indiana in these areas. I think your example was excellent, but what a lot of our industry leaders are sharing is the one-off schools calling a business saying, can you partner, can you partner, can you partner, is wearing out our business and industry. And then the schools don't have time to do it either. So that systematic development, sometimes it involves an intermediary helping to develop that. But that is one way that the federal government has helped us move it forward.
One thing, the report also identifies some gaps. It identifies 6 actually specific sectors that have major talent gaps. All technology and based artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors, 5-6G technology, and biotechnology. So I wonder, and Chike, you've been nodding your head a lot over there. I wonder if you, are you finding that, and to Bruce, I actually want to ask you this as well, if you're finding talent, enough talent in those areas to come into private industry, and I wonder, Chike, if you can say how you think the U.S. can be better prepared. You've thrown out some of those ideas already.
Bruce.
Sure. Well, the short answer is no, right? Because two things. One is the system, so starting with K through 12, working up through our community colleges, graduate schools, are not churning out enough engineers. We're not churning out enough computer scientists. And it's a really competitive world out there, right? So if you are a computer science major, you're going to have a whole bunch of interesting options when you come out. If you're an electrical engineer, there is a huge demand. And so, one of the things business has said is, hey, we need to reform the immigration system so we can make sure the best and the brightest, if people come to graduate school, we can keep them here. But we've got to do it as a homegrown talent because it's not going to work in the long term. And to the Secretary's point about being national security, we learned during COVID, we learned during the Shanghai port shutdown, we learned why resiliency is so important. And one is having resiliency in supply chains, but we can create all these great jobs. We're going to create, with our investments, about 87,000 new jobs. And if you multiply that, that's going to another 10 by 10. So probably 870,000 jobs are going to be created by what we're doing. The challenge is if we do not have the workers to fill them, then we've got a real competitive problem. And so having these systems set up, and what you said is really important, which is we've gone and created programs with community colleges, with universities ourselves, but if there was a way that we didn't have to do all the work, and the intermediaries were mentioned, which is really important, but having a system that we don't just have to create it ourselves in partnerships with the schools would be remarkably helpful.
No, I think we lack for a system. We have a lot of great one-off examples, but we do not have a system. If you were to think about most companies, there are people in companies who assiduously follow your supply chains. They can tell you where the freighter is that has the silicon on it that's going to go into the fab, but there's nothing parallel around your talent. Most companies don't have that level of granularity on where am I going to pipe in the talent. I encourage you to look at a paper written by Joe Fuller from Harvard Business School and Matt Siegelman from Brennan Glass Institute on creating a talent supply chain. We don't have that at scale anywhere, in any company, in any country, or in any community. I think the other thing I'll say is when you look at some of the gaps that are made in the report, one of the things to think about and remember in a lot of these emerging technologies is there's a mix of technical skills, what I call, again, those white coat professions, and also, frankly, what we call skill technical workforce. So let's take quantum computing. If you've ever seen a quantum processor, it's about as tall as I am, and huge, massive. I didn't understand this until I went to IBM. And I said, wow, that quantum processor is huge. And they said, no, it's not actually. And they pulled out this little thing, and they said, this is the qubit that all these brilliant folks from UC Berkeley and Los Alamos helped develop. And then I said, well, then what is the rest of this? And they said, this is simply cooling, because it gets so hot. They have to keep it cool. And it's liquid nitrogen and all the things you have in your fridge. And I'm like, this is HVAC. To make that quantum processor work, you have to combine those things that, frankly, we've looked down on for too long, these skill technical jobs, combine it with these white coat professions, and that's how we're going to win. So when we think about these jobs for emerging technology industries, remember, it's not simply your engineers and your scientists. It's not even just your skill technical workers. It's them working together. And one of the things that I hear consistently from employers is they don't find enough people who can mix those two buckets of skills. The technical, or what I call the just-in-time, and the timeless. And if we think about how we're going to be educating children and how to make them economically indispensable, it's that. That's what's going to make us economically competitive, and we don't do that enough. Schools are not designed that way. A lot of workplaces are not designed that way. And we all need to do a bit better if we're going to actually fill that gap going forward.
That's fascinating. All right, I'm a complete bum, and there's only like 2 minutes left, but I do want to take a question, or maybe two, and I'm going to go right here to Commander Pytrack in the front. Here, you want my mic? Oh. I was going to be like Oprah for a second, hand out mics around the room. You are.
Good afternoon, and thank you to everyone for this panel. So I just moved from Germany, where my two children entered the education system at 1 and 3. That's when their education starts. And children that go to preschool are anywhere from like 8 to 22% more likely to graduate high school. Talk a lot about starting in kindergarten, but there's really no national or even a lot of state programs, I live in Washington State, that start the education at 1. Just would like to hear your thoughts on that.
I have lots of thoughts, but you probably don't want to hear from me.
I think education starts immediately. And I also think it starts right in the home with the parent and the family. I will speak on Indiana. I wholeheartedly believe we can continue to improve our early learning systems. Presently, in most states, we don't even really know where kindergartners are coming in. right? Like, what is the kindergarten readiness, which is part of our challenge to prove return on investment for early learning. And it, and there are studies, I feel different people in the room, like, there are studies on both sides to this, on the value at different points. I'm a believer it starts immediately. The earlier we can begin to support our learners, we should. And that also, to your point, that's where a lot of the skill development occurs. And being able to be around, I'm not going to touch her back again, but being able to like be around people comfortably is like a major thing that most kindergarten teachers will tell you.
Correct.
Some kids don't know how to socialize. So I'm personally a believer in early learning.
And I imagine that's only exacerbated by COVID, right? Now we have children who didn't even enter the education system in person in their earliest years. So
a lot of the debate, or at least in our state, other states I've seen too, if you only have so much money, in Indiana, we're half the budget, K-12 education. It's about $10 billion. And I get this, like if I ask for more money, that's cutting something else out somewhere else. What I really should be asking is what's the return on investment for what we're doing presently in the other areas? Let's figure that out and then invest in what works.
Well, this has been such a fascinating. Clearly, I didn't do well in math because we're way over our time. But I'm gonna say thank you to you all for your time today. It's been such a fascinating and really a conversation that is, I think, so relevant right now. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all. That was such an important session on the intersection between national security and education, and I hope all of us here in this room can get the message out about this particular topic. Well, we're making poor Bob Gates sing for his supper, and he has a double header. So I'm going to invite the three people up to the stage who need absolutely no introduction. David Sanger, who you've already seen a couple of times. Condoleezza Rice, who of course was Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. And Bob Gates, who of course was Secretary of Defense and the Director of Central Intelligence. And they are going to stun you with a wide-ranging conversation about the world. And I have one more public service announcement before they come up there. David Ignatius, who did such an amazing job with the conversations about the Middle East, the man also writes spy novels, amazingly, I think like 12 of them. And he has a book talk that's happening downstairs right after we end this last session. So I hope those of you who want to grab a drink and be there can be there. Now, without further ado, Condi, Bob, and David, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really delighted to be here with two of the most stellar national security practitioners I have covered in 30 years in Washington. I probably, at various moments, I'll just do a general apology. I'm sure I've written a few things here and there. I've got the odd phone call, you know. Always harder from Condi because it was always more in sadness than in anger. I just wanted her to yell at me, you know.
No, the worst thing you could hear from the press secretary is, Sanger just called and he says, "Is it true that?"
But it's so much easier when you're out of office, right? So I thought what I'd try to do is focus our conversation a bit to try to sum up much of what we have been hearing here over the past 2 days about some of the biggest challenges that we're facing, and try to just see if we can ask Secretary Gates and Secretary Rice to put this in some historic context for us, both longer run of U.S. history, but also just their time and experience in government. So, Secretary Rice, let me start with you. You've been writing and thinking a lot about the analogies to this era. You're not a fan of the Cold War analogies. I say as somebody who just put New Cold Wars in a title. But you have interesting thoughts about why the interwar period between World War I and World War II might have some lessons for us. So let's start off there.
Sure. Well, despite my advancing age, I was actually not around in the period that I think is most like now, which is the interwar period. There's no perfect analogy, and we all love to analogize because I think there's a level of comfort when things are really chaotic. Have we been there before? And one of the reasons I think people are attracted to the Cold War is, in effect, we won it. And so it's a kind of analogy that appeals. But I would say that there are a couple of things about the pre-war period that are really troubling for me. One element is that we are seeing territorial conflict between the great powers again. Where with China over the South China Sea, the East China Sea, the Philippines, Vietnam, and of course Taiwan. And that brings our forces into very close proximity with one another. When we think about the Cold War, we and the Soviets, later on the Russians, learned how to avoid war. And we even had formalized agreements to do it. We really don't have that with China. With Russia, of course, Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine challenges Article 5 of the NATO treaty in ways that we have not seen. Again, territorial conquest. And so that's the first element. A second element is the kind of weakness of the international order. And I'll speak to the one that I think is in fact most important, which is on the economic side. The kind of vision of one great, big, integrated international economy is starting to fail. You're seeing decoupling. You're seeing reshoring of supply chains. You're seeing, during COVID, my PPE, my vaccines, my travel restrictions. And so, again, a kind of weakening of the international order. And then the third has a kind of domestic flavor, if you will, and that's the rise of populism again. People who felt that they were left out by globalization and are now finding their voice in people who say, yes, you were wronged by those elites. And I often say the four horsemen of the apocalypse, I call them: populism, nativism, isolationism, and protectionism, and they tend to ride together. And again, this is something that we saw in the interwar period. Now, I believe we have every reason to believe we can avoid the problem this time around, but even in something like technology, we are seeing kind of zero-sum game in how we think about the technological arms race. So I think the Cold War is not a particularly good analogy. I hope that the interwar period turns out not to be a good analogy either.
Let me turn. It's really interesting because I think the core of your argument is we're actually in something much more dangerous than we were, and less predictable. As you say, the Cold War got into a run, and later on, I want to turn to the question that Walter Isaacson brought up a few hours ago, and that we've all been debating a little bit, which is the Russia-China nexus. But that takes me, Secretary Gates, to a piece. A really terrific piece you wrote in Foreign Affairs that appeared at I think the end of last year. And let me just read back to you a paragraph that I think you opened the piece with because it jumped out at me at the time you wrote it. The U.S. now confronts a group of security threats that are greater than any that have been in decades, perhaps ever. Never before has it faced four allied antagonists at the same time: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, whose collective nuclear arsenal could in a few years be nearly double the size of our own. And then you went on to say that what had made this particularly difficult was that our own political divisions have meant that we haven't really been addressing this in any particular way or even discussing it much with the American people.
Well, I think that, I stand by what I wrote, The title of the piece, by the way, was The Dysfunctional Superpower. And I agree with Condi's description of the interwar period. I also am disinclined to call it a new Cold War too, because I think it's more complicated and more difficult. China, in many ways, is a much more formidable competitor than the Soviet Union ever was, and has a more global appeal than the Soviet Union ever did. And I think the backdrop is our inability to, as we face these threats, and an earlier panel was talking about nuclear deterrence. Well, all of a sudden, we are going to face first of all, this is the first time since the early 1950s we have faced heavily armed, aggressive adversaries in both Asia and in Europe. And they are heavily armed with nuclear weapons. They will have twice the nuclear weapons we have, perhaps by 2030. And we haven't even begun thinking about what the implications of that are for nuclear strategy, nuclear deterrence. We're talking about modernizing all of our strategic nuclear systems. They're behind schedule, obviously, but nobody's talking about, are we going to use them differently? Are we going to have a different theory of the case in terms of how we deal with that? But the real challenge, and really the thrust of the piece, was that in the face of these threats, we have been unable to come together to develop a strategy, a view of the way a common view of what we think the world looks like, what our strategy ought to be, and how do we go about implementing that strategy. I think one of the critical elements of success in the Cold War was we basically maintained the same strategy toward the Soviets through 9 successive presidents, both Republicans and Democrats. And we're all over the place right now. And we've been all over the place for quite a while. And so we have become unpredictable to ourselves as well as to our friends, allies, and adversaries. And we can't get anything consequential done. Everybody talks about the need to rebuild our military-industrial complex, the need to rebuild these capabilities. But members of the Congress who out of one side of their mouth talk about that, then talk about budget restrictions and the fact that the defense budget will probably stay flat. Well, then what kind of revolutionary changes do you need to be making inside the Defense Department? But more importantly, one of the ways that we were successful in the Cold War was that despite it taking place against the backdrop of the biggest arms race in the history of the world, we actually never did go to war with the Russians. And so the competition ended up being a competition of non-military instruments of power: diplomacy, economics, technology, strategic communications, ideology, and so on. And we are doing nothing in those arenas. The budgets of those agencies in our country have been cut back. But what's more, there's really not much interest. And they're not being made a part of whatever national strategy we have. It's all the talk is about the military. The irony is people talked about the pivot to Asia. The only real pivot to Asia so far has been military. So I think this is kind of the complexity of, first of all, why I agree with Condi's statement, but also why I am as worried as I am about the threats that we face and the challenges we face, partly because of the magnitude of those challenges, but partly because of our seeming inability to come together in an agreement on how we deal with that over time.
So that may be in part because we have not declared as a government the challenge the way the two of you have placed this out. And I would argue that that's been the case for the Biden administration and that it was the case for the Trump administration before it. Last week, in an effort to try to at least get clarity on whether or not the government was trying to do something on this. At the press conference that the president held, I asked him whether there was a strategy for the United States to get in between the relationship between Russia and China, much as Nixon and Kissinger attempted to do with the opening to China. And we got a little bit of a wind-up of an answer, but when I finally pulled him back to it, he said, yes, we do have a strategy, and I'm not prepared to talk to you about it, which I guess I could understand, at least for the covert part of it, but you would think much of what you just described from the Cold War were quite public, open economic and communications elements. If you were advising the next president about what the elements of a strategy would be to get in the way of the Russia-China relationship, and thus the North Korea-Iran one that is supporting it, what elements would you think would be the most important? What would that look like?
Well, the first thing I would say is don't underestimate them, but don't overestimate them either. Harmonizing their interests is not very easy. It cannot be warming the hearts of an incredibly ethnocentric, xenophobic Kremlin to see China taking the Silk Road in Central Asia again. It cannot warm the hearts of the Russians to think that the Indians are going to be pulled away because, of course, China is their real problem. And on and on and on. And so don't overestimate them either. Now, the other thing is, of course, they don't have a strategy meeting every Monday and say, what are we going to do here? They do have a common purpose, which is to end the American, as they would say it, American international order and push the United States out of international leadership. So how do you counter that? Well, George Kennan had some wonderful words about this at the onset of the Cold War. He said, we need to deny them the course of external expansion, the easy course of external expansion, until they have to turn to deal with their own internal contradictions. So the first thing is, deny them the course of easy expansion. That means rebuild military deterrence in a way that Taiwan is not an easy mark, that you can't go past Ukraine to the rest of NATO. Challenge the Iranians with the Quds Force and the like. So military is a part of this. But to Bob's point, you also have to try to exploit their internal contradictions. And we did that very well with the Soviet Union. Voice of America was, by the way, not a propaganda organ. All it did was tell the truth. And because Russians and Soviet citizens knew that they weren't getting the truth, it was enormously powerful. One of the most interesting moments was when the Chinese government was sending out bulletins about air quality. And at the American embassy, we put up an air quality monitor. And it was quite clear they were lying. And so there are simple things that you can do to expose the contradictions. And I think one final thing, and this is a little bit controversial these days. Look, I really do believe that these are deeply unpopular regimes. Xi Jinping is getting more unpopular every day. When you have to use Women's Day to browbeat women into the idea that they ought to have more babies because China is, because that's the patriotic thing to do, or when you're Vladimir Putin and you're sending your youth to camps in North Korea, really? Or you're the Iranians and you're now putting up some, quote, moderate because you're really afraid that your own people might revolt. These are inherently weak regimes. And so using our instruments of strategic communications, but again, keeping open to these populations. I'm a university professor. I want to see as many Chinese students in my classes as possible. I even want to stay open to Russian students if I can do it. I'd like to see Iranian citizens able to come to the United States because ultimately, with all of our problems, this is still the place that people would like to live. And so these regimes are afraid of their own people. We need to continue to work to separate them from their own people, but denying them that external expansion means getting serious about the military threat while you work on what our good friend Joe Nye would have called soft power.
Great. Secretary Gates, just picking up on that, if I had to go back and pick one moment where we could have begun pushing back on Putin, because he, much more than the Chinese, sort of announced what he was going to do, I would say it was that day in 2007 when you were at the Munich Security Conference, and Putin gave this very fiery speech and said there were parts of Mother Russia that needed to be restored. And you stood up and said something to the effect of you'd been through one Cold War and you weren't really eager to get into a second one. But the message wasn't really received in Europe, even here. 7 years later, of course, he took Crimea. 7 years after that, tried for the rest of Ukraine. Why do you think we've had such a hard time waking up to where he was headed?
Well, I think, first of all, there's been an evolution. And the Putin of 2014 was a different person than the Putin of 2004.
Yep.
And the 2000. I think where the turn for Putin actually began was with the color revolutions in 2003-4 in Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, and Georgia, because he thought we were coming for him next. That the CIA, that the U.S. was behind these uprisings, and that's when he started putting limits on NGOs operating in Russia, and the National Endowment for Democracy,
killing journalists,
and starting
yes,
killing
yeah.
journalists and opposition people and so on. I think that the one clear-cut piece of aggression that, Condi and I were in office when he invaded Georgia, and we pushed back pretty hard, but there were limits to what we could do just because of the strategic location. But it seems to me that the one place where we could have and should have pushed back much harder was when he invaded Crimea in 2014, because we had actually been signatories to an agreement in 1994 guaranteeing the territorial integrity of Ukraine, along with the UK and Russia, if they'd only give up their 1,800 nuclear weapons. And they did. And so we had a pledge from 1994, and in 2014, we would not have reacted militarily, but there were a lot of things. We could have done sanctions and a variety of other measures then to show this was unacceptable behavior. And he basically got away with it.
So, Secretary Rice, as I read the Republican platform that just got adopted when you cut through the capital letters and much of the other elements of it, there was almost no mention of Ukraine as a place to push back. And if Secretary Gates believes that we should have done more at the time of Crimea, it then raises the question, would we end up doing less with the current party that both of you were members of? You may not recognize all elements of it. One of the earlier panels here today noted that China appeared repeatedly in J.D. Vance's speech last night, and Ukraine not at all. So has the Republican Party abandoned what George W. Bush laid out in the second inaugural address at this point? Do you think this is just temporary? Or is this something?
I think we're in a different place as a country. Mm-hmm. And I think that those of us who had a particular view, let me call it a Reagan-like view of America's role in the world, I still think it's the best thing. Do I think it's sustainable? No. And I'll tell you why. And it's why we have to start to think, what of the internationalist vision do we need to preserve in order to play the role that we always have, which is providing as I called it, a balance of power that favors freedom. So what do we have to do? I understand that a lot of people want to focus now just on China, but the point that you made about Putin and Xi Jinping and the North Koreans and the Iranians, we have to keep driving home that that credibility is not divisible. So what you do in Ukraine is actually going to matter to Xi Jinping. And I think that's an argument that will carry for even those who perhaps don't want to do what we're currently even doing for Ukraine. That's the first thing. The second is we have to realize that some of these engagements are going to be hard to sustain over a long period of time. I don't know if any American president, I don't care what his name is, or her name is, whatever that person is, can sustain $60 billion packages to Ukraine every 6 months. And so what now can we do with Ukraine to get to a place where Ukraine has a defensible, a reason to believe that they are secure, independent, and potentially prosperous? What does that look like? And for a lot of reasons, we've been unwilling to talk about that. We really can't until the Ukrainians are ready to talk about that. But what does that mean for territory? At some point, this war, which Vladimir Putin stabilized himself, he threw mass at it. Bob made this point all the time. 500,000 Russians have died in this war. And he's willing to sacrifice 500,000 more if he has to. Ukraine can't do that. And so what is the intermediate game here that gets Ukraine to secure? That is going to be the hard discussion about what is America's willingness to give security guarantees. And there I am concerned about some of the elements in the party. And I think there you're going to have to make the case that you can't just say we're going to stop China and not do something about Ukraine. I want to make one other brief point. The panel you just had, look, those of us who were internationalists and believed in globalization and the integration of China and let's let capital flow freely and let's let jobs go to the places where it's most efficient, that was a great macro idea, but it had horrible micro effects. And there are unemployed coal miners and unemployed steel workers and kids who can't get a decent education who really do wonder, why are we doing what we're doing internationally? Until we do something about the situation here at home, until that we're confident as Americans again in our ability to access the American dream, it's going to be really hard to sell to the American people that we need to maintain our internationalist role. So I feel the connection between domestic policy, education, good jobs, more intensely than I've ever felt it.
It's interesting because that's
David, could I just pile on one point on Ukraine, on what Condi said, and that is how we think about this. And one way a different way to think about it is, what were Vladimir Putin's goals when he invaded? It was to conquer the entirety of Ukraine, replace the government in Kyiv with a pro-Russian government, and guarantee that Ukraine would never join NATO or the EU. Where is he? The fact is, he has failed in that objective. He has, in fact, seized 20% of the country. But you have a pro-Western government in power in Kyiv. You have the Ukrainians, probably with our assistance, able to stabilize the Eastern Front. And you have ended up, he has ended up, with a dramatically stronger NATO than he had 2.5 years ago. Countries that are actually beginning to spend real money on defense. The addition of Sweden, which hadn't joined an alliance in 200 years, Finland and so on. So, yeah, the Ukrainians have not been able to push the Russians back to the Russian border, but they have defeated what Putin set out to do.
Well, this was a point that President Biden made in the opening dinner for NATO last week. But let me ask you a little bit about what that could look like, because what we're dancing around here is, at some point, we're going to have a negotiation that ends this war. And you made the good point, Secretary Rice, that nobody wants to get out ahead of the Ukrainians on this, but the Ukrainians can't raise it because it's politically, the end of President Zelensky if he starts talking about giving up territory. Does an analogy to Korea here work? If you could have told the South Koreans in 1953, sure, there is land that you are giving up here or that you may not have great claim to, but in 70 years you'll be one of the top dozen economies.
Economy in the world, right?
Exactly. You'll be making semiconductors that the Americans can't make. You'd have to stop and explain in 1953 what those semiconductors are, right? And that your people would not only be free, but tourists around the world spending money freely. I think they would have taken that deal over the land. How do you get the Ukrainians to that point, or should we get the Ukrainians to that point?
Well, ultimately, Ukraine has to get, it's a democratic society, and nobody's going to dictate those terms to Ukraine. And I would never say dictate those terms. But I would say that we can start talking about the narrative that Bob just outlined. And I would add something that recently he mentioned to me. You know, when the Moskva went down as the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet, something big had happened, and the Russians cannot successfully completely blockade the Black Sea, which Russian czars used to call a Russian lake. That's a pretty big deal. And so we just need to start to talk about Putin's aims and what has failed and what Ukraine's future could look like, and start to make that future possible. I think, for instance, if you start to think about the rebuilding of Kyiv, of Kharkiv, of Lviv, you're talking about the center of a new Ukrainian economy that will be based on knowledge-based economy. That's where a lot of coders and software engineers are. They're still working. We know companies that still have Ukrainian software engineers that even in conditions of war are delivering. So why aren't we supporting that? Let's support the Ukrainian defense industry, which really is showing signs of being able to do things to sustain itself over time and not just being dependent on the packages. We need to start talking about what those American security guarantees are going to look like. Because if you add Germany, the FRG, to your analogy, they didn't have territorial integrity for 45 years. But both the FRG and South Korea had something, they had an American security guarantee. And so understanding how this package looks for the future, we can start talking about those elements. We can start trying to deliver on those elements. And maybe that then starts to get Ukraine to a point that you begin to wonder at what price and at what cost do you wish to not continue this war, but with what aims? And that's the way that I think I would put it. With what aims now? What are your aims now in this war?
I am acutely aware of the fact that we are the last thing between this group and the cocktail hour, which is a dangerous thing.
Which is probably a good thing, given what we've had to say.
Yeah, right. So I just want to conclude with one question to each of you, the same question to each of you, which is, if over the past 30 years we sort of missed this turn of the Russians and the Chinese coming together, of them turning to come up with an alternative system to our own, what do you think we might be missing now that a few years from now, when we gather the Aspen Security Forum, we're going to say, we really wish we were paying more attention to? Spent a lot of time on AI this time.
And I think that I should just say, first, that one of my elements is win the technological arms race, right? Win the frontier arms race in technology. And you know why? Because whatever problems we're going to discuss about AI and synthetic biology and the dangers therein, we've got to run hard and fast. You know why? Because if we will have investigative reporting, we will have congressional hearings, we will have whistleblowers about. The Chinese will not. And so these technologies have got, the democracies have to win the race. But David, let me just, you know me, I have to question the premise of the question.
I would be disappointed if you didn't.
I'm not so sure that we, quote, missed it. I think with China in particular, we made a bet. We made a bet that a country that had a fundamentally different political system could be integrated into an international economy of largely democratic capitalist states. The G7 was all countries that were democratic and capitalist. And we said, okay, we're going to take that bet because 1.4 billion people unmoored is not a good idea. And for a while, the bet worked.
It worked till Xi Jinping came along.
It worked until Xi Jinping. And I don't usually do the great man theory, you know, one guy mattered that much. But, you know, we used to say you cannot have economic liberalization and political control. And Xi Jinping says, yeah, you're right, I'll take political control. And so I think it's not that we missed it. I think that we tried for something that I think was the right policy. And in the final analysis, it hasn't worked.
We took a bad line. And you could say the same about Russia.
And you could say the same about Russia.
Bob?
I would say that actually it was a good bet, because what happened in 2013. Our bet was that a richer China would be a freer China. And guess what? From the late 1990s till 2013, that was the direction China was headed. More private entrepreneurs, more openness, more open debate, the internet, getting information. All of a sudden, natural disasters or governmental disasters got reported, and people knew about them, and so on. The irony is, it was Xi Jinping who agreed with us that a richer China would be a freer China. And that's what he set out to reverse in 2013. And that's what he spent the last decade doing. All the steps he has taken inside China, economically and politically, have been to reverse things that were happening before he became the big man in China. So my final comment would be sort of looking ahead, and it goes back to something Condi said earlier. If there's one big thing I think we're not paying enough attention to as part of a strategy, it is her point about the fragility, the brittleness of public support in China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, but the first three in particular. And we have, and maybe I've got my old CIA hat on here, we have neglected the kind of strategic communications programs we had all through the Cold War, directed at the East Europeans and the Russians about what was really going on in their societies. And as Condi said, even in our covert programs, the benefit we had was all we did was tell the truth. And they knew it was the truth because they witnessed it every day. We're not doing things like that in these three countries in particular, Russia, China, and Iran. And they accuse us of doing it all the time. So if they're going to accuse us of doing it anyway, why not? And I think part of our strategy is getting under the skin of these guys and also getting the word to their people about what's really going on in their countries, because we will end up confirming what most of them already know. And I think that's a big arrow in our quiver going forward. They're trying to do it here. So I'm not getting the argument why we shouldn't be pressing back.
Well, you have reminded me why covering you two was such a fascinating intellectual exercise, as well as a daunting one. And you've reminded all of us here about how to go up 30,000 feet from what we've been discussing each along the day here for the past 2 days, and I think prepared us really well to hear from Secretary Blinken and Jake Sullivan tomorrow about what they've learned in the past 3 years of dealing with all of this. So I thank you both, and I thank all of you for the evening.
I'm going to use the... as we prepare to adjourn for the day, Anya and I just wanted to say a couple of quick things. One is what a rich menu we've had, but there have also been some interesting threads through it. I will point out two. One is that we've been told that globalization is over. Economic globalization may be having some problems, but political globalization is not. No region is independent of another. And I thought Condi had a great term when she said, credibility is not divisible. In that sense, what we heard from the first panel this morning on NATO and Ukraine till this final interesting session with Bob and Condi was that what we do in Ukraine is going to affect Asia and vice versa. And we've got to keep that in mind as we develop strategy. The other thread that I think links our panels today together was the interrelationship between domestic and foreign policy. We saw that when we talked about how do we increase resilience in the United States? We saw it when we talked about how we prepare a workforce which is better able to deal with the technological change that is having such a dramatic effect. We also saw it on the impact of populism on strategy, that what you think is a clear, rational strategy may not look the same. I was struck by the wonderful interviews that David Ignatius did. If we could just put Salam Fayyad and Amos Yadlin in a room and say, solve this, we could get it done. But neither of them could bring public opinion either in Palestine or in Israel along with them. So domestic and international aspects of strategy are tightly interrelated. We haven't solved any of these problems, but I think if the Aspen Strategy Forum helps to get you to think about them in a more interesting and creative way, then we've done our job. Anya?
Thank you, Joe. That is a perfect segue. Joe and I are now acutely aware that we are the only thing standing between you and a beer. So we're just going to be 30 seconds more. And I just want to follow on from what Joe said, because we ended appropriately with Condi and Bob with a real warning. They both said we have 4 very serious and powerful antagonists whose common purpose is to push the U.S. out of international leadership. But I want to lift up again what we heard all day, which is that when we work together in creative ways, we are doing just fine. It started with a NATO and Europe panel where we have been far more successful, if we're honest with ourselves, as an alliance, as a public sector, private sector partnership, what Europe and the US are doing together vis-a-vis Ukraine, far more successful than I think anyone thought when that horrible invasion happened in February of 2022. And we were reminded by Mara Karlin and Chris Crows about AUKUS. There are lots of creative things happen here. We have the Bahraini National Security Advisor telling us about something unprecedented that no one would have imagined 6 or 7 years ago, and that's the Abraham Accords. And by the way, in spite of the horrific news coming out of Israel and Gaza and everything that has happened there, the Abraham Accords are holding. So thank you for being with us all day. If you still have the energy, go grab a drink and go see David Ignatius. We will be back here in the morning at 9 a.m. to see Secretary Blinken. Thank you all.